What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Started streaming. And what's up? Okay, something's wrong. Oh, right. Okay. There. Now nothing's wrong. I've fixed everything. Well, let's get to work. So, planning the day, etc. Let's go to Phantom today. So, what did I say yesterday? The DevOps 2, the rebeginninging. I guess I wanted to be rebeginning. Whatever. Adam is researching, designing, and testing things out to make the next few weeks go more smoothly. Type DevOps to find out more. Yeah, I think I'm still going to be doing that. I'll just put last updated today on this. And yeah, so I left off with matchmaking, comment it and check it in. And then I think write this stuff down too. Make sure I've noted the potential problems in the algorithm somewhere. What's going on with all these wires? That's marginally better. I should probably just do this. There, problem solved. Okay, let's get back to the matchmaking service. So code, JavaScript, matchmaking, smain.js. So I want to comment this because I'm going to later just totally forget what any of this stuff does. So let's see. The next ID to assign to a player. This is equal to the total number of players ever generated. The number of games that, the number of matches we've made, because each match results in a game. The time in MS of the longest wait in the queue. Each individual wait time queue in MS. Yeah, by the way, also I started streaming early today, so I have a feeling that's part of the reason why no one said anything yet. People are used to my schedule, I think that means. Okay, so keys, number, skill level. Oh, hey, Wheatley. Skill level between min skill and max skill, inclusive. Arrays sorted such that the person who waited the longest is element number 0 of the array. So this is an object of number, comma, array, player. Okay, so the lowest skill level, inclusive, and this would be the highest skill level. Cool. The number of players you can have in each game. This is how many players are needed to make a match. A match. Popping an item from this heap will give you the player with the longest wait. Yeah, so a heap of all players waiting for a match. Yep. Looks good. So it's a heap of people. Hey, Timbraya. So sort by longest wait, the comparator function to use to sort such that join time is ascending, meaning the person who has been waiting longest is going to be first. Hey, Judge Bacon. So these are players. Alright, cool. Generates a random number. Sounds good. generates a player with a random skill level. And it actually returns the player. So this stuff can all be deleted. Yeah, so come up with a random skill, make the player, insert them in our data structures. Inserts a player. How's it going? For me, it's going pretty well. I met with everyone last night, and he helped me with some more of my problems. So let's see if I can code things based on those problems today. So inserts a player into a particular heap specified by skill. The reason we specify a heap at all is so that we can later add this player to their flex heaps without having to do any redundant work. Okay, so player, skill, nothing. Sounds good. So we get their join time. We don't need their join time though, do we? Yeah, this is never used. Yeah. Okay, flex updated. Call this when you've updated the flex variable of a player. The amount by which the flex variable changed. A positive number means you got more flexible. Make sure, hey Walshy, make sure at least something changed. Also, I don't know if I said hi noob for lunch, so hi noob for lunch. Jonah says, hey, what are you working on now? So every day I try, whoop, I did something wrong. Okay, every day I try to update the today command. So I'm still working on roughly what I was working on yesterday. I know yesterday I ended up diving into matchmaking a bit. Today I will be kind of just figuring things out again. So I probably won't get to any more implementation other than prototyping. Also, good morning, Jonas. So get their skill, the new flex, and the old flex. So only add them to the heaps that they weren't already in. If amount flex change amount is 1, this means we'll likely add to one heap below their skill and one above. I don't like saying. Yeah, okay, so update players, updates all players such that we will potentially modify their flex amount. Yeah, cool. So attempt to form a game. And this actually, when it works, returns an array of players or something like that. It's not totally necessary to do that. So first make sure there are enough players for a game. Otherwise, we'll just waste time trying to search. Take the player with the longest wait time. Check their current skill level. So the only reason this is used get their current skill level. Note this includes longest waiting player. We want to see if we already have players per game. We already have enough players for a game at the same skill level, as this is the most balanced matchmaking. Okay, so this will keep track of which players are in the game. Either we leave it empty or we fill it so that its length is equal to players per game. Alright, so no, this will always include longest. Okay. So we couldn't find enough players within their skill level, so search outside of it in the flex range. Yeah, and then this algorithm is done stupidly. To do this is computed incorrectly. And that's where I want to write this thing about. Where did I go with this? See the next to do item in this function. What a great comment. That shouldn't happen. There we go. Yeah, so add the players we're searching for. We now know that there are enough players to start a game, so we just need to pick them correctly. For now, we just pick players until we have enough. But in the future, I'll write this here. But in the future, we should probably randomly sample from all flex levels. That way we get a good smattering of players. So players picked. This keeps track of players we've already seen, since the same player can be in multiple skill levels. All right. All right, so that's good. Now, if we made a game, then we have to make sure the players are removed from any data structures. We also need to keep track of stats. And this function is done poorly, and I don't care so much about it right now. So update players by skill so that none of the players who will be in the game are represented there. Remove all players from wait time heap, and then keep track of some stats. Yeah, sounds good. Null if no game was found. Okay. Removes the player from wait time heap. So this is a hack, yeah. And it makes me think, yeah, anytime we find a match, we need to remove all players from wait time heap so that they don't later become the longest waiting player, which would be bad because they already found a game. Which makes me think that, yeah, heap probably isn't even the best thing for this either. But no, I guess deletion from the heap is going to be O of n with his hack, or O of n log n or something like that. Yeah, maybe it is better to just have O of n. But yeah, I need to test this out. So I should test out whether this is better suited as a sorted array. Deleting an arbitrary player from the heap takes something like n log n, which I wrote down over here, I'm pretty sure. Deleting 3 log n. I think it's actually n log n. Like O of 3n log n. Because of the hack I do to delete which involves updating an item, and then, yeah. So there, I've got that at least written down. I don't know what the result is yet. Okay. Also, while I'm figuring this out, let me try a couple of other things. I made it so that I was adding a new player every 1 second. Let me make it so that I add a new player every 2 seconds. Let me try calling this again, node main. I want to see what the average wait times are for people, because now it's going to just start getting, like, the minimum wait time is going to be 10 seconds for some of these people, because they're just, or 12 seconds, because there just aren't people in the game until then. And even once they're there, then they really need to, okay, yeah, so they're finally made a game. Median wait time is 10 seconds now. Max wait time is 14. That is going to go up. So what this is representing is if there were 30 players every minute who were joining the queue. That's actually a pretty high number. I think I should try to model even more real world data. See, the issue is if there are, let's say, 8 people playing Botland when the game launches, 6 of them will probably find a match almost immediately. And then 2 of them will have to wait for up to 15 minutes because there just aren't enough players. And this is not typically something that you try to account for too much, because you're not planning on a game that only has 8 people. You're planning for a game that has a lot of people. So yeah, if people were joining once every 2 seconds, then the median wait time is 8 seconds. Actually not too bad, because some people, when they join, are just immediately getting into the game. So now let's make it a little bit more realistic. We have 2 players every minute. So there's no reason to actually run this simulation in real time, but I'm commenting code anyway, so I felt like it doesn't really matter. So removes a player from all of the skill arrays that they are in. A player can be in multiple skill arrays if their flex is greater. If flex greater than 0. Okay, cool. So this is pretty simple. Just go through all their arrays, delete them from them all. Okay. Converts an array of players into a string of IDs. Alright, convert heap to sorted array. Converts a heap into a sorted array. Yep, pretty simple. Print some stats. I'm not going to put comments for those functions. Meta update. So this handles generating players, running matchmaking, printing stats, etc. Also, what are we looking at here? Yeah, so it's been running for what, a minute or something? Yeah, now it's been running for a minute and a half. It's only found 3 people, because I said once every 30 seconds generate a new player. Now, this is not totally real. After 30 seconds, you would see a player fill in all of these different levels, because that's just an abnormally long time, so that any time someone new joins, they could potentially get matched for them. But I'm not doing that yet. So yeah, this is a fake test. In fact, I should just stop it, because it's not telling me anything interesting. I'll just make it once every 3 seconds and act like it was once every 30 seconds. I think that makes a little more sense. So we'll just multiply all the values by 10 that we get out of this. Even that's still a lot. Even setting this to 300 milliseconds and multiplying everything by 100. Players in queue. Yeah, so this implies that the median wait time is what, 4 seconds? So you multiply that by 100 and it turns into 6.5 minutes or so. So if that holds true, so if one player joins Botland's queue every 30 seconds, then it would take on average about 6 to 7 minutes to find a game. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Taste. Hey, Skynet. And this is, okay, so what this means is this is 2 players per minute, which is 120 players per hour. So yeah, if we only had, let's say, 120 people joining the queue, which actually means we probably have like 200 players on Botland, then yeah, the queue times are going to be pretty long. And by the way, there's no getting around this. If you only have 2 players joining every minute, then it takes minimally 3 minutes to find 6 people. Minimally. So you can't do anything about that. But those first 2 people are waiting much longer than the last 2. Anyway, I'll figure this out once I have real data. With these numbers, a player joining every 300 milliseconds, the wait times are like nothing. That's pretty cool. Okay, so this handles generating players, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't need this thing here. Generate a bunch of players. See if we should call matchmaking. Call match make until it no longer generates games. Okay, so running this stuff. We don't need promises here. Yeah, cool. All right, so then the only thing left to do here is to detail this problem. And then check it in. So I'm going to write this at the top. I don't know if use strict has to come before or after comments. I might as well just write it after. Okay, so let's figure this out. Oh, the mouse isn't in, it doesn't have its own thing. But yeah, it's a Logitech G600. It is this mouse. Oop. Yeah, no problem. And I use it for, so hands not on the keyboard. I mean, you can see the keyboard camera down here. I use it for a whole bunch of different manipulations, moving windows around, paging up, paging down, switching between tabs, actually editing individual lines of code if I feel like it. I can use all the arrow keys on my mouse, and then I can go to the end of a line. I could backspace things. I could enter space, whatever I need to. Type the letter K, hit keep, delete all that, go back up to here. Okay. So I'm going to write this here. Right now, the algorithm is only ever trying to make a match for the person who waited the longest. This means that if they can't find when they're going to hold they could hold everyone else up. So solution number 1. Yeah, I'm basically just going to format this comment. Maybe we instead try to find a match for the person who waited the longest in each skill level, only considering unique people. So downside, picture this. You're a skill 6 player, and there are 4 people at skill 5 and 2 people at skill 4. If there was one more person at skill 5, you'd be matched with all of them, and the 6 of you would start a game. However, if we move on to checking the skill equals 5 players, then we'll match them all with the skill equals 4 players, and you'll be left alone in the matchmaking queue, waiting even longer than you wanted. Granted, this is assuming that there's no flex. Granted, this assumes you haven't gained any flex yet. So just imagine you're rank 10 instead of 6, and the problem could still happen. Alright. Wraithy. Okay, so that was solution 1. Solution number 2, increase flexibility faster. Downside is you may be matched with people who are not very close to your skill level. And solution number 3 is, yeah, solution number 3 is this thing. Yeah, I don't know. See, if queue times ever get to the point where they're, so right now the solution, yeah, right now the solution I think I'd go with is solution number 2. No, I think the best solution is solution number 2 until there are enough people playing botland. Maybe we only have 3 skill levels at the beginning, or maybe we only have 1 even. That way any 6 people will be matched together at first. There are a lot of different ways to handle this, a lot of ways. So imagine this is the whole thing I was talking about yesterday. Let's just say you had 5 levels in botland, and these are like player skill levels. So most of the players are going to be here. So let's say you've got, I don't know, 5 people, and then you've got 1 person who made it here. So matching these 6 people into a game, that's pretty reasonable, right? Once you start to have more of a gap, then it's kind of weird to have one of the top level players, however we define that, to be with all the lower level players. But what I'm suggesting that I could possibly do is we just say that there are level 1 players, even the pro players. So now it's 6 people who are here. And that way, as long as there are 6 people, they just get put into a match together. And that means that queue times are as short as possible. So as long as it takes 6 people to click play game, that's as long as it takes you to get into a game. Which is, it can't possibly be faster. You can't start a match without the right number of people. So you just need to wait for people to join. In fact, one of the other things I guess we could do is we could say that matches are 2 versus 2. That way you can join matches faster. But that's we'll find out how many people want to play then. Okay, so I think this is all commented. I think it's all good. I'm just gonna check it in. So let's open up this folder and check in. Made basic matchmaking. Okay. Now something I should probably do, maybe put the matchmaker on a public, or on a, back up the matchmaking code. That's what I'm gonna say. Alright, so matchmaking is pretty much done for now. Let's take a look. Let me actually look at this first over here. I think I can show this on screen. I'm just taking a look at it really quickly. Let's see. I think this is fine. Yeah, I can show this on screen. Okay. So this is the document I was working on yesterday, except for it's now in Google Docs. So it's the same thing you guys saw in OneNote yesterday. One of the big things I need to figure out is, can I even use Azure? In fact, this is a question I kind of had is, can Azure do all the things that I need, and how does it accomplish them? So AWS can certainly host Botland. It has all the things that I need, but I don't have any AWS credit. So I could sign up for their free tier. I'd get 750 hours a month toward their micro instances. Maybe I run into problems, maybe I don't, maybe I have to spend money out of pocket for that. Azure, the nice thing about that is that almost everything I do is free there because of BizSpark. Official all ink or AI link. Hang on. I'm determined to figure out whether those are L's or I's in your name. this is how I would split up your name. But maybe you're official Al. But how long have I been programming? I don't actually answer that specific question because I don't answer how old I am, and you'd be able to figure it out based on everything else I've said on stream. Weed through all the 80 videos I've put online. Just a crazy amount of hours. AWS equals Amazon Web Services? Yeah, it is. Hey, Pettermaster. So yeah, that's one of the big questions that I have. And so I'm going to write this down somewhere on this list. Where is it? Overall questions. So it sounds like I want a managed database. How do deploys work? I still need to figure that out. How does this communicate? I need to do some of this stuff too. You're scared somebody figures out if you're actually 60. You're off by an order of magnitude. I'm either 6 or 600. Okay, so do I use AWS or Azure? Okay, well, how about this? Timeline. Do I eventually use AWS or Azure? What do I use in the meantime? Do I try to make this stuff work on just VMs on my own machine? Also, the whole thing about timeline. Where is this? Figure out deadline for all this. Then update DevOps. That's not gonna happen. That's done. Okay, yeah. And then I think all of this is pretty much finished. Yeah. MCS Mike. Okay. So we can close out of matchmaking for now. Let me go back to this. So this is pretty much my biggest question right now. And then so if I choose to use AWS, how much will it cost if I only have the VMs on while I stream? So I stream for about 32 hours a week, and there are 168 hours in the week. So that means I'm streaming for about a fifth of the time, which means that whatever monthly price I get for a VM, I can kind of cut into just 20% of what it really would be. So if a VM costs $5 a month, I'm really paying $1 a month for it, assuming I shut everything down correctly. This also has an implication. The botland wouldn't be playable when I'm offline, which isn't such a bad thing. Have I used AWS free tier? I haven't yet, but I don't know if I don't know how much of this I can accomplish using just the free tier, because I get micro instances for everything. And how much RAM do micro instances have? AWS micro instance RAM. I always find this impossibly hard to find this information. Hardware specifications. Because they're, oh, here it is. So wait, is it nano or micro that you're allowed to use? Where's their free thing? Pricing. Yeah, they have their free tier. If you actually can use micro instances, that means that there's 1 gigabyte. CPU credits per hour, 6. God, that's annoying because I don't totally know what that means. I mean, I understand how their credits thing works. I just don't know what this equates to in understandable terms. So free tier, 752 hours of EC2 running Linux, that's fine. T2 micro instance usage, that's this. Storage, EBS only, that's fine. So 750 hours running, I don't need Windows. Elastic load balancing plus 15 GB data processing. And 30 gigabytes of Amazon Elastic Block storage in any combination of general purpose or magnetic, plus 2 million IOs. 15 gigabytes of bandwidth, and a gigabyte of regional data transfer. I thought they talked about RDS somewhere. Could have sworn AWS free tier RDS. Whoa. My X tab. This is almost certainly not an English name. But hey, and hey Jimmy Jimmy. Oops. So how does this work? I've hosted a server app on AWS and RDS for relational DB. Though I opted for a free account, RDS is being charged, what, a quarter of a cent per hour, amounting to $18 a month. Huh. Oh, so this will be possible. As of 2012, free tier now includes RDS. Okay. What was I trying to find on AWS? I was just trying to figure out, does the free tier include RDS? Which I was pretty sure it did. Is this part of the free tier? Yeah. 750 hours of, yeah, okay. All right, so this is at least good news. RDS micro instances, 1 GB RAM, and some other services would be totally free as long as I stay within 750 hours per month. Yeah, and then there's another thing that I could do, which is use a mixture of these. So I have $150 of Azure credit every month times like 4. So I get about $600 a month for Azure, which is pretty awesome, but I don't know if I want to use 2 different cloud providers. I certainly don't want to eventually. And if I were to do that, I need to set up my own SSL certificates and TLS across everything. And I think Amazon has their firewall for that. And yeah, it's free only for the first year. That would be fine, I think, because Botland would ideally be released about 13 months from now. So for the first 12 months, it would be free. That's while I'm testing things out. And then once I need to pay, I probably don't want micro instances anyway. And then hopefully I'm making money at some point after that. But yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, well, that's one of the big questions. Then there were a bunch of questions I had from yesterday that have been answered now. So I'm going to try to file some of the notes from here. How does the matchmaker communicate with clients? I think I figured this out. So yeah, let's see. Matchmaker will not be exposed to the user. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do this. So yeah, here's what the flow will work. Hey, Nico. I find AWS kind of expensive when you're paying for it. Yeah, and so the idea here, I have BizSpark for another 2 3/4 years. So that's something I could write down here. I have BizSpark for another 2.75 years or so. There's 600 per month of credit. Scaling things automatically wouldn't be a good idea, and working from a different cloud provider means a higher ping. So maybe I can use this for something, e.g. the database, until I feel like using RDS. Hey Merlin. Okay, well, those are things I've got to figure out. So I'm going to continue to file some of these notes. So matchmaker, it will not be exposed to the user. The flow looks like, hey JNX. Pro gaming instead of programming? Or programming? The flow looks like this. So how do you make a numbered list in Google Docs? That's how. Control-Shift-7. So the flow looks like this. Client indicates that it wants to join a game. So, well, it's really player presses the join game button. Client tells REST server to find a match. The REST server is already load balanced and public, so that's fine. Then REST server tells, I think I wrote this down somewhere else here, the whole pub nub thing. Where is that? Yeah, here. Yeah, this is what I did. So play game is pressed. Open a socket to push.bot.land. Send identity token. Yeah, so it's kind of like this. Actually, it's kind of like all of this. So join game, then client opens a socket to push.bot.land and sends their identity, their ID. This does not need to be encrypted or authenticated because the only thing that will be communicated on this channel is the game server's IP address. And the game server will do authentication. Yeah, so there's no need to stop that. Okay, so client opens a socket, client sends their identity, then client tells a REST server to find a match. The REST server is already load balanced in public, so this connection is fine for the client to access. Then the REST server tells the matchmaking server that user ID equals 5 wants to join a match. That, I guess I'll say something like this. ID 5 skill 3 or something like that wants to join a match. I wonder how much hair Adam will lose in the next 2 or 3 months. No, I don't think so. There is certainly a lot of very big design decisions to make. There's a lot of complexity, and most of the time when you think about computing, you think about performance. That's typically CPU. You think about memory, so it's typically just RAM. You may think about disk, and these are sort of the things when you're designing an algorithm that you come up with, right? Or the design of some software. You say, okay, we want this to be fast, so let's take up more memory. We want this to take up very few resources, so let's put things on the disk. Well, there's a fourth factor here that I'm only now having to consider, and it's money. And that affects all of the other metrics here. So this is another reason why I think this is a bit more frustrating than most things would be. If I could develop all of this for just my own VMs and know that I'm eventually going to use this, just plain old VMs, then that is definitely one solution. And I could use my laptop for extra VMs, I can use my computer, I can use Azure. I think there are enough features I would want from AWS where I can't just do that. But there is some amount of progress I can make without having to spend any money. So let's see. What does your partner do to help? It's mostly game design stuff right now, and it'll eventually be more business, marketing, social media, all of that. And so he's working part-time on this. So it'll be me doing a lot of that stuff too, I think. So we'll see. In my experience, it's always about money. Well, Jimmy, I think in the end, yeah, it's usually about money. But for example, the matchmaking algorithm that I just made, that's like I could do that on my own machine. And sure, it costs some money for me to run my own machine. It's electricity and bandwidth and wear and tear on hardware. But that's kind of, I'd say, normal. Money spent on a cloud platform is not your average hobbyist doing that, I think. I'm not a hobbyist, I'd say, either, but that's a factor I need to consider. And let's see what else we have here. So REST server tells a matchmaking server that this wants to join a match. Then how would this work? And this is one of those things I should probably prototype today. Um, when the server finds a match, it tells the WebSocket layer. It tells push.bot.land. So push.bot.land would be behind Redis eventually. No, behind HA proxy, which would route to, okay, yeah. So I should write all this stuff down too. So when the matchmaker finds a match, it tells push.bot.land that it found a match involving involving like players ID 5, skill 3, ID 7, skill 4. Push.bot.land figures out, sends, publishes over the right channels about the match. Wait, this is not necessarily needed. Hey, Mr. Banks. Difference is Adam doesn't have VC funding like a lot of startups. Yeah, that is a pretty big difference. Oh well. That's part of the reason I applied for partnership, which, by the way, today is business day number 7 of that. And I know a bunch of people were saying, but Adam, you don't have 500 concurrent viewers every day. And I said, but those are just guidelines. And maybe today I get an email saying, too bad, Adam, you suck, and we're not giving you partnership. And that's fine, because it's not really for me. There's ad money, there's subscription money, but I have so far tried not taking money from people. And I don't expect ad money to be a lot. And I think subscribers, while nice, it's not something that will, let's say, pay for the cloud service. So it was mostly to give you guys transcode options, and there was something else. Oh, to give me some visibility too. It just wasn't a money thing. So when matchmaker server finds a match, it tells push.bot.land it found a match involving players and a game server 1.2.3.4. Okay. It leases a game server. It tells push.bot.land it found it. Yeah, and then push.bot.land. Client opens. Socket is not being. The client also subscribes to an on-game function or something like that. You have love and support, which doesn't pay for a cloud platform, but it's something. That's true. If I get enough of those heart emoticons, I'll be the opposite of the Grinch. Merlin says, good luck on partnership. I really hope you get it. Well, thank you, yeah. Adam, if that's your thinking, you seriously underestimate how rich we are. Well, your name does have bank in it. Yeah, and so my understanding of subscriptions on Twitch is the user pays $5 and the streamer gets $2.50 and Twitch gets $2.50. I think that's how it works, and I don't think this is negotiable between the streamer and Twitch. So the way I look at it is, okay, if there are 10 subscriptions in a month, I'd be getting $25 a month, and that's if they stay subscribed and everything. And so this may pay for a portion of the cloud cost. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how expensive it'll be. It's possible I completely can do everything for free. But it will pay for lunches and stuff. So it's something. It's a start. I feel really guilty at first, I know, about having subscribers. And that's why I want to figure out a really good idea for how I can give back. Maybe I'll do something where subscribers get, I don't know, some number of like pseudo money in Botland. We'll figure it out. Oh, $2.49 to stream. They just get one extra penny from you. Play X Games with subs. Yeah, I think so. Here's the difference between I shouldn't say all creative streams, but my particular stream, the goal is to make a game. And so everything that isn't work on making the game is potentially taking away from what the goal for me is, which is, yeah, make a game and also entertain in the meantime. And I think most streams are, since they're about playing games, that to play other games with your subscribers, to purchase a game or something like that, that's fine. But I'm actively spending money on stream usually. Make X Games with subs. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. On game message so that it can be told to join a server. Okay, cool. So push.bot.land, publishers over the right channels about the match. I think that's it. Then closes the WebSocket. The client uses the IP address to join the game server. Actually, this isn't even true. It tells push.bot.land I found a match involving players. Oh, it just needs their ID. Yeah. Five, 7, whatever, 4, 9, 3, 2. And a game server. It only needs the players' IDs because the game server would have been told about their skill levels, and the game server can figure out how to match players, how to form teams. So it leases a game server, tells that server the ID and skill levels of all players. No, it doesn't even need to do that, actually. Just tells the server the ID of all players. The game server would then fetch information about each player, bot templates, inventory, skill level, etc. The game server would form teams based on skill level. Okay, good. So then this is everything. Let me just continue to call. Okay. So that was this flow. Play game was pressed, open a socket, send my identity, send request to join matchmaking queue. This is the REST server here, client tells REST server. Yeah, then socket on match found, connect to IP address. Yep, great. Okay, so this we can get rid of. So using something like PubNub or Pusher for this is a better idea, yeah. And I think that's what I'm going to do. So one of the investigations that I'm going to do today, hopefully that I get to today, is, so this is done. Let's cross this off. One of the things that I want to do is sign up for PubNub and try it out. Actually, find out what the stipulations are on this. Not PubNub. What am I talking about? Pusher. Are you going to need your own server, matchmaking queue, game servers, etc.? Yeah. And how many servers does this system need to operate with only 6 users? 3? Probably more than 3. So I wrote down all the endpoints somewhere. Where did I do that? Here. So there's going to be, and there's failovers for all of these things too. So let's say there's a REST server. There really need to be 2 REST servers because there needs to be a failover. And then there needs to be a load balancer. So that's actually 3 nodes just for the REST server, which right now I'm, so yeah, right now, here's how things are working. API.bot.land. I have 1 REST server VM. That is API.bot.land. I have 1 game server VM, and that's play.bot.land. And then, so this also houses the database. And this also houses the web client. So, yeah, right now I'm doing everything on 2 VMs. Eventually, I need load balancer for a REST server. So this is 1 REST servers. Then I need 2 REST servers. So there are 3 machines right there. and then the database would probably be on its own thing. So one database, this is probably RDS. There's probably some failover. I don't know how exactly they manage all of this. But anyway, there's that. So then I need game servers, or X. Game servers. X is based on how many users are online. So if there are no users online, I need 0, but I wouldn't ever have 0 because there'd always need to be at least 1 ready. And chances are I'd have to be more like 2 or 3 ready for that. So then what other endpoints do I have described here? The overseer, the matchmaker. Yeah, so the overseer is probably 2. Overseer and backup and failover. And then the matchmaker is 2. Matchmaker and failover. So that comes to 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2. Yeah. So 8 plus X is how many servers I think I need. And I can write this right in the doc, I guess. Yep, that's why we're going to spend a lot of time on this, because I got to make sure I'm doing everything absolutely perfectly. So one of the things that I just wrote down, you can get away without failover, just cross your fingers. Okay, so investigation, sign up for Pusher and try it out. I wanted to see, they have a free account, but what are the stipulations on this? Do they, what is this? You agree to, this is like the tiniest font I can't even read this. I don't even think the Y is visible. Look at this. It's such a tiny font that the Y isn't even totally filled in. Is this? Yeah, I'm using normal zoom here too. Wow, that's... They made this like the thinnest font they could. Okay, so terms of service and privacy policy. Legal terms, legal privacy. Oh God. There's so much here. Actually, this isn't so bad. And what's this? Pusher, you may not use it. So I need to read through all of this. Fees for use. Quotas. Mostly what I want to find out right now is how long can I use the free plan for? Does anybody know? Well, you need more matchmaker servers if you get new game modes. Yeah, probably. Free tier forever? Oh. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, thank you, MCS Mike. I appreciate that. Yeah, so then I can apparently use the free tier forever. So that supports, yeah, like MCS Mike said, 20 maximum connections. That should be totally fine at first. What's unfortunate is that, actually, I don't think we've ever hit 20 players on Botland yet at the same time. And it's actually not even at the same time that I would need. There could only be 20 people in the matchmaking queue. 20 max connections. So yeah, 20 people could be in the matchmaking queue, which should be fine. Because if we always pair 6 people, if we don't consider skill at all and we just take 6 people and just throw them into a game, then we should never really need all of these connections, ideally. Wait, what? Sandbox plan. What are you reading, Orange Ray? Hey, Linko. Oh, 100. Oh. Oh, that's not bad. Okay, either way, having at least just 12 is pretty good. So this I don't need to investigate any longer. So I'll just write here, investigated. Seems like matchmaking is going to be mostly fine. There's still more to code. I'll just actually prototype. Okay, and then figure out how many. I'm going to cancel this. So canceled. I'm going to start by using a service like Pusher. So let's cross this off. So the things that are left to prototype, I'll put in bold here. So sign up for pusher. Actually, let's just do this. Let's say investigated. Okay. So sign up for pusher and try it out. I can apparently use the free tier forever. Yeah. So that's good. Let's go back up to matchmaking. So I think I figured this entire flow out. Like, I know the algorithm for finding the match. So the join game button's already in the game. Opening up a socket should be pretty simple. Subscribing to a message, again, pretty simple. This is what I want to prototype today. Client tells REST server to find a match. What is going on with the cursor right now? Client tells REST server to find a match. That's something that can already be done. The server is not load balancing. It's not load balanced yet, but that's okay. REST server tells the matchmaker server that they want to join a match. And the matchmaker server finds a match. And then, yeah, so one of the other investigations I want to do is come up with the final battle plan. I'll say game plan. Which resources am I spending my time on the most? Also, at some point, I got to call Azure up. Call Azure and figure out whether they offer everything that I would need. On-demand VM, certificate management. I don't know what else. Whatever, that's fine. Okay, so then what's next? Let's see. So load balancer. I wrote some questions here. Let's see what I've got. I think all my endpoints need a load balancer. Take the server. There will probably be a master and a slave, and the load balancer will be... Yeah, so this isn't totally right. So anything user-facing would need a load balancer. The load balancer should always be on its own node. Micro or nano should be fine for this, but CPU will likely be maxed out eventually. Battle plan. Hey, Panda. Okay, so anything user-facing would need a load balancer. The load balancer should always be on its own node. The load balancing algorithm can just be round robin for a while. I don't think there needs to be anything more explicit than that. Okay, so what about this? Anytime I have an internal service that should have failover, it's more likely going to be a hot backup situation. Where I can swap in the backup at any time. AWS's load balancer is really good. Yeah, and yeah, that's something else I need to consider too. What does Azure do for this? Does it even offer this? Load balancer. It must. The issue, I just have such a hard time finding a lot of the information about Azure. Azure has two different deployment models, Resource Manager and Classic. Traffic Manager, load balancing for cloud services and website. Traffic Manager allows you to control the distribution of user traffic. Yeah, so they do have something. And actually, this wasn't very hard to find, so that was unfair of me to say. Okay. And I want to see what this thing says. Is this page helpful? Okay, well, there's that. I wonder what is this? Okay, I wonder what they do for their certificate stuff. So AWS has a certificate manager. And I could always set up all of my own certificates. It's just a big pain. Service allows you easily provision, manage, and deploy SSL/TLS certificates used as AWS services. And this is apparently totally free. Yeah. No additional charge for provisioning. You pay only for the AWS resources you create to run your application. Yeah, which is nice. It's nice that I get this. Hey, Digite. Yeah, I could use Let's Encrypt. I've tried that. I tried that briefly, and I think it would work once everything is more online than it is right now. I think yeah, something I should consider again. Okay, so anyway, load balancer. Anything user facing needs a load balancer. It should always be on its own node. Load balancing algorithm can just be round robin for a while. Anytime I have an internal service that should have failover, it's more likely going to be a hot backup situation where I can swap in the backup at any time. And so that's something needs to tell the load balancer which endpoint is the master endpoint. Let's say this way, if I have 3 REST servers, it will equally distribute traffic. This is, at this point, it's mostly just massaging notes into the right form. Let's see what else I have. This is fine. If I use ELB, I may actually save money and not have to use HA proxy at all. They charge for 1 instance and there's built-in failover. Let's take a look at that. Oops, not warm up. Actually, no, Let's Encrypt doesn't do wildcard, so maybe just pay for a cert. Yeah, and AWS has this stuff for free, I guess. So, do they talk about failover? DNS failover for elastic load balancing. You can use Amazon Route 53 health checking. What the heck is that? Highly available and scalable DNS. Is Route 53 something I should recognize? Illinois Route 53. Okay. I don't know about the significance of this. Maybe it's the Illinois one. Okay, so well, that's DNS. So you can use this health checking failover to enhance availability of applications running behind an elastic load balancer. Will fail away from a load balancer if there are no healthy EC2 instances registered with the load balancer, or if the load balancer itself is unhealthy. That's the part I'm concerned about. If the load balancer itself is unhealthy, apparently this has some failover for the load balancer. Oh wait, maybe this? Tolerance, automatically balance traffic, sure. So I understand what a load balancer does. I want to make sure that the load balancer itself has a failover, and I thought it did. You can set up this. Huh. Oh, available. Fault tolerance. Only route traffic. Sure is it? No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. This is something I have written in these notes. If I use ELB, I may actually save money. They charge for 1 instance and there's built-in failover. Citation needed. I need to figure out if this part is true. Because ELB sounds like it'd be an easier drop-in if I'm using AWS than HA proxy. HA proxy is a more generic solution, and I've already used it, and I think it's relatively easy to set up, especially if I'm just round-robining things. Okay, well, anything user-facing would need a load balancer. So anytime I have an internal service that should have a failover, it's probably going to be a hot backup situation. So when the master goes down, the overseer needs to update all nodes and say to use the backup. I think the min TTL on a DNS record is 5 minutes. Oh. Yeah, ELB uses Route 53, AWS's DNS. And it sounds like the TTL on DNS records is 5 minutes, meaning failover may take a while. Okay, something needs a load balancer. Okay, so I think think these are decent notes for this for right now. What did I say questions here? Do I really need a load balancer for Pure? So I only need this for the REST server and possibly the web client. So here I should say, oh man, I can't. I pasted this from OneNote and it's really annoying to use now. So responsibilities, manage traffic for the REST server, manage traffic for the web client. The web client, I've got to figure out, can that be served from a CDN? No, it actually can't be. What am I talking about? Because right now, the way it's, what am I doing in index.jade? This needs to be passed in whether to render prod or not. No, it probably could be actually. Game server host address. This wouldn't be needed either. Yeah, maybe I can serve it from a CDN. Why am I using Google Docs? Because when I was talking last night on Discord, I needed to share my OneNote, and I don't know if I can share an individual note. I think I shared the notebook, and that was a big problem. So I switched to Google Docs so that it'd just be easier to manage. Okay, so yeah, that's one of my questions that I have. I don't know the answer, and I don't even know where my questions are at this point. Yeah, here. Overall questions. Can I serve the web client from a CDN? Do I need a load balancer if I do that? AWS has a CDN. Content delivery network. Is there any way this goes down at all? Wait, CloudFront. Oh man, there's too many things to read here. I'll have to look at this later, I think. This is ridiculous. So the first question is, can I serve this? And the second one is, do I need a load balancer for that? I think I can serve it. I should try it. Yeah, I should test that out. Try serving the web client without needing Node.js as the server for this. Yeah, well, it literally is a server, despite that it's serving client files. Yeah. Your files spread out over many servers, and the server closest to the client fulfills the request. Yeah, so there's basically, I don't have to handle failover in that case, right? If I'm just serving like foo.txt using CDN, using Amazon's CloudFront, as long as I put foo.txt online, it sounds like just nothing can go wrong. Amazon's going to handle anything going wrong. You can put the client on S3 and the assets on CloudFront. Wait, what's S3? What is it? The super simple storage or something like that? Simple storage service. What's the difference between S3 and CloudFront? S3 is storage for CloudFront. Okay, wait, then I'm missing something here. You can put the client on S3 and the assets on CloudFront. All right, let me just write this down for right now. How about I do that? This. Whoops. You can put the client on S3 and the assets on CloudFront. S3 is the storage for CloudFront. You don't need to actually use CloudFront, but it just keeps your files in memory at edge locations for a super speedy delivery. CloudFront keeps files in memory. So putting the client on S3 is not actually a distinct step from putting the assets on CloudFront, is it? Because the client is just a bunch of HTML and like eventually MP3s and PNGs, a bunch of just sound, graphics, and code. And since the client wants to get all of this quickly, it sounds like I should have it all in CloudFront. Anyway, I'll have to figure that out too. What else do I have on this list? So I think I was writing down load balancer. You can do either or. Oh, then maybe I don't understand this. Okay. Figure out what it means. Put something on S3 and not CloudFront. Oh wait, I think I see what you guys are saying. So S3 is still available to customers. It's just not stored in memory. It's read from the hard disk. Is that what you're talking about? Because then maybe there's no confusion here, and no, maybe I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. I gotta look into that. So let me go back to the load balancer up here. So manage traffic for the rest. Oh, that is the case. Okay, then I guess I do understand. Let me write this down then. So S3 serves files from disk to customers. CloudFront serves them from memory on edge location. From memory from edge nodes in the network so that delivery is faster. Maybe good to start with S3 once the game is more popular. Okay, and then also S3 is the storage for CloudFront. I think that's important. So I'll just This is already in the notes above, but I'll still put this here for now. This is going to be a gigantic note by the end of this. So where was the load balancer here? So responsibilities: manage traffic for the REST server, manage traffic for the web client. I don't actually need a load balancer for the web client if I'm using S3, it sounds like. Say you have your files in S3 US East 1. If you turn CloudFront on, it replicates those files to servers all over the world. Hey, ProSam. Okay. That's good to know. If I have my files stored in S3's US East 1, I turn CloudFront on, I'll replicate my files to servers all over the world. You can do replication within S3 as well? Oh, okay. So it sounds like the key difference is just where is it serving from? Is it disk or is it RAM? Because if there's replication in both, or maybe there's a cost difference too, I don't know. But if there's replication in both, then it sounds like the speed of delivery. But that's something that, I guess just having this here. A colleague at work today was asking me if there's a way to automate testing JS. I said gulp, is that right? Yeah, really anything that you could just use a shell script. But yeah, ProSam gulp is one of the build tools that you have. It's really just a task runner. So is Grunt. But if you have your tests written in Mocha, you can usually just run something like mocha test.js or something like that. I don't know if Mocha is a command. I'm pretty sure it is. But either way, what I do is I run node like test main.js or something like that, and this handles running everything. Hey, Marco. Yeah, so let me write that down then. I think that's it. I think I understand the differences between this stuff now. So can I serve the web client from a CDN? Do I need a load balancer? I think what I'm going to do is put this all in its own section. And that actually is one of the endpoints if I don't already have that written down. Web client. So let's go mark that down. Let's put that in the same font as this. Okay. So I could serve this from S3 or CloudFront. Both are storage solutions on Amazon. On AWS, they could have replication across the world. The big difference is that CloudFront stores from RAM, so it may be about 50 ms faster. Yeah, it's CloudFront. And then other notes, S3 is the storage for CloudFront. Yep. S3, replication, redundant, put assets on. Yeah. It may be a good idea to put the client on S3 and the assets on CloudFront. Yeah, okay, so I think that's good. What is this MCS mic? Okay, cool. Yeah. Sounds like S3 is cheaper overall. Okay. Alright, so there's the web client. It doesn't sound like I need a load balancer for the web client since it sounds like S3 and CloudFront have those built in. Does CloudFront need a load balancer? Yeah, it sounds like using a middle layer usually negates the benefits of a distributed CDN. Yeah, so I don't think I need a load balancer for this. Yeah, okay, good. So this is not necessary. So really my load balancer is just for the REST server. Anything user facing would need a load balancer. So yeah, I guess if I didn't write my own. So if I wrote my own client, if I wrote my own web client, that would need a load balancer too. But if I'm using a CDN, then it has one built in. So anything user facing, load balancer should be on its own. So I basically just need a load balancer for the REST server, it's sounding like. You can calculate your cost. Yeah, thank you, Stanky. I've seen this before. I need to figure all this out. Yeah, this is something I should write at the end here. And then I can divide by 5 on all these costs, assuming I shut down everything while I'm not streaming. Which is kind of nice. So yeah, where did I write this here? I think I wrote this in overall questions. Do I use AWS or Azure? If I choose to use it, how much will it cost? Whoa, what just happened? What's going on? Why is Control Z adding space to the document? Now I can't scroll. What just happened? I don't know what's going on right now. Oh, I bet I know what happened. Yeah, okay. My mouse freaked out and started hitting enter a million times, but Chrome is lagging, so I need to do this. Okay. Now this document should start to work again. Oh god. That actually happens a lot with the mouse. Yeah, now this thing's just, look at this, just spamming white space on my screen. Okay, well, eventually I'll be able to use the document again. This is unfortunate. I can't do anything. Alright, I don't know when this is gonna start responding again. What's my CPU usage at? Okay, it's going lower again. Huh. It's just loading. Weird. File unavailable. Sorry, there's a problem with this file. Okay, well, hopefully I didn't lose changes. Also, I gotta look at something really fast. I'm going to do this off screen, although it still won't load. So stupid. What is this doing? Why? All right. So, something that I didn't realize until just now. Um, if anyone had just taken the link off of the screen, they could have edited this document with me. So, thankfully, no one did that because I didn't want other people editing this. Let me take a look at something else. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, now if you type the link, it doesn't mean anything, although I can still just remove it from the screen. All right, so let's find out. Okay, now there are now 66 pages in the document, of which it appears as though about 54 of them are totally blank. So let's delete this. Oh, that didn't take so long. And yeah, it was public. I did just remove sharing. I'm surprised nobody thought to do that, though. Oh, well. I don't think it really would have mattered in the end. I mean, I'm showing all of this on stream, so it's not like it's private in that sense. And had anyone edited it, there's a revision history that I could have gone back to. But what's on my clipboard now? Okay, good. I have the calculator here. So this is all I wanted to do was paste this in. And I pressed enter with my mouse, and it just spazzed out. So, yeah, there. All right, so getting back here, we have the web client. I think this is all figured out. I can serve this from S3 or CloudFront. Just that's the solution. I use a CDN. What is that, ProSam? Is that an acronym I don't know? Oh, I see. I missed the spaz out. Can you do it again so I can see? Yeah, I can do it again. Watch this. Twitch.tv/Adam13531/ where's highlights? Well, past broadcast can get me there. Hey again, Judge Bacon. Wait for it. Also, I can close out all this stuff. Highlights. This link right here. That's the link you want if you want to see my mouse spaz out. Also, whoops. I want to see something really quickly about that video. Am I wearing the same shirt in this video? I need to know this now. And I think I do need a faster computer. What shirt is that? Oh, it looks like a black shirt. I don't know. Nor does it matter. Okay. So web client, load balancer. I think it's just managed traffic for the REST server. And I might even just use ELB for that, although I still need to figure that out. So what do I have written here? Do I really need a load balancer for this? Okay. So other nodes. Oops. Okay, cool. Where did you get that min TTL is 5? This was something I think MCS Mike was telling me about, but I don't think. Yeah, MCS Mike just said I think the min TTL is 5 minutes. I don't know. I'll have to look over this. Over on AWS. Okay, so then Matchmaker, I believe, has been pretty much figured out. Database, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to go with RDS or something like that. No minimum on TTL. Oh, I think Okay. So this is Azure. An S3 database is priced such that I get 250 gigabytes of space. So as far as amount of space on the database, if I'm storing users and bots and maybe some other metrics, I don't think I need very much space. I mean, it's good to have space, right? But yeah, I would care more about how many users can I support and how fast is it. Okay, game server itself. Host a game for people, get information about each player from the REST server, report back to the REST server at the end of any statistics, who won, etc. And then a game server also needs like an idle mode. It needs to be able to act as a shell for a game and start on demand. This is something that's not really possible. Right now, the way things work is that the game server... Wait a second though, is that even necessary? Maybe... I'm not sure how this would work exactly. Right now, the way things work is that the game server... So, about acting as a shell. Right now, the way things work is that the game server just always listens for new connections, accepts them, adds the player to a new team, well, accepts them, authenticates them, adds the player to a new team, and runs game logic. Eventually, it would have to have a mode where it's waiting for all 6 players to join. Have you tried running 2 games on one VM? I haven't, and while it would work, I don't think I'm going to do that. I think it'd be easier to manage 1 game server per VM, and also I could just use whatever the smallest instance is for a game server probably. Hey Kappa Kipo, what am I doing? I'm working on Botland. So Botland, well, okay, so that YouTube video I linked will tell you about what the game is, but I'm actually not coding the game right now. Also, wow, 747 views, pretty nice. And a link to the Banjo-Kazooie soundtrack. That's not a thing that has to do with Botland. So what I'm working on today, though, Kappa Kipo, is DevOps stuff. And what I'll be working on for the next 2 months or so is DevOps stuff. I'm not sure how long exactly it's going to take. I'm hoping that by the end of Friday this week, I can answer that question of how long it'll take. Okay. So there's that. The REST account server. Interact with the database to fetch account information. Pass off any miscellaneous commands, e.g. a matchmaking request from the client. I think that's mostly it. Yeah, I think that's mostly it. So then this is something that is optional. I can do this if I need to, but I don't have to do this. This is if I want to do this. So, oh man, the formatting of this entire document is just totally screwed up. I wonder if there's some way to fix this. Whatever. Conclusion. I am not going to write my own WebSocket server right off the bat. I'll just use an existing service like Pusher or PubNub. It'll be fun to watch you spend money on servers. It won't be fun for me. Okay, what else is in here? So then deploys. And these are the number of machines that I need. Okay, so let's get back to... I think I want to sign up for Pusher and try it out. I want to just see how this would work. And I think what I would mock up here is the matchmaking connection essentially. So then mock up matchmaking connections. Oh, this could be very tough. Well, it could be tough to mock up. Actually, what am I talking about? I don't think any of this is going to be tough. I think what's going to be tough is just engineering all this correctly. I think I just try out pusher. But oh man. At least you don't have to pay for it. But I do have to pay for it. Oh hey, there's a node package for pusher. Interact with the pusher REST API. Oh, this sounds like this is the server end of things. In order to use this library, you need to have an account on pusher.com. After registering, you need the application credentials for your app. So there are 3 ways to configure the client. First one is just using the pusher constructor for specific clusters, and you can specify an auth and endpoint. Oh, at least you don't have to pay for it to mock up. I see. So yeah, it sounds like this is for the pusher server essentially. Like this is what my REST server will use, and then the pusher client will just connect to, I don't know how that works exactly, but I'll have to figure this out. Yeah, so let's write this down too in the investigation. Try out this. Okay. Also, one of the other things I need to do is, before I even get to this, is I'll read the terms of service. I've got to do that. I know you guys have seen me do that a couple times on stream. But that's just one investigation point. What else do I have here? Try serving the web client without needing Node.js as the server for this. So I have 2 things I could just start investigating. I want to have a little bit more than that. Seems like matchmaking is going to be mostly fine. Cancel. Client connect to pusher. REST sends request to pusher. Pusher sends push to client. Yeah, that's my understanding of this too. Alright, what is this? There are 2 libraries for this? This library is an open source client that allows JavaScript web browser clients to connect to pusher WebSocket API. Also falls back to HTTP connection transport. Installation, configuration, global configuration. Alright, I'll look into this too. We'll figure out what the best way to do this is. Because one of the things that I want to figure out, is, can I just use Socket.io? I just use Socket.io for this, since the client already needs it. So that would be nice to know. The other things, as far as deploys go, I needed to be able to deploy all of this stuff. You need a server client and a browser client. Yeah. And I was hoping I could just use Socket.io for the browser client. But maybe not. Well, actually, I was hoping I could use it for both of these. But we'll see. We'll see how that works. So, Overseer. That's another thing I should probably work on at some point, is the Overseer. And promotion. Investigate. Yeah, I'll write that down. Try out making a basic Overseer with failover on my own machine. Handle cases where the Overseer comes back online after failing over. No, you need the pusher lib. Socket.io is only for Socket.io. Oh, okay. Overseer equals money. No, I would test this out on just my own machine. Also, I have anything that can just be done on any random VM. I have Azure credit. I can do things on Azure and test it on real machines that aren't my own computer. I also have my laptop over there where I set up some VMs, or well, one VM, but I could just make new instances. Server Ninja says, I'd recommend the native WebSocket client for the client and WebSocket/WS for the server. So I'm already using Socket.io in the client and my game server. So that's why I was thinking it'd be nice to be able to use it again. But all right, I think I'm going to try out Pusher. So like I said, here's the unfortunate part you guys have to watch, which is me reading through this stuff. All right, I'm gonna read through this hopefully quickly, which means I'm not gonna read this out loud. Good. Okay, so all of this sounds fine. Your account and use of the service. Let's zoom in on this a little bit. Accurate and complete registration information anytime you register to use this service. So what I was hoping to do, since I'm going to be doing this on stream, is provide a throwaway email. But I apparently can't do that. Yeah, okay, so signing up on stream might be a little bit tough. Well, rather, at some point you get probably a secret key or something like that, and I don't want to show that on stream. So I have a way around that. I can do that, I think. And Surfing Ninja says, you read the EULA. I read the EULA for things that I'm doing for business. I only very briefly skim them for things I'm doing personally. Okay, yeah, let's see. So your use of the service must comply with all laws. Great. No murdering people. No chemical or biological weapons. Got it. That really foils my plans. Yep, this sounds fine. Okay. Oh, what? What's this? Acceptable user policies. What do they just keep throwing on more legal documents? OP. Prohibited. Oh, this is actually pretty easy. Content that infringes law, hate-related, or violent content. This is open to interpretation. There is bot warfare here, but I don't think that's what they mean. Yeah, none of this is bad. Prohibited actions. Generate spam. No. No. None of this. No. Pyramid schemes. No, I don't think. Yeah, I think this is all fine. Yeah, acceptable user policy. I'm okay with. We're ready to this. Service shall be subject. Yep, this is standard. Legally adequate privacy notice and protection for those users. You must incorporate the privacy terms available here into the privacy policy for your application. God. So I've got to put this into my own privacy policy. Okay, well, none of this is going to be user facing for like 2 or 3 months, so I guess I'll just write this down on a list somewhere. To incorporate Pusher's privacy policy into my own. Nico says, you like the picture I sent you the other day? Yeah, I think it was more innocuous than I thought it would be. I know you said it wasn't a screamer, so and you said to watch it with sound, so I expected something that would be annoying or trolly, I guess, but yeah, it was just a fake knocking sound. Today's Hype Tuesday. Oh man, so yeah, I'm gonna have to include this into my own. All right, well, whatever. Let's continue to read through this. You agree that you'll protect the privacy and legal rights. Yeah, it's doing that. You make users aware of this. Yeah, so Pusher will have only your ID. And I gotta write that down over here. Make sure to indicate that Pusher will only get access to your user ID and probably your, well, and your IP address. I don't think anything else is going to be transferred over this. Maybe your skill level. Maybe your skill level as well. Well, that's something I'm gonna have to incorporate at some point. So if a user provides you with pusher account information, you may only use that information to access the user's pusher account when the user is giving you permission to do so. Okay, great. Fees. A bill will be. Does sign up involve? Does sign up involve giving a credit card even if it's the free account? Username, your email address, and password, or you can create an account with GitHub or Google. Okay, maybe I don't need to give a credit card. That'd be pretty nice. Okay, so billing doesn't really matter if I'm using the free tier right now. Change its fees and payment. Okay. You may not develop multiple applications to simulate or act as a single application or otherwise access the service in a manner intended to avoid incurring fees. Yeah. That's actually kind of interesting that they have to specify this. So you can't use 100 free accounts to make it so that you never need to pay for anything. How dare you tell Pusher how bad I am at the game? Okay, no credit card up front. Okay, pretty much none of this is going to apply to this. Screen review, remove any or all content from the service. I think this is pretty just standard terms of service stuff. In the event you become aware of any violation, you shall immediately terminate such end user's account. They can't really violate any of the things in here. Like, well, and I can't become aware of it if they do. I'm not going to have that level of oversight here. You agree that you're solely responsible for the application transmitting. Yep, sounds good. Proprietary rights. Wait, what's this? Pusher owns all legal right, title, and interest in and to the service, including any intellectual property rights which subsist in the service. So they'd own any of the data that I have in their service. Okay. Acknowledges and agrees that it obtains no right, title, or interest from you. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Okay, license from Pusher and restrictions. Personal and worldwide, royalty-free, non-assignable, non-exclusive. Yep. God, this is the worst. I think of all the things I ever do, reading through EULAs is the worst. And yet I can't use this without doing that. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start a new Twitch category somewhere that's just all about reading EULAs, appreciating the finer language like reproduce, adapt, modify, translate, publish, publicly perform, publicly display. I'll just get 20,000 viewers doing that. I'll read a couple of EULAs each day, spawn some ads, get $100. Okay. Yep, so I'm forced to get updates from them. I just want to finish reading this. How much more is there? Oh, God. Okay, I don't understand any of this part. Constantly innovating in order to provide. You acknowledge and agree that the form and nature price may change from time to time. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Security patches. Okay. Whoa. So deprecated versions will exist for 3 years? That's actually pretty good. Huh. Oh, wait. Nope, never mind. They reserve the right in its discretion to cease providing any or all part of the deprecated version of the service immediately without any notice. Oh, wait. If you've breached any provision, or they're required to do so by law, or relies on data. Okay, never mind. So no, it's still pretty good, I guess. We need a cat video in the bottom left while you read this. All right, let me see what I got. All right, let's load this up in probably Internet Explorer. There. There's your cat. Except for I need to move it over a little bit more. Nope. Okay, anytime prior to discontinuing this. Why don't they put a TLDR? Yeah. Okay, now they get to the part where they're shouting in the terms of service. You see this? You're just angry at me now. Nothing in these terms, including sections 11 or 12, shall exclude or limit pusher's warranty. Okay, I think this is good. Identification, good. Other content. Change the term legal, you acknowledge. Okay. I think we're generally good. These are the only things I need to read still. Oh, neat. Governmental action, acts of terrorism, earthquake, fire, flood, any other acts of God, labor conditions, power failures, and internet disturbances. Huh. You know, this is actually kind of bad, to be honest. Like, okay, so the things about terrorism and earthquakes, okay, fine. But Pusher is not liable for failing or delaying performance of its obligations resulting from power failures or internet disturbances. How are they not responsible for that? Their service probably offers some amount of uptime. Hey, Rug. That's your emergency cat for your emergency cat archive. Nico says, is it possible to make a line of JavaScript to check another JavaScript for information? I am not totally sure what you mean by that. Aw, noob for lunch. That's nice of you. But no, I don't want to accept donations yet. The terms in your relationship with Pusher under the terms shall be governed by the laws. Okay, good. So I just need to go read all of the laws of the United Kingdom. And then we're good. Which, by the way, this is an interesting thing. I could have guessed that something was unusual when they said Pusher, and then they used it as... So in the US, you say this: Microsoft has made an OS. And in the UK, you say this: Microsoft have made an OS. Right? Because you treat them as plural. A company is plural in the UK, I think. Anyway, the terms of service that I just read through treated Pusher as plural and not an entity. Okay, well anyway, so there's one more thing I got to read through, and that was the privacy policy. God, this is the worst. Just the worst. Okay. Okay, and this is something I got to tell users about too. Excuse me. Okay, so they're going to have IP address, browser information, potentially personally identifying only to those of its employees, contractors, and affiliated organizations that need to know it or have agreed not to disclose it to others. This is an interesting thing. I wonder how this holds up in a court of law. So, has Pusher agreed not to disclose my information to other people? They kind of have, but there are some stipulations on it. So what if they just say this in all of their privacy policies, and then everyone's sharing information with everyone else, and then it's need to know that comes into question? I don't really care about any of this. I mean, you're browsing the internet, you know certain things are public about you, your IP address, what browser you're using, or what your user agent is, and traffic information. And I'm using pusher for such a small subset of botland that it really shouldn't matter so much. Okay, marketing activities. Yeah, don't care. Publication and support for your rights. See, this is something else that's kind of weird about this. Like, why do I need this privacy policy in my privacy policy when people did not sign up for Pusher? It's silly, whatever. So if I send them a request via email, they reserve the right to publish it in order to help us clarify or respond to your request. Oh, so they could put me in like an FAQ or something like that. If I ask them, hey, why does your service have such a weird privacy policy? From time to time, Pusher may release non-personally identifying. Yep, don't care. Pusher is designed exclusively for the use of adults. If you're under 18, you may use Pusher only with the involvement of a parent or guardian. Oh, what does this mean about Botland? This means that, first of all, no one's going to read the privacy policy, and 12-year-olds are still just going to click the check mark and go play the service, which pretty much just means they can't sue me at that point. But I guess Pusher is designed for adults. So. What's going on today? Well, I wanted to sign up for Pusher and start using it, but I need to finish reading through this. Excuse me. Although most changes are likely to be minor. Yeah, okay, great. So I'm pretty sure I agree with this stuff. How do I do this now? I think, so signing up for Pusher, I need to do this off screen and then save secret key to an end variable. What is Pusher for? Hang on a sec. You know, someday I'm going to forget to mute my mic when I click that button, and I'm just going to cough into the microphone. It's going to deafen you all. Pusher is a WebSocket middleman, essentially. So what I need in Botland is the client talks to the REST server and says, hey, I want to join a match. The REST server goes and talks to the matchmaking service and says, this client wants to join a match. When the matchmaking service is done, there's no persistent connection between the client and either of these services, and it needs some way to respond to it. So the client is also going to connect to Pusher, and that, and then there's going to be an arrow going here. I'm drawing arrows in ASCII. There. So, and this is kind of bi-directional here. So the matchmaking service will tell Pusher, the client subscribes to Pusher, and this all just works totally fine. Yeah, so Pusher is just a WebSocket, essentially. A line of code, there's checking info in another script, and then do something, is it true? So Nico, I don't think you want to do things that way. It's so this is kind of hard to figure out exactly what it is you're going for. But suppose you have something like a.js, and in this line you have if, I don't know, you want to do something like this. Some var equals true or false based on some aspect of b.js. I think this is what you want here, but I don't know exactly. And then you want to do if some bool, then just call some function, right? And then you have b.js, and you have something in here maybe, I don't know, bool some condition equals true. So you want to read condition out of a different file. Is that what you're talking about? Or another JavaScript thing? Because there are a lot of ways you can accomplish this, but they don't involve like reading the JavaScript out of here and parsing it. It would mostly be surfacing this condition such that A can read it. Oh, Hardline, you're still downloading that? And yeah, no, I don't ever claim to say that watching someone read a EULA is exciting. In fact, I don't know which one is more exciting, reading the EULA or watching someone read the EULA, but they're both pretty boring. But that should be done now, and now I can sign up for an account. I just need to figure out how I'm going to exactly do this. So I'm going to try to do as much of this off screen as possible. So I'm going to go to password generator and make a password because I don't ever try to come up with my own passwords. So there, I have a password now. Let's save this over here and then never show that on screen. And then my email address, I guess I'm just going to do this whole thing off screen. Although I don't really care if you go look through this video and figure out what I just typed in my email address. Okay. What in the world? To get started, we're going to walk you through. Okay, wait. So first of all, can I? Yeah, I think I can show this part on screen. Pusher isn't shy about showing app credentials on some pages. Thank you, MCS Mike. I couldn't finish downloading the game last night, but I'm finishing it now. Do Americans say EULA like it's one word? I think so. Well, maybe that's just a tech thing. Name your app. Hardy Flowers 649. I think I want 641. Okay, create apps for multiple environments. What is this? Create apps for development, staging, and production. I don't need that. Also, we're going to call this botland. But maybe we shouldn't do that. Botland test. What's your front-end tech? Let's just say JavaScript, although it's not really. I'm using React. Maybe I say just React, I guess. I don't know. What's your back-end tech? Where's Node.js? Node.js, here we go. Share your app with colleagues or friends. No, I don't think so. You say EULA? You know how much time you probably waste saying EULA? It's gotta be like 10 seconds off of your life right there. Oh yeah, you're right. They aren't shy about putting your app credentials everywhere. Wow. Welcome to Pusher. Thanks for signing up. We hope you have a great time with our service. We've created your first app for you. Here are some things you can do to get started. Try sending a message using the curl command below. Open the debug console. Seems annoying. If a token becomes compromised, you can create a new token, new key secret pair. You'll be able to delete the old token when you've updated your app. And what? These credentials give you access to the Pusher API. So there's an app ID and there's a key and a secret. I am not totally sure which ones of these I need to keep secret. I think secret needs to be secret, but I don't know about the rest of this stuff. Okay, well, let's just leave this open over here and I guess figure something else out in the meantime. How do I use Pusher? So it's one of these things. Sign up for Pusher and try it out. So yeah, I got to figure out how this works. I can keep secrets. Okay, here's the code. Alright, so in order to use this library, you need to have an account. After registering, you'll need the application credentials for your app. None of these were called application credentials. So I don't know if the app ID is part of the credentials or not. Presumably no. It's just the key and the secret that I need. Okay, so install Pusher. In order to use the library in a Parse Cloud module, I don't even know what Parse Cloud is, but I don't think I need that. So there are 3 ways to use this. So it's app ID, key, and secret. So credentials do involve all of this. encrypted is optional, defaults to false. I don't need it to be encrypted. And host optional defaults to api.pusherapp.com. That's fine. Port optional defaults to 80 for unencrypted. That's totally fine too. So then here's what we got to do. The app ID and key are published in your front-end JS code. Okay, so it's only the secret that I need to keep secret. So then what I'm going to do is, oh, whoa, the matchmaking thing is still working. I forgot all about this. It's processed 20,000 players. Okay. So the average wait time is 4 seconds, and the number of games it created is 3,400. Longest queue length is 38. Actually, the queue length doesn't really matter as a metric. What matters is how long those people are waiting, and the longest someone ever waited was 13 seconds. Not bad. Not bad at all. I think I should just let this run all day. If it causes a bug, it causes a bug. Okay, code JavaScript. Let's make their learning pusher. Maybe I should just make a learning folder right now. And then cram everything into there by name. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Learning. Okay, so let's make a pusher in here. This just always reminds me of the do you have stairs in your house? Pusher robot, push grandma down the stairs. Oh, by the way, did Nico ever respond to this? Yeah, Nico, I don't know if you're still in chat right now, but yeah, you should probably send me an email, actually, just later. Send me an email about the problem you were having earlier, and I'll try to get back to you sometime this week. Okay. So save secret key to an environment variable. Yeah, but what if, okay, here's what I'm worried about. Does Pusher ever print out your secret key after it tries connecting? It shouldn't do that. That wouldn't make any sense. But if it does, I got to go create a new one. Hey, Decatech. I still have cat pictures open on my other screen right now. I also have this, which is perhaps one of my favorite gifts. Oh, man. I don't know what those are. They look like Pop-Tarts to me, which is why this is so funny. Alright, well, that's enough sharing gifts for one day. Let me make an environment variable over here. So title pusher. I'm going to export an environment variable. In fact, how should I do this? Let's do this. I'll try and get back to you. Does typically mean I won't bother, but not in this case. Your secret key would be in the API request. Wait, what I mean though is, does it console log it by default? So let's do a setemp.cmd, and we're going to say echo off, warning, secret key is below. So let's just put a whole bunch of enters, and then set secret key equals hello. So when I run this, setemp echo secret key, just says hello. Good, so it can set it correctly. Now we're going to try to use this here. So we need pusher, require pusher. So let's do npm init. I don't know if we can have this be named pusher. Pusher test. Yeah, fine, whatever. Let's open up package.json. The entry point is actually going to be main. Does index get specified anywhere? It doesn't. And then we're going to set private equal to true. You're not publishing it? What? npm install save, what's it called? Pusher? Yeah, pusher. And then the code that I'd have, so we can save this as main.js. and take this. So app ID and key. You know, I'm gonna set all these things in setenv. Yeah, let's do that. That way, just all this stuff can be secret if it needs to be. So set app ID. Well, let's put pusher behind all of this. Pusher app ID equals hello, and then there's pusher key. So there's key and secret. Key and peel. World peel. Okay, so I've got these things. Now let's set them in here. I'm gonna install Lodash as well. If you want to create a private channel, the channel name has to be prepended by private. Okay. Oh, and I can use Lodash, or ES6, some of it at least. So, let's do assert underscore dot is string. So we're going to save these things off. Const. Let's take them from here and lowercase them equals process.m dot that stuff. And actually, maybe this should just be pusher. Okay. So assert that the secret is a string. Need to specify pusher secret. Well, really assert all of these things are strings. So let's do things this way. Good and good. If you want to, oh wait, never mind. I'm rereading messages I've already read. So this is just going to check to make sure they all exist. And then afterward, it's going to make them with the pusher app ID, the pusher key, excuse me, and the pusher secret. Encrypted, we don't need it to be encrypted. We don't need our traffic to be encrypted. And I think that's it. We don't need a host. We don't need a port. So we made a new pusher. And then what? What do we do with the pusher? Proxy timeout. Timeout for all requests in milliseconds and keep alive. What does this default to? It's optional, but they don't say what the default is. I don't really care about looking through their code right now. So callbacks and error handling, API requests, asynchronous methods on the pusher class, trigger, get, and post. Take an optional callback as the last argument. After performing the request, the callback is called with 3 arguments. Error, request, response. That sounds reasonable. So let's see. Single channel. To send an event to one or more channels, use trigger. Channel names can only contain characters, which are alphanumeric, underscore, or hyphen. Event name can be at most 200 characters long also. You can trigger an event at most 10 channels at a time. So wait a second. To send an event to one or more channels, use trigger. So then what does post do? Excluding events? I want to make just one channel per user, because that sounds reasonable to me. Excluding event recipient. To avoid the client to trigger the event from also receiving it, trigger takes a socket ID. Okay. For more information, authenticating private channels, present channels, application state. So, possible to query the state of the application using pusher.get. List of channels. Get the state of a channel. Oh man, what is this? Simple helper for webhooks. Is valid, get data. Okay, so what I wanted to do here is just figure out, it looked like there were a few main commands, trigger, get, and post. It sounds like, where do they use post? They don't show an instance of them using post in here. Okay. Well, trigger can send events. How do I listen to events? How do I listen to events? Okay, I don't know. I'm going to just take a look at their code, I guess. Let's take a look at their tests because I want to see how they test, get and post. You need the front end library to listen for events. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is just for pushing. Okay, then yeah, we can do that. Very good, England. I always like that copy pasta. Okay. So I can just do this. Pusher.trigger. And then there's an event and a message. Trigger. So there's a channel, an event, and a message. Yeah, I think that makes sense. A channel, an event, and then some JSON data. So I can just do this. Pusher.trigger, test channel, test event, message hello world. That sounds good. Let go. When you say it that way, it sounds funnier than it is. What I meant is that this library is just for pushing. So now I've got to set real things in here. So let's take a look at what happens in this application if I try running it. Node main. It says need to specify pusher secret. So there, we've specified it. Now it runs. Yeah, it doesn't print anything out. Linko says, "What are you doing?" I am testing pusher right now. So how do I simplify this all down? Yeah, I'll make a command to make this easier for people. You gotta take things out of context for added quotability. You bet. Pusher. So Adam is I'll just say pusher is a WebSocket middleman that Adam is going to use to communicate between the client, the Botland client, and the matchmaking service. That way the matchmaking service can tell the client when their game is ready. Yeah, so there we go. So this is what I'm doing. Okay, so since these things don't print out, I'm going to type these in off screen. And yeah, let me do that. So app ID, which can actually be shown. Then there's the key, which apparently also can be shown. And then there's the secret. Okay. So that should be done. Now we just got to press Alt F7. That way we have nothing in our history here. We call setenv once more, and then node main. It never gave me an error before. That should not have worked. Weird. What terminal am I using? This is Conemu. It's actually pretty nice. There's one gripe I have with it, and that's that if I were to, let's say, resize this window so that it only took up this much width, it would just lose this text over here. And that's pretty frustrating. But that's it. Everything else is totally fine with it. I like it. Okay, so this should work. Now we need to test things out on the client. So the client library is this. Okay, let's try this out. So we have pusher. This is all the server stuff. So let's do make dir server start. Why not just use Linux? I have a feeling I'm going to get asked this a whole lot because it's already been asked to me a lot of times. Why not use Linux for this stuff? Oh, if you mean for Pusher in general, I like typing things into Sublime. That's the biggest reason why. Well, and because I have to set up a VM, I need to make sure I'm on the right VM each time. For right now, I think as far as prototyping goes, I'll just do this on Windows. Okay. So I need to close out of this stuff, or at least back out of these folders. And then I can relocate this stuff to where it needs to be in the server folder. So now we have a server folder, and inside there we're good. I go back into Pusher and server, and now we have the server. So let's also open up the Pusher client, code JavaScript, learning, Pusher, make their client. Okay, go into the client. Here we'll make index.html, which will just be, where is this thing? There. So Pusher test. And it's going to have main.js. So let's also open up main.js. And in here, we'll say console.log started Pusher test. So now when I run this, open in browser, this should say hello world or whatever I just typed. Pusher test some business. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we need to get wherever this thing is. No, not that. Where is their CDN for this? Oh, here it is. Boop. So we just paste this directly into here. This actually may not work. Let's find out if it works. In fact, let's include it before we get that. And then try this out. I may need to serve this from Node. And that's fine if I have to. I don't really care. It's not hard to do. Yeah, because this thing is just spinning endlessly. Did I get Pusher? No. So yeah, I don't think this is doing anything. Well, let's try serving it from Node. Or even Python -m, what is it? Simple web server. Where did I write this? Huh. Interesting. I thought I had this somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's called Simple Web Server. Simple HTTP Server, that's why. Simple HTTP Server. I think you just have to do Python -m Simple HTTP Server, give it a port. But I can't find this in my notes anywhere. I thought I had it. Python -m. Yeah, here it is. Okay, let's use this. Okay. So now I think we should be able to go to localhost 8000. And we should get a directory listing here. No, we just got Pusher test. But now what? It loaded this correctly? Nope. Failed to load resource. The server responded 404. Oh, that's a fave icon. Okay, that works. So this thing didn't work. That's fine. We'll just use this. And I'll also echo this to like start Python web server.cmd. So start Python web server. We're good. It's listening on that. We should actually, you know what else we should do? Start Python web server should probably also just load up. How do you, can I do this? Open HTTP localhost 8000 or start maybe? I think that'll work. So now when we run this, it should open up my browser automatically. Oh, I gotta do this in reverse. Yeah, I gotta do it in reverse. There. So now this is gonna start before the Python thing starts up. That should be fine though. Web page is not available, but then it loads it. I'll just make it 3000. Quit trying to be smart about things. There. Okay, so let's start this. Let's have this running in the background pretty much no matter what. We'll say title Python web server. Code, JavaScript, Pusher, client, start. Wait, what? Pusher doesn't exist. Oh, it's in the learning folder. So then we just do start. Good. So now this will be pusher client. And what is this thing? Nothing. All right, so let's figure out how the pusher client works. Installation configuration. So installation is done. Initialization. Var pusher equals new pusher API key or app key. The title command just changes the title up here. So I can call things pusher or pusher client. So I need my app key, and we need to put this in here. So var pusher equals new pusher, and the app key is this. It says app key. There's something named app ID, and there's something named key. I don't know if this is a 6-digit number or if it's a... Man, what is the API key? It's probably not the ID. Does the ID ever get used here? No, I think it's... Yeah, an app is mentioned. It's the long one? Okay. And since this is the client, then if I show this on screen, that's fine because the client would eventually have this. So now we've made a new pusher. Now how do we use this? Configuration. There are a number of configuration parameters which can be passed to the constructor. See the client API guide for more information. Well, what do we have? Encrypted. What is this by default? Okay, fine. We'll just do this. Encrypted, false. What else do we have here? Client connect. Oh, application key, yeah. Global unique. All right, cool. Options. See pusher options parameter. So we have encrypted. Auth we don't need because none of this is encrypted anyway. Auth transport don't care about. Auth params don't care. Cluster. Allows connecting to a different data center. Oh, like EU. Okay, don't care about that. Disable stats collection so that metrics are not submitted to pusher servers. I could just set this to true all the time, right? Why would I ever want this to be false? Huh. Ducks, this isn't this isn't secret at all. Yeah, so I don't know why I'd ever want this to be false. It sounds like it's just going to take more time, but yeah, well, let's set it to true. There. Disabled transports, ignore null origin, activity timeout, Pong timeout. I don't think I need much of this stuff for right now. Encrypting, detect, yeah, I don't care about this. All right, so next up. So for most users, there's little need to change these. Good. Oh, they listed them all right here. Why did they do this? They linked to a page that describes all of them. Then they copy pasted all the stuff from there. Weird. So global configuration, log to console. I don't think I want that. Assign a custom log handler. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't need that either. So connection, don't care. Socket IDs. Making a connection provides a client with a new socket ID that is assigned by the server. This can be used to distinguish the client's own event. A change of state might otherwise be duplicated in the client. More information on this pattern is available here. Huh. Okay. So I need to get a socket. Oh, that's what I get from this actually. So I'll call this pusher socket. So at this point I should have a pusher socket and I can do something based on it. So subscribe to a channel. So we get a channel object and then what? Socket.subscribe my channel. Unsubscribing, I don't care about. Binding to event, global events. Oh, socket.bind, new comment. But I don't use my channel here anywhere. You can attach behavior to these events regardless of the channel the event is broadcast to. Wait, you can Attach behavior to these events regardless of the channel. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't care about that. I care about per channel events. So I get the channel. Yep, this is what I need right here. Okay. So subscribe to, let's get the servers main.js. We want to subscribe to test channel. And we want to bind on test event. And we're going to get function data, which has a message in it. So we're going to say console.log got data, data.message. Yeah, that should be that. Okay, so let's run this. Pusher test. All right, so it says started pusher test, and it should be listening right now. So if we were to run the server, let me do this. Node main. Okay, that did not work. So, I have a feeling that this has more to do with the server not working than the client not working. Oh, whoop, new test event. Whoops. Yeah, Judge Bacon, you're totally right. My bad. Let me try that again then. Okay, now let's run the server again. Ah, it worked. Okay, so points give Judge Bacon 2. Yeah, so that's it. This is actually incredibly simple to set up. So there, we're pretty much done. I don't think there's really anything else to investigate here. So what I would do in the real world is this would be on the matchmaking server. And a user would know who they are. They would know that they are, let's say, ID 5. So they would, in the future, they would subscribe to something like this. They'd say something like, my channel equals channel plus user ID. So anyone could do this from their client. And what's going to happen is you could get the response from a client you're not supposed to get it for. And that's okay, because the game server still needs to authenticate you. The thing I'm realizing right now that's not okay is that people could just squat on these channels, couldn't they? There can only be so many connections at a time. So if someone starts up 100 of these connections, then that's it. I can't do anything anymore. MCS Mike says, run the server again. I want to see if I got the command. Yeah, so how do I prevent that? We'll need to go back to the Google Doc here. So overall questions. How do I stop people from squatting on connections with Pusher? For example, if someone just does this 100 times, then there, I can't run anything. If someone just makes a new Pusher 100 times, then I can't have any real clients connect. This is always a problem. I guess this is actually a problem really no matter what I do, even if I wrote my own entire service for this. Pusher may limit the amount of connections per IP, but let's say someone was, they just kick off 100 VMs and they just make Pusher clients. Well, I guess where they kick off the VMs would matter. I don't know how Amazon does their IPs. Maybe this is the kind of thing I don't worry about right now. Because eventually, so Pusher's pricing, I would probably need to upgrade to at least their startup thing, which is 500 max connections. Also 1 million messages per day, I guess. What is one message for me? A message is sent every time a game is actually found, and it's sent for each player. So every time someone joins the game. So let's say I had 100 players, and they just who played games nonstop. So that's one game every 15 minutes, one game per player every 15 minutes, which is what? So that's 4 games per hour, per player per hour, which is 96 games per player per day. So it's 9,600 games. So that'd be, I think, 9,600 messages. I think. But that's totally fine. So it's basically the number of max messages I'm allowed is how many games can be played every day. And it, or no, it's not. Divide that by 6. That's how many games can be played every day. So this is like 160,000. I think that's fine. I don't think there are going to be 160,000 games of Botland at first. Yeah. Hey, Proxy. Yeah, and then I wonder where in their frequently asked questions, they mention how they stop a bunch of people from just squatting on channels. Oh, that might be why I'd want to use authentication and then prevent people from being... Yeah, maybe. I may need to switch to authenticating clients and make sure that they're not already in any channel. How do I disconnect a user? Yeah, I guess there's a little bit more to this. Yeah, the other thing, so pusher questions. Is there a way to disconnect a user? There probably is. Where was the first pusher package? Here it is. Hey, give me the resets. What am I trying to do? So today I am working on DevOps stuff for Botland. Botland, the game, is described by that video I just put into chat. But the stuff that I'm working on right now is the back end for Botland. So the game is already playable. If I were to go to the server that I have set up now, it's a very, I don't want to say minimal back end, but it's not the full thing. So you can connect, you can join a server, you can put down bots if you want. So I can load up my code that I had and deploy. Nobody's online except for me right now. So there's no one to play with. But this is online, it's networked, it's multiplayer. What I need to do is get it to the point where I can spin up games on demand. So let's say 100 people were to join right now, they'd all get plopped right into this game. And that's not how I want things to work eventually. I want them to get sectioned into games of 6 players, 3 versus 3s. So that's what I'm working toward. Okay, well, pusher will work. I guess I could figure out all the other issues later. Yeah. Well, that was simple. Hey, Timon. Okay. Yeah. That's been investigated. So I think we can close out of all of this stuff. So how do I stop people from squatting on connections with pusher? Actually, let me go look at this. Pusher FAQ. Oh, Marvel, to get your password, you have to type that, but I don't think you have a pre-beta account any longer because every Sunday I delete them. Yeah, you don't. So you need to sign up for a new account, and you do that by whispering this. To sign up for Botland, 45 points. Type that. They had a frequently asked questions somewhere. I don't know where. Here it is. How can my server be notified when users join or leave a presence channel? Huh. Flash fallback problems. Is pusher fallback to Flash? That'd be super weird. Yeah, I'll need to figure this out later, I think. I'm just going to leave them as questions for right now. And is there a way to disconnect a user? There probably is. Okay. So how does Matchmaker communicate with clients? This has been answered. Yeah, that has been answered. How do deploys work? I want to upgrade some aspect of the game. How do I upgrade without interrupting service? What other things do I have? Where am I going to deploy this stuff? And then what is the timeline? Yeah, actually this goes into questions, I think. Okay, so sign up for Pusher and try it out. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to mock up the matchmaking connections. I don't think that's worthwhile though, because I think it's so straightforward. Yeah. Red as a tortoise, you just need to type points, not point. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. What's going on? Okay, so this is done. I'm gonna move this down to the investigated category here. Done. So I think what I write here is tested this. I think it will work just fine for now. There's still a few other questions. What happened there? Okay. Adam, what happened? What was linked in here? Problem in update bay. Request is terminated. Possible causes the network is offline. What? So one thing for sure that I already know, there are two problems here. One, you need to capitalize your entire string over here, and two, you spelled missiles wrong. So there are those two things that'll need to be done. Oh, and also there's a third problem. These things add up to more than 7. But I don't know why you're getting this error. Let me go check this out. Play.bot.land. You could check the pusher API to see if they're already in a channel, and if they are, don't let them connect again. Well, but so that wouldn't stop people from just connecting to different channels. Surfing Ninja says, anyway, I can get some points to play. Usually there are friendly people in chat. It seems that you only need 16 points, so if someone wants to help you out, they can do that. But I give points for finding bugs usually. Yeah, so let's figure out what's going wrong here. If I were to type cloaking 3, I hit update. Oh, actually, it doesn't need to be capitalized. I apparently fixed that. Okay, well, what if you type something that doesn't exist, like missiles 2 update? Yeah, but that says invalid hardware config. Yeah, so I'm not actually sure. Cloaking 3, missiles 2. Yeah, yours, it sounds like you can't access the server, ProSam. Which is weird, because then how did you get to even this point? Problem in update bay. Request has been terminated. Weird. Oh, wait. Oh, origin's not allowed. Oh, whoops. That shouldn't be an issue, though. I wonder if Edge does things differently. I need to look into this. Okay, this is interesting. Edge might, yeah, Edge might do things differently in this case. So let me, what did I even have here? I had like missiles 3, shield 1 or something. I want to get it back to the bot bay that I had before. I think that's it. So now what I don't understand is how could Edge do something differently here? Let me try on my laptop. My laptop has Edge. I'd assume this is an error that would happen every time. So this computer is so slow. Actually, you know what I could do here? Let me do something. View desktop icons. I can put this screen on that computer, and then you guys should be able to see it. So let's try this out. Let's do VNC viewer. And I connect to whatever it is my laptop is. What is my laptop? Let's find out my IP address. Hacking into the mainframe. 1.17. 1.17 connect. There's a password. What would this be? Is that it? Whoa, it worked. It worked. Okay, cool. So here's my laptop. You can tell because it's the same thing that you see over here. And if I were to minimize this, boop, it minimizes it on both screens. I find this very entertaining. So now let's test out Edge over here. I'm gonna just do this off screen because I don't know if I have some session saved in Edge right now, but then we can debug this right from my desktop even though it doesn't have Windows 10. Pretty sweet, right? Okay. I just want to go to about blank. Cool. So here we go. So it's not remote desktop, it's VNC. It's the same basic idea, but I think you need Windows Pro for remote desktop. Okay, so in order for this to work, I need to go to play.bot.land:3000. So this is fine. The part that's not fine is that I don't know what my password is. So let me, actually, I did something for exactly this. Whisper botland bot password. And there's my password. Isn't that nice? Okay, so we just paste this in here. Good. Adam13531. Oh, this is slow. This is really slow. Is it slow on my laptop? No, it's not. This is just a VNC thing. Okay, so when I hit update here, what happens? Aha, I get that same error. Okay, so now we just need to figure out why does this happen? So first of all, let me give you points. Who was the one who said this? I think it was ProSam. Yeah, so points, give ProSam. No, I'm not salting and hashing passwords yet because the passwords aren't really linked to anything. It's just your account, which you can't change your password. There's no personal information. This is all mentioned on the pre-beta page. Oh yeah, keyboard cam. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so now what do I do? How do I look into this more? I need to open up whatever the developer tools are for Edge. Botland not responding. This isn't good. Developer tools have failed me. No. Okay. I think this is broken. Yeah, the refresh rate is really slow. But what's more annoying than the refresh rate is the F12 rate is 0. Oh, it apparently responded again, so I guess DevTools opened somewhere and I just can't see it. I'm streaming at a cinematic 3 frames per second right now. Okay, what's going on, seriously? Like, how am I supposed to do this? F12 doesn't work. Oh my god, this is obnoxiously slow. If only I could get into the developer tools, I could turn off rendering. Oh, wait, there we go. Oh, not bad. Okay, so network. I don't know what this is going to show, so let me take a look off screen. Network actually doesn't show the same thing that Chrome shows here. Yeah, what? I can't see all my network requests. Huh, what's going on? Oh, there we go. Okay, I can see them. Hey, Trump. Okay, so I'm going to do all this from my laptop so that I see things in cinematic 60 frames per second, and you guys can just watch on this very slow display on my screen. So let's see what we got here. So one of these things returned. Actually, wait, they all say 200. Okay. Update inventory. What happened here? Where does this even get hit from? REST client. Update. Is it not update inventory? Where's that picture again? Update bay. Oh, update bay. But then this is coming from the server. This is not even a function in here. What is it? Yeah, what is this? There is no update bay. Where's that error message coming from then? Update bot bay. This just says update bay though. I don't know where that exists in my entire code base. Does the HTTP request happen when you click a button? It does. And what I was imagining is probably the case here is that the options route isn't done correctly. Oh, this is coming from IC, coming from JavaScript. So this calls into... Oh, and also I put some more information in here. Problem in update bay. So it's this one that's failing. Update bot bay. Yeah. And we should say research bay. So this is coming from here. REST client, update bot bay. This sends a patch to the patch bay URL. Oh, whoa, I think... No, that doesn't make any sense. I was going to say, I think this isn't even sending a patch, it's sending a get. Because look, there's an options here, and then there's a get. But that's for the inventory. The inventory is done... Where is the inventory done? Get user details with the inventory. Promise.then, and that's done no matter what. So that part's actually fine. It's right before that it's failing. And where is that? Options on 1, base/1, and return 200. Weird. Hey, Euphoria. Huh. I'm not sure what's going wrong here. It sends options over and then... Request has been terminated. So it must be this. Access control allow origin is failing. I just don't know how that could be possible. Because this is coming from... It's coming from update bot bay. The REST client calls into bays/whatever and patches it. So on the server, it's known as patch bot bay. And it's right here. And I believe I have, set up options route here. And the options route will allow methods for get, patch, delete, and post. And the origin should be just star for everything, right? Where do I do that? Yeah, origin, star. Keyboard cam has shifted a bit. Yeah, this should be over here. Yeah, well, it's very hard to get this camera to show exactly what it needs to. That's kind of good. I don't understand. I also don't understand. So Chrome does this just fine. Let's close out of these things. Close out of this and this. I was missing your numpad. All right. Let's take a look at requests from here. So I go to network, I connect. When I press update bay, this should work just like how anything else does. Can I clear this? Clear, nope. Is it this? Can this do it? Clear. Yeah, good. Okay, then I hit update and we'll see exactly what's supposed to happen here. So first there's an options, and that's what I'm seeing from Edge as well. We can see there's an options right here and it returns 200. Good, but then there's a patch and the patch doesn't even attempt to go through. Does this say that, yeah, access control request method, patch. How does this fail? What, does IE not know how to patch things? Access control allow methods, patch. Did this not get it back? No, it does get patch back. And origin, allow origin is just play.bot.land. That's not right, is it? No, that is apparently right. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't follow. I don't know why this would fail on Edge, but not on IE, or not on Chrome. Sorry. Let's figure out if this is something that Edge patch cores. Is there some existing thing out there? This is like impossible to find. HTTP patch request is not working on IE 10 and IE 11. jQuery. This was from 2014 though. In IE 8, patch is only supported via ActiveX. Wait, so if I change this to any other HTTP verb, can I patch anything else? Maybe that's the problem here. Maybe just patch doesn't work from Edge. That's weird. So .patch, I am doing this from, oh, that's the only place. That's exactly the only place. Which is pretty strange, actually, that's the only place. I don't patch anything else. Weird. Did they ever come to a conclusion here? Some setup, reproduce. Reopened this 2 years ago. Well, a year ago. Did they? Closed via this. So what did they do in jQuery that they fixed this somehow? Because I gotta apply the same fix. That's not what I wanted to click, apparently. So they changed this stuff. Support IE less than 9. Old IE XHR does not support non-RFC 2616 methods. See, oh wow, there's an MSDN page on this. I mean, I could use put, but this is what the patch verb is for. And either way, testing all this out would actually take a decent amount of time because I'd need to do a new deploy. So I want to figure out if this shows up here. Open method. Get poster head. Yeah, but they just say such as. Do they have patch here? Patch. No, they don't. What? Why would Edge not support this? Microsoft Edge HTTP patch. See, this is why this is going to be so hard to find. Like, it's a browser, and it's the patch verb that I want. Yeah, this is going to be impossible to find. Okay. How do I do this? Okay, all right, I don't know. I guess I could just change the verb. That's what MCS Mike was suggesting, but it's just weird, right? Like, why wouldn't that work? Okay, well, let's write that in bugs. Use Google and change the search settings. Yeah, I don't mind using Google from time to time here. Let's see. Microsoft Edge HTTP patch. There's for recent data. Yeah, I could do that. I don't know. I don't even know if this matters. I think the bottom line seems to be that just patch just can't be used from Edge, so I don't use patch. Excuse me. Aaron says put site stackoverflow.com. Yeah, actually that's a good idea. Do I still have this searching for only the last month? Let's just search anytime. So let's do Microsoft Edge patch. What is it? Microsoft hyphen Edge. Yeah, I don't see anything. HTTP fails in IE, works in Chrome, Firefox. What did they say for this? Patch is officially the supported way for Azure Mobile Services-based web service to update a record. And when was this posted? Yeah, a year ago. No one seems to have... What do you think? New Amazon what? Is that a thing? I've never heard of that. Oh, whoa. Yeah. I thought this was a joke. When did they launch this? Today? Wow. I'm surprised. Yeah, I haven't heard of this. I'll have to look into this. I wonder why they called it Lumberyard of all things. Okay, well, how do you get around this in a generic way? Like, suppose I didn't have access to the server here and I needed to do a patch. What would I do? What would I do? Internet Explorer. And none of this information seems to be coming up. I guess I'm just going to have to change this to a put. How do I create bot bays though? This is the kind of stuff I don't ever want to have to worry about. And just shouldn't be happening. So creating bot bays, this thing is going to go away anyway. But I won't be able to patch anything. Here are all my patch APIs. Patch user, patch all users, patch bot bay. And IE only has access to patch bot bay. So how do we ever post to bays? Items, users, tokens, super users. Yeah, we don't. So I could just change this to a put and everything would be fine. Or stupid. And no, Pro Sam, no, this isn't your fault. I'm glad you found the bug because yeah, the game is unusable in Edge right now, which is it's just strange. Like, okay, so one thing you could do if you wanted to play, you could customize your bots in a browser that's not Edge and then join the game from Edge. That would work. So if I hit join game here, everything should be fine. Yeah, that worked. And now I'm in the game and I should see the other couple of people here. Yep. Yeah, and I can deploy bots if I want. So let's take artillery and put this thing over there. Deploy. Oh wait, the game hasn't started yet. Oh. It's pretty stupid. Yeah, so my original question still stands. If I didn't control Botland server, so for example, if I was, I don't know, GitHub, for example, I need to do something from IE, or Edge, I mean, on GitHub, and it's a patch API, how would I control this? Let's deploy these bots. Wait, what? Who's? Oh, Surfing Ninjas is in the game. Okay. Oh, interesting. Surfing Ninja, you have your code set that you don't. Wait, no, maybe I'm wrong. No, your code has lasers. That's why it tries to move next to me. Yeah. Never mind. Okay. What I find interesting about this is that this is over VNC. The frame rate isn't terrible or anything. I mean, obviously it's running on my laptop. All right, I think I'll fix this later. I don't think I'm gonna fix this right now. And I still don't know the answer to this really. Let's close out of this. Okay. It seems that Edge can't access patch APIs. Right now, the only patch API that it should be able to access is patch bot bay, which is used to update the research bay. Eventually, why is patch not used for buying and selling items? I post to that. Yeah. Eventually, I will probably make it so that you can patch any templates that you have. But Edge just can't handle that. Look for more information online about a generic way to fix this. What would I do if I didn't have access to the server code in this case? However, a specific solution that I can use in the meantime is to just use put or post as my HTTP verbs. I think that's it. ProSam, you press B. This is silly. I'll say ProSam HTX reported this. All right, yeah, no idea, just no idea why this happened. And if I send an options request here, I hit send. That's weird. Oh, right, it's not localhost, it's api.bot.land. If I send the options request, I get a bunch of headers back saying, yes, patch is allowed. Edge just doesn't know how to use patch. I want to look into this just a little bit more at least. IE HTTP patch. Yeah, so this was the thing from a while ago. Does have a tag for, yeah, Internet Explorer. Let's search Internet Explorer for the patch. Most requested feature by absolutely everyone. Put a button image in chat that says press B to make and deploy your bots. I don't mind answering that question when people ask. And yeah, I really should have another tutorial video. There is more work than I have time to do. That is definitely the case right now. And even the progress I've been making on this stuff, I want to get to the point where I finish researching how I'm going to do the DevOps stuff and then just do the DevOps stuff. It seems there isn't any workaround. Patch HTTP requests just aren't supported in IE9. But this was IE9. What are they up to right now? What, like 11 or something? Yes, 11. So does it support them in 11? Actually, that was a good idea. What if I do this? Play.bot.land. Is my password still on my clipboard? No. Okay, well, I don't know what my password is. I'm going to have to... Okay, I got my password again, but what, this doesn't even load at all on IE11? What a sad, sad day. There aren't even errors in the console. It just doesn't load. The code on this page disabled back and forward caching. REST client worked reference promise is not defined. Oh my god. IE. What is your issue? Oh man. Promise is not defined. I don't understand. It should be using... Actually, this could be a real error. It could be. Worst case, you would have to say, please use a different browser. I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, yeah, that is the worst case. But I don't think the worst case is going to be reality because I think there are ways to get around some of this stuff. So this issue that we see here, this could be a real issue, like I said. So let's take a look. Bundle.min. We can't really look at this code. It's practically impossible to see that. Well, it's going to be practically impossible to read it, is what I mean. But self.fetch, and this is coming from bundle.min. I should have promises used wherever I need them. And it could create everything else. So yeah, this could be a real issue. All right, let me try to find the code somehow. Let's go to line 110 of bundle.min. How do I open code in IE? Apparently that's how. Okay, line 110. Wow, IE actually handles large scripts pretty well. Now the issue becomes trying to figure out what this code means. How about we do things an easier way, a much, much easier way. We will just screw up my entire computer. I think that's the best way of doing this. So let's close everything off to the right. Let's launch a whole bunch of processes. Oh, IE is using a bunch of memory. About blank there. We got to get this down to the point where, wait, what? IE is still using a ton of memory and CPU. It's looking at about blank. What's using 17% CPU on a blank website? No, no, I'm just going to X out of this. Good luck using CPU when you're dead. Oh, it found a way. It's still at 16%. Okay, no, there it goes. That's pretty strange. All right. This may grind OBS to a halt. We'll see. Because yeah, my CPU use is going to be pretty high. So I got to wait for this to go down again, and then I've got to start up all the different services I need. You know what? I can stop the matchmaking service. It hasn't hit a bug. Let's just stop it. How many users did it process? 33,000, and it made 5,000 games. The average wait time was 4 seconds. The median wait time was 4 seconds. The max wait time was 16. Not bad. Yeah, not bad. That was with, I believe, a player joining every 300 milliseconds. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Code, JavaScript, matchmaking, main, comma, what, 300, I think? Yeah, so the player joining every 300 milliseconds. And the point was to multiply everything by 100 and figure out how long it would take. So like I said, that was the whole 6 minutes thing. Okay, close out of this. Close out of this. Did the CPU use die down? It should have. These things must not be finished. Copy data watch. Oh, it's still building. Wait time isn't a problem if you have a hint on the loading screen saying press E if you die. So what I'm waiting for now is just these builds to finish. This is almost done, then CPU should drop pretty low. It's not though. So these other ones must not be finished. Yeah, it's still spewing files out. Okay. Please add it into botland. Ah, it's finally going lower. There we go. So now I can start up all the different services I need. And now I can open up Internet Explorer again, and we should be good to go. This is really, really slow. Really slow. And even Phantom Bot is using 2% CPU. What is this doing? Okay, well, anyway, now we go to localhost 3000, and now I should be able to, oh my god, IE. IE makes everything challenging. Okay, so this will still fail, but now we can actually debug it. That's the important part. Largest part of side projects for me is getting the idea for them. Anyone have any good ideas? Huh. The way I like approaching things, if I don't have any ideas, is just take something that exists and make it a little better, or even just try doing it myself. Okay, so this is going to say that promise does not exist. That's totally fine, but we need to figure out why it doesn't exist and what's going to try to get it to exist. What's going on right now? It's broken in on what main.start. There's no call stack here. What's the error? Oh, there was no error. These are breakpoints I have set that I don't remember ever setting. Okay, so yeah, now this comes from bundle line 142,362. So bundle doesn't even exist. Come on, seriously? Does any code exist? What is all this stuff? Where's bundle? Dist. Oh, it knows about source maps. But the stack trace doesn't. I don't like IE. Wow, that's pretty weird. So it's nice that this knows about source maps, but when I want to actually look at the bundle code that this came from, I can't. Alright, fine. Let's load this up in some editor that can handle this. Do I have Vim? Okay, I do. So let's go find where this bundle is located. BLCE dist bundle, is that it? Bundle.js, February 9th, 11:59. That was 3 minutes ago. So yeah, let's load that up. Bundle.js. And now let's go to exactly the line of code it needs to be, which is 142362. 142362 GG. That didn't work. What's going on? Nothing's working. Okay, let's just reload that. I don't know what happened there. Vim bundle.js. So if I type 5GG, it goes to line 5. If I type 142362GG, it does not go to that line. Weird. And then it doesn't do anything. Or it's got to scroll all the way down there. I don't know. Huh. Yeah. Okay, well there's one other thing that I can do at this point, and that is this. Open it up in Sublime, which will take approximately forever. Alright. Yeah, let's just wait. Surfing Ninjas, what did you think of Botland so far? Knowing that it's not Ninja Land yet. Also, what have I been missing in chat? You guys are talking about Pokemon and stuff? Alright, well, Forever is almost done. And we're almost able to actually get some information on what failed. It's just going to point to a reference of me using promise somewhere. And what I need to figure out is, did I require promise from where I needed it? Because Chrome has... Okay, good. So here we go. 142362. What? Wait, what? That was weird. Return new promise. And this is coming from self.fetch. Fetch, where is this? Is this code I even wrote? It doesn't sound like it. Aha. Yeah, I don't think this is code that I wrote, but it's very hard to figure out where this code's coming from. So how would I find this better? I need to come up with something that's unique enough to this code that I'm looking at. Also, given that I see options, headers, this is probably coming from Superfetch. Oh, thank you, Horforia. Maybe that's what I was doing in Vim as well. Well, okay, so this is the issue. Promise doesn't exist. And I wonder if it's that they don't require it or what. Or, I don't know. Let's go take a look at Superfetch maybe. It actually probably will have ninjas in it eventually. Cosmetic bots, bot parts and whatnot. Alright, let's take a look at this. Does this exist in Superfetch? Is there any easier way to find this stuff too? If I go into node modules, there are so many of these, this will be practically impossible. Well, let's do that while at the same time going and checking out the Super Agent GitHub. There it is. Is redirect. Is that where this came from? Redirect statuses? Response.redirect equals function. Huh. This is coming from here. There is no is redirect here, is there? Body.call response.prototype. I don't think this came from super fetch then. If it did, this could be what WG fetch. Yeah, that's true. Let's take a look. Is it this? A window.fetch polyfill. Aha, it is. I think. Where did 362 go? Yeah, here. Yeah, cool. Points give Lepko 1. Okay. So it is coming from here. So what I wanted to see is, does the original code have a require promise at the top, or does it just assume that promise exists? It just assumes that it exists. That's why. That's the problem. Promise doesn't exist. Is that not marked as an issue? There are no open issues. Is there any way to get around this then? Is there? I need a promise polyfill for IE. God, that's just stupid though. Why doesn't fetch take in a promise? Why does IE not have this? Yeah, you'll also need a promise polyfill for older browsers. Oh, IE 11 is not an old browser. Okay, well, Webpack might be able to put in a promise polyfill. Webpack promise polyfill. Or, what can I do here? ES6 promise. This, a polyfill for ES6 style promises. So Node.js. The issue here, is that I had to modify the whatwg fetch code. Like I don't need a promise polyfill. What I need is for that to just require promises. How else can I do this? Does this put it in the global scope? Well, promise appears here in a million different places. Return promise. ES6 polyfill default. This is a mess. That's what this is. Okay, so let's write this down as a bug at the very least, and I'll figure out how to solve this, and I think I should figure out how to solve it now. So bug, promise doesn't exist in IE 11. It apparently does in Edge, which is kind of nice to know, I guess. So I need a polyfill, or I need to modify whatwg fetch so that it requires the promise library that I'm using. Include the promise polyfill as a separate script with IE conditional comment. So yeah, I think I could do that. Well, first, let's try this out. So let's take the minified code, a tiny implementation of promises. Which, by the way, how large is this file? Judge Bacon says, I thought of a situation where a JS object would be useful in botland. I'd like to store the position of a detected enemy bot alongside the bot for the next update. Yeah, that could be useful. Okay, I'll write this down. Yeah, you could do it with multiple variables, but it is something that you would want an object for, maybe. Oh, I'm missing all this gold about alligators and Weedly trying to get water just because of polyfills. Okay, well, let's save this file just on the desktop for right now as promisepolyfill.js. I want to see how large this file is. Did that just crash something? Oh, it realized it was JS and just syntax highlighted it. It's 18 kilobytes. Okay, next I want to include this file. So let's put this into the botland path. So we'll take it out of here, put it into client, public, JavaScript, vendor, MISC. No, I think that's a bad idea to call this MISC. Actually, I can leave it in that folder, but I could just call this promise. MCS Mike says, I just tested Patch in my web app in Edge and it does work. Weird. Okay, let me write this down. I'll look into that next because, yeah, I'll look into that next. I think for now we're going to try to get this polyfill in, and I have it in the, right here in this path. So let's take this, let's go into index.jade, and let's include that here. So we have vendor, promise polyfill. Okay, so that alone should be enough to get IE to work, I believe. So if I refresh this page, it should just work. Yeah, okay, that fixes it. Okay, well that was step number one. Whoa, what's this, Edge? Interesting. Okay, well that was step number one. Step number two is connect and then see if this thing breaks here. So let's see, what is my password? Here it is. The account server appears to be offline. That is actually possible. It's not true. It says user does not exist. Oh, right, because, oh, I'm stupid. That was actually correct. My password is password. It's not some crazy, yeah, it's just password. Because this is local, and I didn't care about proper security for local. So that's fine. Now, the one part that may or may not work here is when we press this update button. Oh, it does work. Huh, so yeah, patch. Wait a second. This isn't technically Edge, though. Okay, I'm confused. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so here's what I'm confused about. And this is the part that doesn't make sense to me. So Edge can't access the patch APIs. And wait, can IE? Did I test this out? Yeah, IE couldn't either. No, so there is an issue. If I go to play.bot.land, oh yeah, that stopped. Yeah, that doesn't work because the promise is failing, so I couldn't test that out. This is very frustrating. So, yeah, solution, use a polyfill. So what I'd like to do is see if IE11 has this problem as well, because it doesn't have it locally. Hey, Lulong. Okay, so here's how I can solve this couple of problems. One, I can upload these changes I just made with the promise polyfill here, which is really only needed if you're on IE. So in Jade, how do you check? Jade template, check IE. Not rendering checkbox in IE. IE conditional comments. Jade version, if IE. For IE, conditional comments has been removed. What Jade version am I on? ELCL package JSON. Jade is on version 1.11. So that's this. As of version 1, Jade does not parse comments content anymore. Support for IE conditional comments has been removed. This will generate standard HTML now. Give me more about the changes implemented here. Let's just go look at the Jade template documentation. API. Wait, this is not the API I want. This is, no, we want language reference. Yeah, conditional. So this converts into, no, this doesn't convert into anything. This is run before the HTML is even generated. So what I want is some way to figure out what browser I'm on. Mesh says, I think your keyboard's melting because this code is so hot. Yeah, I don't know how to do this still, and I guess I could read what they talked about in their blog post from a while ago. No longer supporting Node. Oh, this is frustrating. Stop parsing comments and remove support for conditional comments. Yeah. So that was done as of version 1, and it never got added in again. Oh boy. So just use the standard comments. New Boy says, I'm checking in once in a while. How's it going? It's going pretty well. I know this seems like one of those this is fine moments, but behavior is not run deprecated. You need to use. Oh yeah, just regular HTML. Okay, I'll do that. So how do I put in just regular HTML? Wait, can I do that? I guess so. Test. Why am I being stupid here? Yeah, that is an HTML comment. I thought you could just put arbitrary HTML inside of, maybe you can't. All right, Jade is awesome. HTML looks so dumb. What? Hello. Jade template, IE conditional comment. Oh, they have this stuff here. Oh, you can just put a comment which will change it into this. Okay, I got it. So if greater than IE8, I think I just want to check if something is IE. Is there a way to do that? Not sure how. Let's just test something really fast. I'll just put this here. If IE11, then let's put this in the body here, and I'll just put a div hello. Okay, so then in IE11, I should see that, right? This is play.bot.land. I'm on localhost. Is there a hello somewhere on this page? There's no way for me to even see it because middle clicking to scroll doesn't work. Yesterday electricity went off when you spoke about what you were working on? Oh. Well, I'm working on DevOps stuff. I have a feeling, let me just comment all this out. Yeah, there. Now the page should load instantaneously and may or may not have hello in it. Yeah, can I just say if IE? Is this even how any of this works? Yeah, I don't know. Read the block post that talked about version 1.00. You literally stopped reading one line before it said what to do. Okay. The new approach is to use well-formatted IE conditional comments. So in order to generate the above, Jade template will now have to be as follows. So if not IE, so I can do this if IE, and then put an end if here. And that has to be tabbed in or what? I don't know if that has to be that case. Let's try that. Whoop, whoop. No, I don't think tabbing that in mattered. All right, let's just copy paste all of this and see what happens. Because Jade will ignore any line beginning with a less than sign. Oh, does this need to be all the way to the left? I don't know. No, maybe this just needs to be to the left. Oh, cool. Finally. Okay, so if I load up the same thing now in Chrome. All right, let's. All right, so yeah, Chrome also shows hello. That's not right. If IE. So wait, what if not IE? So now Chrome should show it and IE shouldn't. Okay, I don't know how to get these comments to work then. It doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right at all. What's inspect source on this? Yeah, we have these comments here. Does this not work? Let's just look up the basic HTML for this. HTML check if IE. I bet this is going to show something. Yeah, good. So if IE, place content here to target all Internet Explorer users. So how did I have this? Then I had another thing here though. Weird. And then an end if. So I could do this maybe, and then comment these out, and then test. So this should say test. Main is not defined. What is even loading? What? Why? Oh, main.start. Actually, oh, that does make sense. Yeah, that shouldn't load. That's fine. Yeah, I don't care about that. But it should have said test, and it doesn't. Neither one of these does. MCS Mike says, when working on the edge patch problem, would you like the headers for my working patch request? Yeah, sure, MCS Mike. That could be helpful. I think I've painted myself into a corner here. And I would expect this to have worked. So if I said, hello, this is dog. So this shouldn't work in IE, and yet it is. And so either it's this thing that's wrong. Like if I change this to IE 10, what's this going to do? Do you want to debug this? No, I don't care about this. I don't know. I got back to Edge somehow. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do here. Let's check explicitly for. You know what? Here's what I could do in the meantime. I could just include this polyfill no matter what, and then it'll just work. In fact, let's duplicate this. Get rid of those errors that keep showing up. So again, this page should load instantaneously. We should, yeah, that's not what's supposed to happen though. You are not running IE, and then I could say you are running IE, and both of these are going to print out in both browsers, and I got to figure out why that's happening. Only show this content to the browsers, not IE. So yeah, I don't know if this blog post was actually correct anymore. Oh, they put it all in one line. That's kind of interesting. Let's try that, although it shouldn't matter. Oh, also, if they were to do it in here, they'd specify just div hello world. So that's if IE8, which this is not. Oh, wait, that'll work then, huh? So it just works when it's all on. Nope, it doesn't. Never mind. Is this triggered at all? No, it's not. This, yeah, I don't know how to do this then. And I'm beginning to not care about it anymore. I think I'm just gonna include the polyfill no matter what. But that's an extra 18 kilobytes, and more importantly, one other script that's not gonna get minified, or will it get minified? Yeah, these don't seem to work. I wonder. Now let's search Stack Overflow. So, if I search Jade, let's see conditional IE. I don't know if Jade is gonna find the templating engine Jade, or if there's something else. Here we go. This was asked a couple years ago. Support for if is removed. Do this stuff instead. Remember to close the document with /HTML since the initial HTML is not Jade's self-closing syntax. Okay, I don't entirely need that. I just need to figure out this bit here. Interesting. Let's try it. Div hello. How is this different from what I had? So now in IE that should print and in nothing. So it prints hello no matter what still. I don't know. I don't follow. Maybe you do need something like this, which would mean it comes from another tag like that. No, I don't think there's any way to get this to work. Alright, I'm going to give up on this. Why won't this bot move? Will leaders hit if will missiles hit? Find closest bot if can move to pursue move. This. So, yeah. There are a couple things to consider here. One is you have these three things are kind of pointless at the bottom, and cloak should always say it should check to see if you can cloak first, because if you can't, then your turn will terminate here. And then if exists closest bot, if you can move to it, then pursue it, sure, and if not, then just move randomly. This should probably never get hit. So yeah, if there is no closest bot, it'll try cloaking instead of moving. So yeah, just put that if can cloak right before it, you'll be fine. Okay, well, I give up on this. So let's revert this entire file and then include the polyfill that I had before and just write it to do item for later, I guess. And I doubt IE will ever just be fixed. So there's the polyfill. I'll just write a comment here. This should ideally only... Oh, thank you, MCS Mike. I'll take a look at this. So this should ideally only exist for IE and Edge, but I couldn't figure out conditional comments because it's already minified. All right, also let's take a look at the license here. So the license is MIT license, which means I need to include this into my license file. Yep. Okay, well, let's write that on the to-do list. Put the promise polyfill license into my license file. Oh boy. I guess I'll just make this a to-do item. I don't like any of this. Okay, in order for me to push this, I need to do a couple of things. So one is checking the code that I have that's different. This is something I can check on its own. Clarified a console, like a log statement. That's all I want to do there. Index.jade hardware constants. What changed here? Oh, I rebalanced regen. Oh, that's something I also want to check in. Is there something to tell me all the JavaScript functions for Botland? There are a couple of things, neither of which is great. One is the wiki, and that's here. And yeah, this is not great. And then the other is if you just go to Botland and I hope this loads. If you just go to Botland and look at Blockly, so anytime you want to get, let's say, I don't know, you have can activate sensors and you want to see what this would convert to, you can hit edit as JS and you'll see the API, but it'll have wiped out all of your JavaScript. So just make sure you save before you hit edit as JS. So Wheatley says fix the script. You don't really probably want an else here. But yeah, the rest of this stuff looks fine. Else is something I don't think people are going to be using a whole lot in Botland, given that terminators just cut out the rest of your turn. Okay, let's continue to check in the rest of this stuff. This is turning into a big mess. Hardware constant. So I'm going to check in just this. Read balanced, reclaim, regen, so that it adds 10 regen each time you reclaim up until you have 50 regen. No, the else could be useful. Yeah, never mind. I'm not giving that script the thought that it deserves right now because of all of these annoyances. So what do we write here? IE 11. This isn't needed for Edge. Edge has a built-in promise. This should ideally only exist for IE. Yeah. IE 11 apparently doesn't have a built-in promise available to JavaScript. And since WhatWG fetch doesn't require one, I needed to add a polyfill. Unfortunately, this polyfill is being included for every kind of browser, not just IE. Okay. Now I got to do a deploy. The only thing I really changed here was the client. I did not modify the REST server at all, so we can just do a regular deploy. There. This is close out of the rest of this stuff. So when this is done deploying, I can check whether I can fix the other couple of bugs. I guess I'm going to write this on my to-do list here. There's a lot of stuff going on, huh? So roadmap to do. Fix the IE/edge bugs with promise and what was the other bug? Promise and patch. IE/not IE works for me. Try it on Chrome and IE. Hey, White Widow. Is this Jade though? Because the thing I was trying to do is get this to work inside of Jade. I think this would work in just HTML. Like if I were to put this into whatever HTML I had loaded there. Actually, I have a test HTML on here. Index.html. If I put this into here, I bet this would work. So if not IE, you are not on IE. And then here, you are on IE. Cool. And then I open in browser. It'll say you are not on IE. And over in Internet Explorer, it should say you're. Oh, it also says you're not on IE. Is it because it's rendering using Edge? Is that why? Because Edge actually was overloaded to mean two different things before. It usually just meant the latest version. Now what? When I refresh the page, what happens? It still says you're not on IE. This is insane. Compatibility view settings. I don't care. I just don't care anymore. I'm not going to figure this out today. That doesn't matter. I'm going to do the deploy. So finish deploying. Skynet says, I don't know if you answered this before, but why did you choose to make it a browser game? I think the accessibility of a browser game is unparalleled right now. Most games you play, you have to download something, and that's changing a bit. I think with things like Unity publishing directly to WebGL, you could download something, or you could just go play in your browser. But I think for iPad and for Android, it's typical that you have to download an app. And I wanted to even just cut out that. You want to show this to your friend, you say, hey, just go to bot.land, and you're playing. So it doesn't eventually have to be packaged as a browser game. It could be packaged as anything. And that's a lot of, well, thanks to Electron and things like that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, this is still deploying. Let me do this. So in order for me to test this, I need to launch Pageant. Actually, Pageant should already be running. It is. Good. Okay, so I just need to turn off my webcam and check this in. So here's everything. Fixed IE promise issue, rebalanced, reclaim, regen. Right, that's all this stuff. Okay, check it in, push. Nish Tiger says, what language do you use? I'm using JavaScript. I'm mostly using ES6, but I also have not been doing a lot of the botland coding this week. I've been doing DevOps coding. Okay, next I need to connect to the server. Let's launch my SSH butler, who is online right now, because you guys are going to get booted offline when I do this, because the server needs to be updated. Yeah, otherwise this will break. So screen-rd, let's see. So join game, who's online? Yeah, so ProSam, Horforia, and Weedly. Although actually only Horforia is deploying bots. Anyone who needs, press save, and you'll save any script you have here. The way that this works, when you finally press load, you have to close and reopen it for it to work. So that's a tiny bug I haven't fixed. It's not actually that small of a bug. I'm going to shut down the server and just restart it. So let me go kick off this process. Git pull. And then please commit your local changes. What? Git diff? Git reset hard. Okay, now I gotta restart this stuff. Okay, so the server's been shut down. Now, if I load up Internet Explorer, we shouldn't run into a promise issue, finally. So let's go into play.bot.land. How can I easily install Jade and Sass? If you use Node, Olo, it should be pretty easy. Oh, and Skynet, it's not a problem of whether they know how to install it. It's that it's a hassle sometimes. So if I say go to the App Store, install this app, read over the permissions it's going to give you, that's slightly longer than it takes to just go to a website. And as we want to make Botland just as accessible as possible. Kakru says, what's the fourth application on your taskbar? That's OneNote, and it is the greatest. And wait, what? Best thing to do is hit view in JS and copy paste that into your own notepad with a comment about what it's supposed to do. I'm not sure what that's in response to. Oh, then you can keep a list of different codes you can quickly and easily solve out. Yeah, I agree. If you're writing in JavaScript, that is the best way for right now. Eventually that'll be fixed. And this is where, like I said, there's just so much stuff to code in the next 6 months, and there's not enough time to code it. And fifth, that's Conemu. So Cat Groove, you can read that. And then the sixth one, because you're probably wondering, that's Notepad. It's not such a great application. Okay, anyway, Adam13531. I don't even know my password anymore. Botland bot password. I guess when the game is launched, it'll be easy to update game servers because the server can be updated after a game's been finished. Yeah, that should be the case. So we hit connect, and we're in. Good. Now it's a question of, does this button work? And the answer is no. Interesting. So this works locally. It doesn't work. Interesting. That's interesting indeed. Okay, so IE11 does have this problem. It does not happen locally. It probably doesn't happen locally on Edge either, but that would be much harder to test. So this doesn't happen locally. It's happening only when it's actually been deployed to a server. From what MCS Mike was saying, patch. Wait, actually, MCS Mike, did you test locally or on a server? Because I see the headers that you got back. Allowed methods, post get options, put patch, delete. Control allow origin is star. Yeah, let me read the headers I got. IE can get the options route just fine. But then I would not have expected to still get CORS problems right now. That shouldn't have been the case. And let me take a look at this again. This is the options route for patching a bay. We hit send. We get a response back. It says allowed methods. There's patch. Allow origin is just this Chrome extension. I think this is the issue then. This should probably be star, but I just don't understand. Control allow origin should be star. Maybe. Let me see what this is returning on localhost. Localhost. Allow origin is that. So yeah, I think it's coming from this thing. Maybe if I access control allow origin, what if I just set this to a star here? And then I reran the central server, and then I refetched the options. No, it still says the same thing. Huh. I don't think that's an issue then. And yet I am still no closer to figuring out the problem here. I couldn't figure out how to access my local VM for my brother's Surface that has Edge. Yeah, you would probably need to, well actually, no, that shouldn't be bad. You should be able to specify your the IP address and then the port. Or maybe, I don't think your router needs to forward ports for that because it's all internal. I don't know, it depends. Why does this fail? It must be, let's see, what does the error message say? Whoops. Message from web page. Problem in update bay. Request has been terminated. Possible causes. Origin is not allowed and access control allow origin. How would I test this very quickly? I think I'd need to push some code. Maybe I could just write this directly on the server. Yeah, this. Okay. I could upload just the smallest possible repro somewhere and try to figure it out that way. That might take some time. Yeah, ProSam, the server's been back for a while. Sorry, I didn't ever explicitly call out your name when I put it back online. Any idea why all browser JavaScript games are very laggy? Well, it could be any number of things. It could be that they didn't optimize the game. It could be that it's trying to do too much. Even if it's optimized and it's trying to do too much, it may fail. JavaScript games are almost always single-threaded though, so they can't make use of multiple cores on your computer. And most computers now have multiple cores. Okay, so what are the other things that I know about this? I should be an investigator. Investigation. So this only happens from IE/Edge. This only happens with patch, not with post, right? And is there any difference with post? I don't think I did anything differently. But for example, if I were to in here, let me delete this bot. Let me delete some bot I don't care about. This one. Delete. Oh, that doesn't work either. Oh, so how do... What? What? How do you delete a bot bay? Where is delete bot bay? Delete bot bay. Oh, it's a del. Dude, you got a del. Right. So del was in the code as well. There it is. Delete. Yeah. Okay, so this happens with patch and delete. How much RAM do you have set for your browser to use? Oh. Also, what is my, yeah. Oh, whoa, I'm using tons of memory right now. 8.6 gigabytes. So this happens from IE and Edge. It happens with patch and delete. Does it happen with anything else? It can't. It can't happen with anything else. Git must have worked. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this data here because this came from the database. So these are done with gits. What's done with post? Buy item. Okay, let's try buying an item. I click this button. Yeah, that works. So git and post work. Git and post work. So patch and delete don't. I have all 4 methods written out right here. And yeah, so IE gets that the options route returned with that thing being allowed, but then it actually tries doing it and it doesn't work. Problem in delete bay. Request has been terminated. Access control allow origin. Can you make reasonably good games with Python? Yeah, sure. I don't know how to fix this problem, by the way. Like, I can post, I can get, open pack. Yeah, all this stuff is fine. Purchase, salvaged, getting, yeah. Weird. Totally weird. And I can't just use... I need to change APIs if I was going to use this. What do I do at this point? What do I do? Yeah, why? Actually, that's another thing I should write. This only happens when I'm connected to play.bot.land, not when I am running locally. What do your patch request headers look like? Let's take a look. Oops. Whoa, okay, IE. Oh my god. What is going on with this web page? Oh man, I'm just trying to click the network tab and it, oh yeah, this froze everything. Oh, IE stopped responding. Okay, let's close it. Does put work? I haven't tried put. I don't think I have any put. No, I don't have any put APIs. I have git, post, patch, delete, and that's it. So let's go back to play.bot.land. Actually, before we get there, let's launch this thing. Yeah, play.bot.land. How many lines of code is your botland script? Oh, you're asking over for you. Hacksland. I think it's almost lunchtime. I don't know what to do when all this stuff just keeps piling on. It's the grim patron of the coding world. Where are the network requests? So connect. Am I using Nginx or Apache? No, I'm using neither. Okay, so when I hit delete here, what happens? I don't see anything in the network tab at all. It's pretty strange. That is pretty strange. The network tab doesn't get anything in here? It doesn't get that it's sending or receiving bytes? What? Yeah, what? What is this sec message here? Sec 7118. 7118. XML HTTP request for URL required cores. And then what are these column headers up here? Description and suggested fix. Was made to a domain that was different than your page's domain. This requires the server to return an access control allow origin header, which I should have, but it says one was not returned. This error code was removed in IE 11 on Windows 10. Maybe there's some other header that I just didn't realize needs to exist. Traditional XHR, cores enabled XHR. Yeah, that's fine. Feature detection. Access control allow origin. I should be able to just say star there. I don't know. This didn't seem to tell me anything new, despite that I was skimming through relatively quickly. It sounds like I'm not getting the right cores header back. And yet I'm also not seeing anything in here. What does this thing do? Oh, enable network traffic capturing. I need to press that button? I didn't need to do that before. Oh, well, anyway, there we have it. So this is method options. Good. And what we get back from here, can I zoom in on this at all? Apparently not. Except star origin. Origin is played out by line 3000. Request method is delete. This is my request options for this. So where's the response? Response headers. Allowed methods. Get patch. So delete is in there. Origin is played.bot.land. And then no request gets sent out for the delete. Because this must have returned that it doesn't sound allowed. And this is the part that I wonder about. So why does this work locally, but it doesn't work on the server? Let's take a print screen. They shouldn't be returning different things. They are basically the same server. So I'm going to say this was play.bot.land. Okay, then let's try connecting locally. See what happens there. Localhost. Hey, hardline. Okay, load this up. Hope it works. So connect. This part always worked just fine. It's still working fine. Now I hit this button here, and then I hit the delete button here, and it's going to delete it. It just worked. So why did that work? Oh, it doesn't even try options. Oh wait, because it's the same host. Is that why? That could be it. So maybe then how I set this up is just cross VM, because yeah, this is fine. Refer a local host. I guess it didn't need to fetch options. That's why this failed. Okay, so when running locally, it sees that cores isn't necessary and doesn't even bother pre-flighting an options request. Oh, cool, hardline. That's good. Now you can play your game too. Blade and Soul. So all I need to do to get this set up so that I can test things out pretty quickly is to deploy this stuff onto a VM or attempt to access this stuff from a VM. It's amazing how tedious this is. It works in Chrome. So what is Chrome doing differently such that it works? Let's take a look. I'm just going to close all of that stuff. So we got all of that. Connect, that should send a bunch of requests. Don't care. Alright, so I'm going to delete one of these BOPs. Delete, done, and it worked. So it sends options first, and I guess the options return something different from what was returned in IE. So let's compare the two. Here is Chrome, and that's on that server, and here is IE. So what is the difference between these two things? Allow headers, allow methods. These all look the same. Allow headers, allow methods. The origin is also the same. Expose headers, that's all the same. Date, connection, transfer encoding. Yep, that's everything. Yep. So the response header is exactly the same. It's not like that's screwing up. I guess Chrome knows how to interpret this though, and IE doesn't. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is not my problem. I am getting the same request headers or response headers back from play.bot.land regardless of the browser. And I mean, this makes sense. My server doesn't have any browser specific logic. So when you send it an options request, it's going to respond with the same stuff no matter what. And that's even true if I'm not even using a browser. If I'm using this, which is... Chat is dead. What? Chat hasn't been dead today. Chat's been talking about alligators and Pokemon and other stuff. What do I do to test this? Is there any other thing I can go on that will tell me that there's a problem with this? So these are new verbs. HTTP verbs. Let me look at this stuff. List of HTTP methods. So delete. When were these things added though? Oh, HTTP 1 defined get post head, and then 1.1 added options and delete at the very least. Huh. And I find it strange that it can't be that IE doesn't implement this spec. That's not the case. And no, it's definitely not the case. I know the patch is working. Yeah, the part that's not working is the options header. I think CORS is broken. Why do I use Bing? Wheatley's got me. Oh, C4 for you. I wonder if this has to do with having a port. The 3000 at the end of the URL. I don't think it does. No, maybe it does though. I don't know. I'm not sure what to do here. I don't think this is really worth working on right now. All right. No, MCS Mike, you don't have to look into this. This is not really such a big deal. Can't access patch or delete APIs. This is not really such a big deal. It's I got very sidetracked here. Like, this is a bug, and it is stopping Botland from working in IE right now, but that's not an important thing to fix, I think. Him Toxic says, guys, what engine is the smartest to master at the moment? UE4 or Unity? I'm not sure. I haven't used UE4. I think from what I've heard, UE4 is a little bit more complex, but it'll also give you more control in the end. I think just starting with one of them is a good idea. If you have already learned the basics of both, then I would say you probably should research what it is you want out of the engine, then figure out which one will do it better. And Weedly, the general pace that I get money from Bing, or at least, so ever since I started streaming, my search habits have been different. I might sometimes go an entire day without searching for stuff, whereas before it was almost always I was maxing out my points just because I would just search more things. And back when that was the case, it worked out to about $60 a year for me. Okay, so ignoring this bug, I think there are a couple things I'm going to have to do. One is continue to work on this stuff. So finish deploying, fix. So I'm going to say canceled. I can't make progress, or I can't seem to make progress with the patch issue right now. I don't think it's important enough to focus on. Yeah, Bing Rewards is a real thing. It's pretty nice. Okay, so have I modified any code? Nope. So let's just close this. Alright, so we've got to get back to this. And the most important thing is finishing the questions and investigation. Oh, I left Botland. I can just go back. Let me close out this stuff. I don't know if I need these things anymore. This is just not helpful. I can always rerun it if I need to. So connect. So Horforia, there is an anti-fraud department, and they flagged my account before, but this was back when I actually worked at Microsoft. So I just contacted someone internally and they solved the problem for me. So I imagine you don't want to do that. And I wasn't even doing anything fraudulent. I think what happened is I had an old address on the Bing Rewards account or something like that, and it was flagged twice too. That was the issue. All right. So here's what I'm going to do, because I really need food. I'm going to place an online order, because the last time I tried getting food at this time, the place was packed. So I'm going to just go to Chipotle, because I don't feel like going somewhere far away. I gotta turn off my camera for this. So ordering food on second screen right now. Give me a moment. Oh, I'm gonna need my wallet for this. Sorry. Also, I was trying to see what chat's saying. Better order something healthy. I don't know how healthy this stuff is, but I don't imagine it's very healthy. Choose up to 2 fillings. What? Really? Wow, cool. This makes it so easy to order. There, I'm done. Add to bag. Please enter a name for your meal. Bowl. Save. Okay, how do I order this? I don't know how to do this. I want to just check out. Where's the checkout button? Oh. New user? I need to register? Alright, I'm probably just gonna go to the restaurant then. Whatever. Yeah, I'm cannibalism. That's what I'm doing. You should get a pizza. Pizza does sound pretty good. Does it really ask you to name your meal? It does. I joke around a lot on stream, but that's not one of the jokes I made. That's real. It makes sense, right? If you're ordering like, sandwich A and then sandwich B, this is not descriptive. So you'd name them something like, chicken sandwich with cranberries, and this one would be alfalfa sprouts express. And those are descriptive names. So, okay, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go to lunch. When I get back, what I'm going to work on is this crazy document. And it's going to be me figuring out what's going on. And if there's any other investigation I can perform, then I think I'm going to try to do that today. So this web client without needing Node.js, that should be something I can definitely do. Try making a basic overseer. I think these are the things I'm going to work on when I get back. That way I have some prototyping tasks that actually give me progress. And then by the end of tomorrow, hopefully I have enough of a game plan where I can say, yep, this is how I'm going to pursue things, where I'm going to go to do them, and I'll work on that later today too. So when I come back from lunch, I'll be back for about 3 hours, I think. So let's see who's on the lunch list. Actually, a decent amount of people. So let's see: Horforia, Frunky, Nico, Skynet. Those are the unique names here. So remove from lunch BRB. This endless toiling is fun to watch. I don't know why people like it when I'm failing at what I'm trying to do so much. This has been a pretty consistent theme for the stream. It's like Adam screws up and the viewer numbers go up. I don't know why that happened. BRB lunch 45M. Yeah, so because I'm going out today, I'm going to set this to 45 minutes. Yesterday, I think I only spent 30 minutes, but today I've actually got to leave my apartment and go get food. So thank you all for watching so far. If you'd like to, press follow. You'll also get control over the lights in my room for 45 seconds, and you can change them to blue or pink or whatever it is you want to do. And I am going to go get lunch. And when I get back, like I said, I'll be back for about 3 hours or so. So thanks for watching so far. See ya. I want to take a look at something really fast here. Sorry, I want to take a look at something off screen for a sec. Got it. Okay. Well, thank you. Let's see what happened in chat. Okay, so Lulong said, "Why are you ignoring me?" I don't believe I was ignoring you, Lulong, but it also looks like you're gone. Oh, and hey, Treeform. I don't know if you're still here. I'm just catching up on chat, and I think so. This is from 120, and it's currently 150, so I'm half an hour behind. Here's Birdman. So Judge Bacon, you can make a wiki account. What does can charge do? Oh. Yeah, thank you, Weedley. Excuse me. All right. Yeah, Judge Bacon, it is fixed. So now you can sign up for an account, and then I'd have to approve you, though. So just let me know when you've done it, and that way I can approve you. How far have you come? Only saw the YouTube video from the early stage. So I think I've come a long way from the early stages. Whoops. I'm trying to, let's see. So right now, if you go to play.bot.land:3000, if you have an account, then you'll be able to log in. If not, you can kind of just see what's going on here. But yeah, it's come a long way. There's a whole item system in the game. You can create bots before entering the game. Match is about to end. Well, no one's here. So, actually, there are people here. They're just not playing right now. So yeah, the game's come a long way, I think. Surfing Ninja says, any particular reason you used Redux instead of just Flux? I looked into it originally, and I don't remember the reasoning now, no. And I haven't even tried Flux. This was before I figured out which one I should use. I decided on Redux somehow. And then now that I look back, I think it was probably a good choice. I've read some things about Flux, and it just sounds like Redux might be a better choice. So, can charge, I don't know if that's even in the game. Oh, it is. Yeah, so what can charge does is it tells you whether charge is on cooldown or not, which is typically very unimportant. So when you say something like this, if will melee hit melee, if you say something like this checks to see if a bot, let's say you are here and there's an empty space and your target is here, you can charge all the way across this empty space and hit the target in the same turn. And so that's done automatically as part of Melee. If you wanted to see if charge was available to you, then you can just say if can charge, and it would let you know if Melee and charge can be done at the same time. So in general, like I said, it's not important. I don't know if anyone will ever have a need for it, but it's there. So if you need it, then it's just usable. As for whether Melee takes in a direction, let's go find out. Yes, it does. It can take in a direction or a target. So if you wanted to melee blindly, you could say melee right, and if there's a cloaked bot next to you, this will hit them. So yeah. Okay. So I wanted to get done with some of these investigations. So try serving the web client without needing Node.js as the server. I think the issue with this is anything that's done in Jade, which is this stuff. These things are all passed in. Wait. No, these aren't passed in. It's this. This is the only thing that's passed in. Yeah, this should be super easy then. I don't have a rendering. I don't have a... Can you convert Jade to HTML? Convert Jade to HTML. How do you do this? I mean, it must be possible. Can you do Melee bot? Yes, you can. Jade to HTML converter. So this is not just part of Jade, apparently. Jade is supposed to come with a command line utility that does exactly that. Oh, apparently it does. Okay, do I have BLCL Jade? Jade does not exist there. This is probably in... I either install it globally or where is the command line? Here we go. npm install. Yeah, I'll just install it globally. Signing up for an account on the wiki really asks for an optional resume or CV. Yeah, Judge Bacon. It's just a hilarious joke to see if anyone actually sends me a resume. No, I don't know why. That was just there by default, and I did not customize the options. I was just trying to prevent spamming. That's it. But it is funny if someone actually does submit a resume to me with like their GPA and their major, tells me why they should be able to edit the Botland wiki. That'd just be wonderful. I thought Jade help was a thing I could do. There it is, yeah. Compile pretty HTML output. So yeah, let's try this out. I want to take in, let's see, public. No, it's not public. Views. I think it's just views. Yeah, so I can do Jade. How does this work? Translate Jade the templatester. That doesn't sound like English. Create foobar.html. Yeah, so I can just do Jade index.jade and then maybe the dash pretty command. And that should be it. Rendered index.html. Yeah, here it is. Cool. Okay, so that was super easy. And now the only thing I need to do, it assumes that this thing is false. Dist bundle. So I need to define variables here. Is there a way to do that? JavaScript options object or JSON file containing it. Interesting. Well, is it possible to figure out if you were EMP'd? No, nor will it ever be, because that's the purpose of EMP, is to disable someone so that when they attempt to use the thing, they fail. Do I have a note on Jade anywhere? I don't think I do. Jade. General node knowledge. Okay, I'm not going to write this down because this was very straightforward to figure out. Okay, well anyway, we have index.html. So if I put this in the correct location, it should just work. No, that's not it. It won't just work because of how I make these things available to the client. So this, yeah, it won't just work. But it would be doable. I could just host this. I need to make more changes, but I think it's possible. Let's write down what I've discovered so far. So first I need to run jade index.jade. However, the paths will be completely wrong. The paths are wrong because of how app.js surfaces this. App.js says, yep, you've got dist, it's available, you've got users, you've got whatever else. So I could change all these paths. I think it's worthwhile to try this. Let's try it out. So let's see, where's the best place to put this? Probably here. Yeah, let's put it in the root. And then everywhere we see JavaScripts, this is really public / JavaScripts. So we change all of these to public / then we change style sheets to, I believe, just public / style sheets. Yeah. So same thing there too. And then what else do we have? More, images. Okay, so /public / images. And that should be it. Yeah, let's run it. Open in browser. Does it work? Nope. All right, what did I break? File not found. Oh, it's searching. Oh, you can't do things that way. There. All right, now what? So file not found. Botland client views public. Why is it searching views? Views? Yeah, what? Why is it searching that? Oh, I'm in the views folder for some reason. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, that was dumb. Well, let's do this. Oh god, I just can't click things now. Okay, so views, get rid of index.html, and then put that into here. Good. And then open this file. Now how does this one look? We got a fave icon, that's good. Error file not found, dist / bundle. Oh, I had a slash there. Okay, now what? Is it working? Is it working? Almost. Oh, REST server is not being passed in now. So I just need to pass it in. Why not URL rewriting? What do you mean, Superman? Monadic Bind says the only reason I went to college and amassed a ridiculous amount of student loan debt was to be able to moderate Botland's wiki. A venerable effort. Yeah, so this is passed in from Jade, I believe. Let's take a look. Is it not passed in from there? Where does this come from? This is how the Node.js server passes environment variables to the client via a hidden div. Okay, I don't know. I don't know where this is. Let's just take a look. Well, you're trying to statically serve HTML, JS, and CSS, right? Yeah, I am. All right, so where do we inject this? Here. Oh, okay. Yeah. So these variables, they don't get rendered then. This should be fine because the client will be told where this stuff is. Well, not the REST server, but that's just going to be a static address. You may configure a web server to look into appropriate directories for different URLs. Well, so the idea here, Spurtman, is that imagine if I was serving this from AWS. Just I have an S3 thing somewhere. I don't know how I'd configure that. And I can't test that right now. So I wanted to just see, can I statically serve this? It sounds like the answer is yes, and that the only thing I have to do is something like this. Localhost, where is this running actually? It's a good question. Localhost 3003. And then this would be localhost 8080. Yeah. So if I do this, I think everything works just fine. Yes. Kind of. Window.fetch dist. Oh, all of this is going to fail too. Eeps. Okay, so Where is this done? This is done on the client somewhere. Yeah, this needs to no longer be a slash, and now it works. What's this doing? No, Wheatley, this won't work. So when you hit this, if you're EMP'd, it'll terminate your action. So there's no telling whether you were EMP'd or not. Call to undefined method. Oh God. Account request. Darn it. Why, Judge Bacon? No, that's not actually your fault. I screwed something up when I tried updating this. Okay, well, thank you for that. I didn't test this well enough, I guess. Fix the wiki again. There's so much going wrong. Well, and even this thing failed too. Why did this fail though? Do I just need a dot slash here? Or is this because I think I know what's going on. It still can't fetch this. Let's try one more thing. Maybe just putting dot slash. I don't know. Exist fire missiles. Does this return false if you're EMP'd? So yeah, Wheatley, there's no way to know that you're EMP'd, and there's no tricks to find out how you're EMP'd either. It just won't work. And that's intentionally done. Okay, yeah, this thing's failing. So I need to figure out how to do this thing too, because this is totally broken. Is it possible to serve this? I guess where I fetch this from would just have to change. Dot slash dist. This is not how this works. So there is no server serving this. So window.fetch won't actually work. Yeah. Yeah, you can't do XHR stuff from file. Yep. So that's why I'm just realizing now. Okay, well, in general, I think this is going to be okay. So first I need to run jade index jade. However, the paths will be completely wrong. So I need to make them, so I need to correct them. Fourier said he figured out if you were stunned, on fire, EMP, etc. So stunning, it's not possible, but for a more basic reason. If, let's say, so you get your turn every 1 second. So you go at 0 ms, you go at 1000 ms, you go at 2000 ms, and then all of a sudden at 1400 milliseconds in, someone hits you with a stunning laser. Your next turn won't be until 3000 ms now. So then when 3000 milliseconds go around, when this rolls around, you get your turn again. So you can't detect if you're stunned because the time that you're stunned is, oh wait, I said this wrong. It's at 4000, sorry. The time that you're stunned, you don't get a turn. So you don't even get to run code. So there's nothing you could possibly detect in that time. Do not run at 3000 ms because you are stunned. Because you're not running code, you can't detect anything. Stun, fire, weather missiles will hit, etc. So stun is not possible to find out for just the very basic reason of you're stunned, none of your code even runs. And EMP is not possible to find out because we don't want you to be able to find it out. Because otherwise, if you could, EMP would be nearly useless. And this is something that we really wanted to consider. This was a very, I'll say thoughtful, not in the sense of tooting our own horns, but just that we thought about it. So check this out. If you could detect if you're EMP'd, so this do not fire missiles because you might be EMP'd, you would change your code in such a way that you'd basically never be affected by EMP. You'd know that you were under the influence of it. Under the influence. And you'd just not do the thing that they're trying to prevent. And then no one would use EMP as a result. So that's why we prevented that. Stun is just I don't think there's any way that you'd have to give the bot a turn while they're stunned, but only let them detect that they're stunned. But because they're stunned, they wouldn't be able to act on it. Okay, so first I need to run this. However, the paths to JavaScript slash whatever else, so style sheets, etc. will be completely wrong, so I need to correct them. Then after that, index.jade, these things, these won't exist. None of the Jade variables will exist. So these were these. And also render prod. So you need to hard code them. In production, these will all make sense, hopefully. Okay, and then finally, item data.json is fetched from the client using .fetch. S3 must have a way for you to, it's the server, so S3 probably allows you to fetch from it, but the file system doesn't. So if I were to do this, if I were to start up the, how would I do this? Yeah, if I were to just change this one line of code in here, from this to localhost 3000. So does this path exist? Let's go try that out. It does. So running this code should work. Assuming I saved the file. I didn't, so it's gonna break. And now that I've saved the file, it should work. We just wait for this thing to finish. And it didn't work. Why did it break? Actually, nothing broke. What? It's not rendering anything? What is going on? Oh, there is an error. Oh, I just couldn't see it. Okay. Could not load item data.json. Oh, no access control allow origin. Yeah, that's true. Okay, well. That's fine. In the future, it won't matter. We'll be able to do this. What is this, Spurtman? What kind of phone is this that there's a control or alt button on it? What is this? Wow. Everyone's guessing what's in the background. It's a blanket, yeah. My guess is for blanket. Yeah, because who takes a picture of a phone on a towel? Who does that? Warehouse handheld device thingy. Oh, the barcode scanner. Oh, okay. So this is like a workplace thing. But we don't care about that. What we care about is what is this material in the background? Is it a blanket? Am I right? It's a blanket. It's a blanket, guys. Mystery solved. It's an open and shut case. Okay, so let's undo the changes that I had here. So this will involve some changes to code. I'll need to figure out a way to get them to work such that it can work when served from Node and it can work when served statically, or maybe just change them all so that they get served statically. Let's revert these things. Oh, not delete. Revert this, and then delete this. Yeah, it's a blanket. Okay, good. That's a point to Weedley for guessing correctly. But then minus 1 point for also guessing incorrectly. Yeah. Right. All right. So I think the conclusion here is I would need to change the code a bit. Maybe by using different Jade files entirely. If I'm So as shown above, I would need to change the code a bit to get this to work on a cloud platform that isn't backed by Node.js. Well, next time, Weedly, you'll just guess that it's a blanket and not a towel or a carpet. I should actually have subtracted 2 points from you by that logic. Okay, so this investigation is finished. Let's write this down on the investigated list here. And let's write down the conclusion. There, that's it. Okay, next up, try out making a basic overseer with failover on my own machine. So handle cases where the overseer comes back online after failing over. This is a lot more interesting than the other stuff I've been doing. Wait. Oh. Yep. Yep. So I still haven't figured out the patch problem. I don't know if there's a point to working on this now. Excuse me. Oh man. Also, how does this thing keep like... I just want this to point at my keyboard. How hard is it to get it to do that? I could... That kind of works. No, this would have to be here. And that's like super awkward for me to type on. I don't know, whatever. Keyboard camera. Alright. So, the overseer. Let me read everything. Let me read everything that I wrote down about the overseer. That's all in here. So oversees health of all endpoints, and it does so by using TCP. Maybe it sends some messages back and forth. So I think the first thing is just open raw TCP connections. Make sure I can send basic data back and forth. Okay, is in charge of spinning up and down game services needed. That's a totally different function. I think I'm just going to work on the overseas health of all endpoints right now. So a TCP connection, master and slave setup with this, for this with an election system. Yeah, so something needs to know whether it's a master or slave. So each overseer needs to know who is the master. Who is overseer? So overseer is the endpoint that I'm about to write that's going to keep track of all of the other things in this system and make sure that they're healthy. So need to have an API that'll get, add, fetch, and check game servers. Yeah, and I think having a REST API for this makes the most sense. So yeah, maybe I set that up. Restify. So wait, Twitch has a color command that lets you change the color of your name? / color. Oh. What colors can you change it to? Oh, must be in hex. Oh. So I could say color #0000000. That didn't work. Only turbo users can specify an arbitrary color. Pfft, stupid. Okay, fine. I guess I'll just stick with red. Hey, Marilyn. I think I found a bug. You can choose buffs even though I'm not logged into the game. No, that's fine. So what's going on when you're not logged into the game is you're watching single player. Eventually, single player won't just be running automatically. Okay, so each overseer needs to know who is the master. I need to surface a REST API for all of this. Hey, Liquidor. What's up, new viewer here? What are we making? This is Botland that I'm working on, and there's a video there. It's an online strategy game focused on automation. And yeah, and you can watch the video that Wheatley sent, or I sent a second video there. You can watch any of those 3 videos. Anyway, yeah, I think that video will give you the most information about this. It's playable now, but for the next like couple of months, I'm going to be working on DevOps kind of things. So I'm about to start working on the overseer node in this. Let's see. One of the things to keep in mind is that it's critical to keep this alive for the operation of all of Botland. It means yeah, okay, so that's fine. One external traffic might be to connect to NPM. Okay. And saying keep alive messages. Yep, sounds good. Send thing/pongs. All right, so let's try this out. I think I can close out of all of this safely. And if not, I'm going to do it anyway, so I don't really care if it's safe or not. And we'll just reopen it if I need any of that. Next, let's close out of the pusher stuff as well. I don't know what this is even. No, it's just more that I'm closing out of. Okay, so code JavaScript. I'm going to code... where do I want to do this? So I should write down where I did the rest of this stuff. The matchmaking was done in a matchmaking folder. So if I just cd into matchmaking and then do git cd. So this is where I prototyped all of this. I need to write this down somewhere. Where is it? Prototyped. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, thanks Wasabi. Yeah. Yeah, Wasabi's video is actually the best one of those. Okay, so as far as opening these connections goes, I want to put this somewhere, but probably not in my JavaScript folder. I don't really want to, I'll just put it in my JavaScript folder, fine. So make dir, where should this be? It's the overseer. I'll just call it overseer, fine, cd overseer. Okay, so let's come up with some code. npm init overseer main.js, don't care, yes, looks good, as package.json, put private true in here. Then let's install a couple of basic things. Lodash, do I want Bluebird in here? I don't think I do. Let's just get Lodash. And then let's also go get, so code JavaScript's overseer s main.js. We're gonna get, also, I'm going to make a snippet really fast because I find myself doing this all of the time. JavaScript. Where's the rec assert? I think it's in the user folder. There it is. Yeah. So copy paste this into rec Lodash. Save this over here. Const this equals require Lodash rec l. Done. So now, if I wanted that line typed here, I could just type REQL enter, and I'd have it. Now let's just put a hello world for now, and then try this out. Node main looks good. So next we want to use the TCP stuff from Node.js. I believe it's coming from the net library. Yeah, net. This class is used. Where did it say that? Where was that thing about TCP? This class is used to create a TCP or local server. Sounds good. And I think I have a really simple example somewhere in my code. Create server. Huh. Okay, well, let's take this. So we're going to get const net equals require net server net.create server socket and goodbye. This is what happens with this socket handler. Okay, let's try that. Actually, no, that's a terrible idea. Let's just look at how they create a server. It's an event emitter with the following events. So I really just want to call create server. What are the arguments to this? Options and connection listener. Yeah, I like explicitly setting this stuff. And I don't think I need any options. What is this? Allow half open? Socket won't automatically send a fin packet when the other end of the socket sends a fin packet. Oh, I think this is a problem right now for me. Just how I'm using this. Okay, well, let's do create server, and then let's set up the handlers elsewhere. So server dot on connection socket connected, and then server dot, what are the other events that I saw? Connection is one of them. Event connection. There's also close. So socket closed. And then how do you send data? Probably emit. Right? Is that it? Socket.write sends data on the socket. The second parameter specifies the encoding in the case of a string. It defaults to UTF-8. Returns true if the entire data was flushed successfully. Returns false if all or part of the data was queued in user memory. Drain will be emitted when the buffer is again free. Optional callback parameter will be executed when the data is finally written out. This may not be immediately. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to also need to make a client just to test this out briefly. So let's do client.js. Oh yeah, no problem, capital R. I wanted to follow you. So how would I connect? Net.connect returns a new socket and automatically connects with the supplied options. So this thing should run on a different port. Let's do title overseer server and title overseer client. And I'm gonna make code JavaScript overseer. Let's do client.js. That's this thing. And then we're gonna use some similar stuff that we had here. Net.connect. So we're gonna connect to localhost :3000 and socket.on connection. Socket connected. And then socket.on end, we want that too. Socket closed. Okay, now I need these things to run in the correct location. So we're gonna make a echo node main to run server.js. Well, this should be set port equals 3000. And then we want set port equals, so we don't need a set port. How does this thing know where to listen? I never specified a port. Net.connect port host. Oh, interesting. So I can just say 3000 here. But then where is create server? How do I specify the port there? There is no way to do this. Oh, server.listen. Ooh. Okay. And this should be process.m.port. Server is listening on. All right, let's try that out. So echo node client run client.cmd. So we're going to run the server here. Why is that JS? Because I typed the wrong thing. Oops. Okay, there we go. So server's listening on 3000. Now over here we connect with the client. And it should be able to communicate between the two. So there's a socket that connected over here. The client doesn't know that it connected, so it must not be this, or it must be that I should just specify the handler in there. So let's take a look. .connect. Socket.connect? No, it's net.connect. Port host connection listener. Oh, it's called the connect event. Seems silly. Connection refused. Econ reset. That should have been here on the socket.on end. Oh, I missed some stuff in chat. What's the Node.js module net? Is it like Socket.io? Yeah, so it's just for TCP connections. And Socket.io would use WebSockets and have a fallback for long polling. Actually, I wonder if there's a, well, let's find out. So first of all, why is this happening? It says unhandled error event. I wonder what the error is. Con reset. That means that the pipe closed, but I wonder if I should just manually call end then. Socket.close. Would that prevent this from happening? Socket.close is not a function. What's it called? There's server.close. Socket has, I guess I could put an error handler in here and there wouldn't be an issue. Error. I don't know what the arguments are for this, so in error handler JSON.stringify arguments. Let's see how that works. So I got to get rid of that close function again. Okay, so socket connected. Now when I control C out of that, it still says unhandled error event. Oh, because I'm doing server.on, not socket.on. Oh, okay. That was stupid. Yeah. So socket.on error. Actually, let's just make a setup socket function. Arrow functions don't have arguments? Oh, they don't? Whoa, I didn't know that. Babel.js REPL. So if I say var x equals a function console.log json.stringify arguments, and then I say x hello. Oh, they don't. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, this just means I should read the documentation. Thank you, Lepko, by the way. All right, well, anyway, we have socket.error. Here we go. Error emitted when, so the close event will be called directly following this event. And it takes, there's an error object that's given to it. Okay, so let's do setup socket listeners. Socket. Setup socket listeners. So socket.on error. This is an error object. We can do console.log got socket error json.stringify error. Okay, cool. And then socket also has what else? End and a close. Emitted once the socket is fully closed. Emitted when the other end of the socket sends a fin packet. Oh, I only really care about close then. So this just goes into here. Socket gets put there. We tab this in. Okay, so now what do we have? So server's listening. Client socket connected. Cool. I close out of this thing and it says got socket error. Econ reset. Perfect. Socket closed. And now another one can listen in if it wants to and it connects again. Great. So there's basic socket stuff. Now let's get it to send data across this. So socket on data, emitted when data is received. The argument data will be a buffer or string. Encoding of data is set by socket.setEncoding. Note that the data will be lost if there's no listener when a socket emits a data event. See readable stream section. So I could send everything as a string. I don't think there's a problem with that. In fact, let me just do that. That way I always get a string. So socket.onData, data string, got data, data string. So now when we emit this, when the socket's connected, we can do this. Socket dot, and what was it called again? Write, I believe. And write takes in potentially a string, data. When it returns true if the entire data was flushed successfully. Returns false if all or part of the data was queued. Drain will be emitted when it's free again. Optional callback will be executed when the data is finally written out. This may not be immediately. So we can say socket.write hello world and restart these things. So yeah, got data hello world. So I can communicate between the two programs now. Oh yeah, use rest params instead. Thanks, Cinco. I remember that. So I wonder how important it is for me to check the return value of this. Return true if the entire data was flushed successfully. This is returns false if all or part of it is queued in user memory. I imagine that this API is synchronous, despite that this doesn't say so, and it returns true or false, but that doesn't actually mean that it sends synchronously. Yeah, it doesn't send synchronously, obviously, because there's a callback here. And it says right here, this may not be immediately, but I think this part... Wait, what am I talking about? Like, obviously, this returns true or false immediately. Okay. Well, we could always pass in a callback that says when this is done. Something like this, console.log, finished writing hello world. And then in the client here, it should say that now. Yeah, good. Okay. So now that we have a means of sending data back and forth, which we don't have a means of the server sending it back to the client yet, but we're going to do that. So socket.onData, data string, got data, data string. And now the server should send something back. So it'll just echo it back. That's the easiest thing to do. We'll do socket.write data string. There. So it's just going to echo back exactly the hello world that it got. Yep, that works. Adam, can you code in C++ right now? Yeah, this is C++, Frank. This is C++ Turbo Edition. Your keyboard is broken. Yeah, so the C++ ends up going so fast that it looks like JavaScript, but it's not. This is definitely C++. Okay, this is working. This is a simple echo server. I think what I want to do now is work on the next part of this. So just open raw TCP connections, make sure I can send basic data back and forth. Yeah, that's done. In fact, you know what I should do? I should make this a new document there, and then turn all these things into... Nope, it doesn't like it when you use multiple cursors there. What's going on? Oh, yeah, what? That was weird. There. Okay, so that part's done. Now we can close out of these files. So send pings and pongs back and forth. This should be done every so often. I don't know how frequently. Maybe 5 seconds. I mean, this is actually a pretty critical service. So yeah, probably 5. What did I write down next to the overseer here? Where is the overseer? Here. Send pings and pongs 1 to 5 seconds. I think we'll start with 2 seconds. Oh, see you, Wheatley. Let's make this send a message every once in a while. Actually, no, there needs to be a way for you to figure out who it is you're talking to. And for these things to kind of automatically follow each other. A capital R says, what's this service going to do? This service is responsible for overseeing all the other services that I have. So the general architecture is going to look something like this. There is going to be overseer master, overseer slave, and then every single other service, all other services. So the REST server, cluster, the load balancer for the REST server. Actually, that's not something I'll probably be controlling, but game server, matchmaking service, maybe the web client, whatever else there is. So what's going to happen is this will have connections here and then to all of these things. And when any of these things breaks, so let's say this connection goes down, it'll alert me or do something at that point. I mean, this is just the overseer. It's not necessarily going to take an action other than, let's say, emailing me. I don't know. I'll have to figure out what happens in that case. But then the load balancer here will also know, hey, one of these things went down. We should no longer round robin connections to it any longer. Okay, so this is easy enough to do, and then if we don't get one of these, if we don't get a message within a certain amount of time, treat the endpoint as being offline. The other thing I need to know is, let's see, when making connections, the client needs to identify itself to the server. How long have you been planning this out? A couple of days so far, so not terribly long, and that's why I'm not making a whole lot of progress yet. What if someone at AWS trips over a power cord and it all goes down? Can you imagine? Also, that power cord would probably be like the size of a subway tunnel. Probably so many servers. I mean, in total? I think it's... Wait, you mean Botland? Or like the overseer stuff? So all of this stuff's been, yeah, like a couple of days, I think. I probably started planning it on Sunday. And actually, I know when I started planning it because I have the creation date of the note. DevOps planning, Sunday, February 7th at 5 p.m. Oh, Botland. Okay, good. Yeah. So Botland has been in the works for about 5 years, although this most recent iteration of it has only been about 1 year, where the prototype was 7 months of that. Okay, so when making connections, the client needs to identify itself to the server. So startup is going to be a relatively intricate flow here. So not only does it start a server, actually, I gotta think of how this is going to work. Each overseer needs to know who is the master. This is the election process. And I believe I had some notes written for this. Why did I want to stream this? I wanted to stream this for 2 reasons. Accountability and marketing. So I am usually pretty on task during the day thanks to the stream. And you guys now know about Botland, and that's the marketing part. That's it. That's pretty much the only reasons. Spirit Man, it'll take 2 hours of tripping over cords to do that. So here's what I'm thinking. Each overseer needs to be able to communicate with each other overseer. That means they all need to start their own... No, wait, maybe they don't do that. They all need to start their own TCP servers. Maybe instead they first try connecting to an existing one, and if it's found, then they... No, that doesn't make any sense. I think they all become their own server. Yeah. I think this is a good idea. any other endpoints can connect to them too. If Adam updates Node in the forest, does he really scream? I can still stream from a forest. I just need one of those mobile hotspots. Yeah. A mobile hot pocket. So let's start a server on each of these, and they should know how to reach out to all of the other ones. This is something I'm actually kind of wondering about. I would need to know how many of these to connect to. So how do I know which servers to connect to? Assume I have 2 overseers. I would need to know that I have 2. Well, assume that I have 3. I need to know that I have 3 so that server number 1 can connect to the others. Hey Sentinel, and thank you. Laughing at Lepko. How would I know this? How do I know which servers to connect to? Assume I have 3 overseers. I would need to know that I have 3 so that server 1 can connect to the others. But then what if I had 4? Maybe I'm just providing this information. Your task sounds like the gossip protocol would maybe fit. What? Gossip protocol? Is that... Let's say each hour the office workers congregate around their water cooler. Each employee pairs off with another, chosen at random, and shares the latest gossip. Huh. This is actually very similar to how router protocols work, what I'm trying to come up with right now, which is like discovery of other... Should overseers be able to discover other overseers? And if so, how? If not, it sounds like I need to manually tell them how many overseers there are and where they're located. I don't know why and how, but you may use a distributed hash table. Well, so, okay, if I do know, if I say that I'm going to manually intervene, then I can just list, even in a text file, something like this. I'll just say JSON file. This is Spurtman's favorite part of the stream where I manually type in JSON. I can say overseers and then say, actually, they could just be endpoints. Localhost 3000, 3001, 3002. Do you guys have ads on Adam's channel? I think you should. I don't get money from them, but I don't think Twitch does anything to ever make ads not show up on someone's channel. Oh boy. Okay, so that's if I say I'm going to manually intervene, though. If I'm not going to, then how does one server find another one? There could be some broadcast. If I'm not going to do that, how would one server find another? 1, broadcast. 2, poll each likely port. Because, yeah, I could say that there are always going to be ports somewhere in the range of 3000 and 3010. So it just tries making connections to all of them. I don't think I should get stuck on this. So I think I'll have to look this up some other time. Find out how endpoints like routers discover each other. What was the state of Bing versus Google usage at Microsoft? I don't think Microsoft is so far from just a regular representation of the world, except for probably at Bing. I'm sure at Bing they use Bing. But I worked in Windows, and in Windows I think people just used whatever they felt like, just like the rest of the world did. So probably people were mostly using Google. But this was a while ago. And Bing actually has gained market share since then. So broadcast to all servers. Is there even a way to broadcast through here? I don't think that makes sense because this is TCP. And either way, I don't think I would want to do something like this. I think, or you know what? Maybe. Pull each likely port. Maybe I'll do this right off the bat. But what happens if it tries connecting to itself? So what if I did something like this? Capital R says you worked at Microsoft. Yeah, I did. I worked there for a while. I worked as an SDET, which is now pretty much no longer a role. It meant software development engineer in test. I worked as an SDET on Windows 8. Yeah, I think it was just Windows 8. Maybe also 8.1. I don't remember. Overseer nodes may post to Twitter. Yeah, using some of their central service is actually an interesting thing. So use a central service, or even no, they'd be different VMs. So, however, the overseer is the central service. So in the future, if anything else ever needs to discover each other, they can register themselves with the overseer and then pull the overseer and say, who else exists? And then they could connect to all of those people too. So I think what I'm going to do is, yeah, I'm going to do this thing, pull each likely port. So I'm going to just start in 3000 and work my way up. Although, will that even work? I don't need to do that, do I? What happens if you try connecting to yourself? Does MS do test-driven development? So Microsoft is a huge company, and there are going to be some orgs, some teams that do it, and other orgs that don't. So, yeah, some people do. I think that's what people discount. So one of the things, so I still live very close to Microsoft, and it is a very fun pastime of everyone in technology to say what they would do differently about gigantic companies around here. So if you live in the greater Seattle area, or probably even San Francisco, you're probably very used to this. Someone says, you know what Facebook's doing wrong, and then they go and tell about what Facebook's doing wrong. And they may even work at Facebook, and they may have worked at 10 different teams in Facebook. And I typically take exception to any of those kinds of conversations because I think these are such large companies, and managing a company of 100,000 people is very different from managing a company of any other order of magnitude, 10, 100, 1,000. It's probably not very different from managing a company of, let's say, 50,000 or something like that. But it's very, very different from what people think about just managing a team of 150. When there's 150 people, I think you can make a change in just being a certain kind of lead or manager. Once it comes to company strategy, I think you're fighting against too many things to have a simple solution. There's a culture, there's so many different people in play, there's politics. Okay, so I think this one's out. I think I'm going to go with this solution. I'll test out this solution. Need to make sure a server doesn't connect to itself. The way this would eventually work, I think, is that the load balancer is going to have a domain name here. So perhaps it's something like overseer.bot.land. And this is something that only resolves locally. And this would point to a load balancer that, wait, it wouldn't point to a load balancer. How does this work? Oh, is this that? Yeah. I remember seeing this. Hey, Purple Flurple. No, I'm not going to be using Nginx to load balance. I'm probably going to be using AWS's Elastic Load Balancer. I still haven't totally decided if I'm going with that, and if I don't go with that, I'd be using HA Proxy. I have no problem with using Nginx either, actually. The reason I'd switched away was, I believe, because Sticky Sessions was part of a paid feature in Nginx, and it wasn't in HA Proxy. Yeah. So overseer.bot.land points to a load balancer. I don't think this is even true. And in fact, did I write this down in here? I'm pretty lost. If it seems like I know what I'm doing, you're very wrong. So let's see. The overseer is going to be, yeah, master slave setup for this with an election system. All arbitrators are connected to each other. When a connection goes down, it's given 5 to 10 seconds to come back, and if it doesn't come back online, an election is done to make sure there's a new master. So it's the discovery process I'm working on now. So really, this should point to exactly one endpoint. Overseer.bot.land should point to only one overseer. I don't know how I would do this unless, yeah, I don't know how I would do this stuff. So the case I'm always keeping in mind here, the overseer is what's going to be responsible for checking the health of every other endpoint, but it itself can go down. And if it goes down, then another overseer should take over, and that should be done via an election process saying, hey, I'm the new master here. I'm going to watch everything. I'm just not sure how you would know. Yeah, so I guess one of the questions I have is wait, I would have a connection open to everything though. So yeah, the question is this. How do I, as say the matchmaking service, know which overseer is the master? And I think the answer is I have a connection open to all overseers. Does that make sense? And I would be told when a new overseer is promoted. That could work. Then there doesn't even need to be any sort of domain issue. But then how do I find, does the overseer find me? This is an interesting problem. So then another question is, yeah, how do the overseers form the initial connection to each endpoint? I think I don't know. I don't know how this would work. Let's look up master server election. I wanted to find something that specifically came up with computer science stuff. Replica set election. Sentinel says, like Mongo, you can connect to any node. If not the correct one, that Mongo server redirects the connection to the master. Then the client caches that IP. But then if the master goes down, you need to make a new connection. Okay, that could be interesting. Maybe each endpoint hits overseer.bot.land, and if it points to the wrong overseer, and if it points, so yeah, if it gets the slave, then the slave will redirect. If it gets the master, then everything is okay. I know the other services shouldn't be concerned with who is the master overseer. The overseer should initiate the connection. Yeah. So then what I'm worried about is, how does the overseer get open connections to something behind a load balancer? Especially if there are sticky sessions. I guess I'd need a custom route that when coming from the overseer can fetch me all of the nodes. Yeah, I think as things come online, them targeting this central service makes the most sense. Yeah, I don't know if this makes sense, which leads me to believe I should have the endpoints reach out to the overseer. Yeah, so everyone, the question, well, there were a couple of these. Not a central service connect in, avoid security concerns too. What do you mean by that, Sentinel? Not a central service connect in? And everyone, the question was, there were a couple of these. One, when I start up a whole pool of overseers, so let's say I start up overseer number 1 and overseer number 2. I guess I only need one failover. Maybe I always just assume there are 2. But anyway, how do these find each other? That's the first question. So, question number 1, how do the 2 overseers find each other? Do I always just assume they're, well, I don't know. How do they find each other? Question number 2 is there a load balancer in front of the overseers? And question number 3 is, how do the overseers get connected to each endpoint, e.g. matchmaking service? Do overseers reach out to the endpoints or vice versa? As in, clients connect to the central service, outbound connections from client to server. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that makes sense. I think I can do that. So this would be that the endpoints, so what Sentinel suggests, the endpoints reach out to the overseers. So I think that's fine. This part about, is there a load balancer in front of them? There would only be 2 overseers, and only one would be considered the master at any time. So if you're doing AWS, you can just force a VPC IP for them. So they'll always be 10 plus 001, 10 plus 002. No load balancer. Should be a hot backup and internal connections within the VPC. What is VPC? Virtual private something? Connection? Virtual private cloud. Right. So this is what gives me the whole 10 dot whatever IP addresses. Are the overseers in this case node processes? Yeah. Yeah, they are. So each overseer, so in AWS, I can use the virtual private cloud to assign static IP addresses and 10.0.0.2 if I want. Is there a load balancer? No, because this isn't load balanced. It's a master / hot backup. Just an internal private connection essentially. An auto-scaling group for the overseers would be good, as you can tell that you need to. If one stops responding on a port, the auto-scaling group will kill and relaunch a new one. Is an auto-scaling group just a general term, or are you talking about AWS in general? Oh, it sounds like an AWS thing. Actually, with the typo, it was a better this thing. Yeah. Auto-scaling helps you maintain application availability and allows you to scale your EC2 capacity up or down accordingly, according to conditions you define. So I could set that I want to run 2 of these, and this can figure things out. You can talk in between node processes with node inter-process communication. So they'll be on different VMs probably. Might be able to utilize AWS Lambda to do some fun stuff between processes. Yeah, I think these will be on completely different VMs. So the inter-process communication would have to be over the network, which is fine. That's why I'm going to do this TCP stuff that I'm doing right now. AHD is a little bit complicated for something as simple as this. You have to do custom configuration. Spirit Man with valuable information there. So if I have this set up, I guess I can figure out what port I'm running on, and then know not to contact myself. Yeah. Just don't connect to the port that you're running on. So the discovery process can be pretty simple, especially if I know that there's only going to be 2 overseers. So is there a load balancer? No. So then how does everything else reach out to this? They always contact 10.0.0.1, but that may not exist, I guess. But this is the registration process. One of them is going to exist. Yeah, so I guess that was part of this. If 10.0.0.1 goes down, then suppose this is the scenario. Matchmaking service gets started for the first time. If 10.0.0.1, so this was like overseer number 1, was down, then it won't be able to make a connection. So it will try 10.0.0.2. Register them in DNS Route 53. Yeah, so this is another thing. I don't actually have AWS right now, so I didn't even know about DNS Route 53 until this morning, and I don't know how the registration works or anything. VPCs have a concept of an ever-changing IP, so you can hot swap that standby to 10.0. Oh, interesting. Okay. I have a concept of fluid IPs, so I can change 10.0.0.1 to always point to the master. How quickly does that update? I guess if I find out that I'm not talking to the master, then I can do something about that. Oh boy. All right. And yeah. So I think the way that I would write this now, given that I don't have VPC because I'm not on AWS, that happens within seconds. Okay. So this can happen within seconds. You can buy domains via Route 53 now. Huh, that's also interesting. Okay, I think I'm going to try out some of this. So here's the new plan. This sending it back and forth, treat that endpoint as offline. Main connection is the client needs identity. So this is the whole election process thing. Election process. Each overseer needs to know who is master. Yeah, wait, no, this is not the election process. This is the election process. I need to surface a REST API for all this. That's later. I think when an endpoint comes online, make it try to access localhost 3000, which is likely the master. It will either be the master, in which case you're fine. Actually, let me write this. So one of 3 things will happen. 1, you find out that you're talking to the master. Things are good. 2, you find out that you're talking to the slave. The slave redirects you to the master. And 3, you don't get a response. You try localhost 3001. So I think those are the 3 cases here. And how did I imagine registration will work? So how do they find each other? Yeah, I think this is what I'm going to do. Okay, I have an idea. So I'm going to just use one process for all this stuff. Hey, Impro. I'm going to use one process for all of this stuff. I have a server that's listening, and when it starts up, it knows what port it is. So const port equals process.m.port. Process.m.port we replace with just port. What is this? Spiritman? Superman, you're using Windows. You know about an editor called Vim, right? I think only maybe a couple people in the world know about Vim, but you should probably look at it, Superman, because you might enjoy it. Wait, Void Dreamer hasn't been here in forever. You would have enjoyed that joke. Void Dreamer. Yeah, what happened to Void Dreamer? Find out what happened to Void Dreamer. Wow. And no, this is English. It's just a cool looking font. Everyone. I can't keep a straight face for anything. Actually, wait, I actually saw HTTP there. Look at that. Right there. And there's URL get. And there's the word items. Okay, so I need to figure out what ports, what general range of ports. So we pretty much expect to have 2 of these. So here's what I'll do now. We're going to make run server 1 and run server 2. So let's just say run client. No, that's not what I want. Run server. So this is set port 3000 node main. We should probably just have this taken. I did this somewhere in run.cmd in the central server. Here, this takes in, yep, here we go. So let's do this. Actually, let's take all of this stuff. Echo off. Good. Then if we get a certain argument, we're going to run it a certain way. So if %1 equals anything, so if it's empty, we'll just say run overseer 1. Otherwise, we'll run overseer 2, which is just set port equals 3000. And then node main, run overseer. What am I doing? I'll get there. So let's see. If you did not specify anything, then run overseer 1. This label does not exist. I guess we just go to run overseer. And then this one calls into that. Yeah, so go to. Cool. So just call into main now that we've set the environment correctly. So this set the environment for overseer number 1. We will overwrite this later if we determine that we wanted number 2 running. That didn't work. There we go. Right? Looks good, looks good. Yeah. So now I can call this run server.cmd. This will be, let's do title. Actually, we can just change the title here. Title overseer 1, title overseer 2. Okay, so run server. This is overseer 1. Now we do run server with whatever, any argument here, L, and it should be overseer 2. Good. So this is listening on 3001. This one's listening on 3000. Now they need a way to detect each other. So we know which one we are, so we know that we're not going to aim for that one. We're going to aim for something else. And I need to be very careful about how I do some of this stuff. So making libraries at this point is a good idea. Have I ever tried Atom? Yeah, I have. And I haven't given it another serious try. Actually, I don't know if I've ever given it a serious try. I tried it for a little bit. It would make sense given my name and everything, but that's why I'm going to change my name to Sublime. Spelled with a T. Man, that's mean. Alright, so I want logic in here that's going to try connecting to the thing that I'm not. So as soon as we've started up, let's make this a little bit nicer. So class main, whoops, that's not how classes work. Constructor, whatever, run. So then in here, we're just going to say const main equals new main dot run. So that's it. That's what we're going to have here and nothing else. So let's take all of this stuff and put it into a totally different file. You probably want to get rid of everything there. Okay, so save as server.js or maybe network.js. Yeah, network.js. No, just server's fine. Okay, so we'll do const server equals require server. Here we'll make a new server. This should actually be capitalized. And we need the port to be set, but that's okay. So class server. Hey, Omar. What keyboard is that, by the way? You should totally try Vim. Oh boy. So in the constructor for server, we're going to take in a port. Yeah, I think taking in a port. That way it doesn't need to worry about environment variables or anything. So let's get the port from here. And we'll just put this here. And we'll probably want, yeah, we probably want to make sure that this thing is set. So get these different libraries. And we'll say here, port equals parse int port comma 10 assert underscore dot is not underscore dot is not a number port must specify a port. Then we make a new server using that port, and let's promote this up to the top of this file. Good. So we're going to make a net server. This dot server equals net dot create server. This needs to listen on a port. That's what's done here. And the port is specified there. So get rid of this. Okay. Server's listening on port. We can in fact save off port here. So the server's listening. When something does connect, we want to say set up socket listeners. Yeah, that can't be done here. There needs to be something on connection. And does server have an error handler? I don't know if that was just me being stupid. It does. It has an error handler and it has a close as well. So I think we set up all of those. And the connection is. Is there anything else I'm missing here? There's close, connection, error, and listening. Close, connection, error, listening. I don't have all of those. Set up server listeners. So connection, error, close, and then listening as well. And I think listening is, yeah, right after calling that. So that should be pretty easy. Listening. Oh, I specified the handler right here. That's unnecessary. It's not really unnecessary. I think we'll leave that there. What else is going on in chat? Oh, hey again, Horforia. Did you take a nap? And yeah, Demon, everyone has linked to what Botland is all about. Game where some servers are pinging each other. Yeah, it's an MMO called Hello World. Everybody just says Hello World to each other. It's coming 2019. So we have, it can listen. We need to set up the rest of the server listeners. Set up server listeners. In fact, I feel like this should be done right in listen. There. Set up server handlers. Okay. Good. And this doesn't exist. So this is in error handler. Socket closed. That's not even done here. Server closed is what we need to do. Socket connected is going to be this dot, and then this becomes a function in the class. So we get rid of the word function in here. There, cool. And then we have the socket data handler. Socket data handler. We're going to bind a socket and then get a data string. So let's do this dot socket data handler dot, nope, that's not right. Socket data handler dot bind this comma socket. And we can just put this here. So this is going to be an echo server, except for this would be an infinite loop, I think. So we need to get rid of this. Let's just like got data. What am I using Amazon Web Services for? I'm not actually using it yet. and I haven't fully decided if I'm going to use it, although I am leaning toward it. So he's hosting his game on Amazon servers. I thought he was no. So I was using Azure servers, and I am using Azure servers right now. But yeah, eventually it's going to be different. So in main, all we're doing is creating a server, and in this, we're just setting it up. So there's no reaching out to another server yet. However, once we have started listening, that's when I can finally do some more here. I can start. How is this going to work? I need to enter a loop where I'm going to try pinging the other server. Establish overseer connection. So in here, we know which port that we are. We know which port we are. So we want to find the overseer on the other port. So const target port equals this dot port equals 3000, and yes, I shouldn't be coding this. It's 3001, otherwise it's 3000. That's our target port. Now we want to take what we had as client code and connect there. Something like this. Socket equals net.connect target port. This may not work. And I believe there's an error handler for it if it doesn't. There's close, connect, data drain, end, error, lookup, timeout. Timeout is what we'd want. Oh no, that's from inactivity. Error would probably be what we want then. Okay, well, let's just write a socket error handler. I think that's the best idea here. So socket.onError got error. Let's just stringify this. Okay. Socket connected, then write hello world. Okay, well, this is gonna try, and if it fails, and it will fail, so we know it's gonna fail, let's just run the server, see what happens. Block scoped declarations, not yet supported. Oh, I didn't say use strict anywhere. Use strict. Okay, so server is not a function. I did not export that. Module.exports equals server. Port is not defined. That is this dot port. And finally, okay, so now this is going to fail. Connection refused. That's perfectly fine. This is actually so far so good. So we need to enter a loop where we do this. Because every time this fails, we want to try again, maybe 5 seconds later. What's the best way we should do this? So if we get an error, it closes itself. That's fine. And it should say socket closed. Oh, the socket was never open, so it can't close. Yeah, left go. Power mode's the best. And then if this fails, so if we got an error here without having connected, let's, is there a socket here? Yeah, I guess we could say socket dot, we have something, but what? Is there like an is connected here? Also, why is this green? Is there any way to just make this a darker color? Nope. Well, actually we could. We are web developers here. There, color, black links. There. Get out of this. Ah, darn it, I made him invisible. Well, invisible is certainly harder to read than green. So let's not be clever about this. Alright, how do you figure out if a socket is connected still? There's probably a property on it called connect. In fact, we can just verify this. We can do this for var k in socket, console.log k, console.log keys of socket. We can do things this way. Let's see what it has in it. So here are all the properties of it. There's connecting, although this has an underscore, which means we probably shouldn't be accessing that directly. We have a whole bunch of nothing. How do I know if a socket's still open? Oh, destroyed. There's this. And readable. Huh. devdocs.io. What's this? What? What? I didn't know this existed. Where's Node? Where's Node? Node.js. Enable? What version is this for, though? And, 5.5.0. Oh, that's good. Okay. Well, there's net. So what were those things called? Readable and destroyed? They don't show up in the documentation. Yeah, there's the destroy function, of course, but there's no readable. Oh well. You know what I can do? I can just do this. Yeah, what am I thinking? So let's keep track of, let's just store the state directly in the socket for all I care. So socket.AtomTest equals true. Oh yeah, no, as far as this thing on the bottom, yeah, putting this into dark mode, that is useful. I will give everyone a point, and points give lepco a point. I should write this down. Use this for browsing documentation. Okay, so if I just say atom test equals true, here what we can do is we can say if, I don't want to do this. If this thing failed, I need to try again, but not immediately. I'd probably just do a set timeout. Yeah. If not socket dot, or yeah, if socket dot atom test equals null. And here's where having just even, I don't want to do this. I'll just say not equal to true. Then we know we never connected. Also, you know what? This is totally stupid. I could just check the error code here. Yeah, but that could probably happen even after you've connected. I think the server just needs to know what state it's in and run something every once in a while. Yeah, I'll do it that way. And this has writable, allow half open, read, listen. Is paused. Node.js. Check if socket is connected. Omar says, I'm a 17-year-old programmer. I'm fluent in Unity, C# and Java. I consider my skills way beyond my age taught at school. I already have an application published on the Google Play Store and worked on and finished several projects which I've kept to myself. Given my upcoming free time after I graduate, what advice do you have for me? So I don't know what your goals are. And a lot of people ask me stuff and they want just general advice from me. And I think giving general advice is very tough because it doesn't necessarily apply to the person asking. So are you interested, I mean, given that you said Unity, it sounds like you're interested in game development. You mentioned C# and Java. Those are very similar languages. I would say branching out could be a good idea. Again, if I'm just giving general advice here, branching out, learning more about just generally about computers. If you do want to get into a particular industry, let's say game development or graphics or networking or something like that, you could consider going to college. I'm not saying it's the best thing to do. So yeah, let me know what it is that you're looking for. So make sure the heartbeat's set to true. If timeout lapses, disconnect should happen automatically. However, there's a bug report. So I can pretty much just manage this myself, it sounds like. And since there's only one other overseer, I can kind of just hard code this. I can say overseer socket, other overseer socket. And we need an update function here. So let's do set interval this dot update dot bind this for every 100 milliseconds. I don't know, 200 milliseconds. Update. So if this is where I want the exists function. Function exists object, return object not equal to null. Okay, if exists, so this doesn't exist, then we need to do this dot establish overseer connection. But we need to make sure that we're not currently trying to establish it. And this thing should track that itself. This dot establishing connection equals false. So we just put this down here and we say if this dot establishing connection, then just return. Otherwise, we are currently establishing one. So make sure we're not already trying to establish a connection. Now we don't know that we connected, and that's not actually checked by this socket. So we can reset this thing back to false if we get an error, or if the socket is closed. In fact, this should call this, but it doesn't because the socket was never open to begin with. Now, okay, and then we should also keep track of whether we're connected. This dot is connected to overseer equals false. So let's do this instead of keeping track of this socket. So if we're not connected to the overseer, then establish a connection, and this should be establishing connection to overseer. Okay. So if we are already establishing one or we're already connected, then just return. And now we set this to false. Oh no, this would have already been false. Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, this would have already been false. We don't need to set that there. We need to set this here. And we need to make sure that we only set it to true once we've connected here. And then we're no longer establishing a connection because we've established one. Okay. I think that's good. Omar says, I think branching out's a good plan. I'm interested in game dev, though I don't see it as full-time, more of a hobby and free time thing. So I think I was similar in that I really wanted to do game dev, but not as full-time. And I worked at Microsoft for a while, and it wasn't in game development, and I think it was a very bad idea for me. But I think there are a lot of things that contributed to that being a bad idea. I think one of them was that I was not a developer. I was a software development engineer in test, and test is not exactly for me. And the people who test is good for it's a great match, but not everyone is suited to do a full-time job in test, just out of interest. I'm not saying anything about technical ability. So I eventually got back to game development as a profession, and now I'm obviously doing it full-time for Botland. I think I'm much happier now than I was in my other jobs, but I don't know what 5 years from now would look like for me, and either way I'm not you. But so even if this advice was perfect for me, it doesn't necessarily apply to you. You said, I'd like to go into software design and possibly even networking. Haven't set my goals in stone. Yeah, I think branching out then is the best thing. A lot of people say, I don't know what it is I want to do, but I know I want it to be in computers, or really, I don't know what I want to do, but I know it has to be in blank. So I always say, just go try things. And that's the best thing about programming, I think, is that most of it's free. You don't really need to do anything special. You say, I want to learn graphics, and then you go start to learn graphics. And you can code things, and you can make shaders and rendering algorithms and anything else you want to do. So yeah, branch out as much as you can right now. Figure out what it is you like. Maybe specialize later, or just keep making applications. Keep practicing. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. So we are going to establish the overseer connection. So if we're not already connected when we update, we're going to establish the connection. And this is going to check the port that we're not on, and then add the socket handlers to all of this. Let's try this out. I don't know how this is going to work exactly. Also, I think I'm still printing out keys for this thing. I'm not. Okay, so yeah, it's trying every, I wouldn't say 200 milliseconds because there's a timeout on top of it, and it looks like that's about 1 second. So maybe it's trying every 1200 milliseconds or something like that. Now, if I run the second server over here, they should be connected automatically. And wow, that worked. It said socket connected twice, though. That's kind of weird. Because one, wait, how did that happen? Oh, I see. There's 2 places I print socket connected. So I should say here is a socket connected to us, and then we can say our socket connected to a server. So those 2 things are gonna print now. So yeah, a socket connected to us got data hello world, our socket connected to another server, which then would have printed hello world. So good, perfect. Yeah, that worked. So what should be sent instead of hello world is a whole I'm the master, you're not the master. Let me think of how I want to do this. Let's do this. Util.js. I want to put this function in there. And then module.exports equals exists. So then I can say const util equals require util, and I believe we should have the exist function in there now. Whoop, I don't even use exist. Okay, well that sucks. Let's just do console.log util.exist. Does that work? Undefined. No, it doesn't. Okay, so what is in this thing? Oh, a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, whoops, because util is a node module. I meant to do /util. Oh, now exist works. Okay, good. I'm interested in web development. What learning route would you suggest? So are you interested more in client-side web development? So things like making web pages and making web pages that maybe look nice. Are you more interested in the server end of things, so the back end maybe, where you're more interacting with databases and providing data for the front end layer to display? Are you interested in all of that? Are you interested in maybe games for web development? Because I don't mind giving advice to people. I just want to make sure it's something that you might find valuable. And tailoring it to you is what makes it valuable. Okay, so we're going to establish a connection. And by the way, if any of these endpoints goes down, it should automatically reestablish the connection. So if we start this server, so check this out. This worked. Now I close this one down. So this is similar to someone tripping over the power plug, as they were joking about earlier. And then I restart it, and now this server automatically should find it again. Does it? Yeah. So it got an error, econ reset. Yeah. And then, so I think that's working. I shouldn't be using this Atom test thing in here. In fact, does this need to be stored on the socket? Is connecting to Overseer. So these things are set in the same place. So I can just say this. If is connecting to Overseer is not equal to true, yeah. And actually, I think this should happen regardless of whether we connect it or not, because errors are going to close the socket. Yeah, Jonas, I'm still working. Yeah, I really like doing this level of work where I'm just prototyping things, trying to figure things out relatively quickly. I think the first part of this is working. Where's my to-do list? This. So when an endpoint comes online, make it try to access localhost 3000. So that's not actually entirely true. Make it so that the overseers can find each other. So make it so that the overseers can find each other. Now, whoops. So that's done. Next, I want to make it so that the overseers can elect between the 2 of them. And this needs to be a process, really. Honestly, if they're both connected, they need to know whether they're master or not. Son of a Gun says more on the back end side. So I think what's really cool, I really like Node.js, and I suggest, son of a gun, that you also try it out. Even if you don't end up using it, just try it out for a month. It's got some really cool concepts. It's really easy to get started. It's nice that it's got a package manager built in, so that if you're on Windows, you still can just get up and running pretty quickly. The demo I like to give people for this is, let me just go into my Dell folder, and I'll make a folder called son of a gun. I go into this folder and I type Express, which is the Express generator. It's a layer on top of Node that's going to handle routes and templating engines and just kind of giving you a directory structure. So there's not too much stuff. I mean, it's spewed a decent amount of files here. Now what I do is I run npm install. So package.json tells me what I need in order to run this project. And it's got a list of dependencies in there. So it just installed all of the dependencies. And now what I can do is it also actually printed out everything I'm supposed to do. So it tells you install your dependencies, then do this to run the app. So I do this, except for on Windows it's set debug, and then ampersand ampersand. So it's slightly different on Windows. And there is not that way either. This is all just in /bin. Okay, well, the command is actually totally different on Windows, but there we go. This should work. Yeah. And now if I connect to localhost 3000, I mean, that took what, 20 seconds maybe? I've got a web page up and running. And so now you said you're more focused on the back end, so you could kind of just ignore this part and start using Node.js to do whatever it is you want. And then once you have data ready, you can start to work on the front end of just printing out things from a database or something like that. Let me go delete that. Okay. So the part that I want to work on next is the election process. This is not going to be incredibly complex. If one of the overseers already knows that it's the master node, well, actually, let me look at this for a little bit. So when a connection goes down, yeah. So if this thing goes offline, then it's going to lose its connection to the other node, but it'll lose a connection to all of the nodes there. So it needs to know that it went offline. So start election process. This is if this node went offline, meaning it lost its connection to everything, then we will have to assume that the other node took over as master. However, that node may also have gone offline. Why are you doing elections? I was thinking there'd be two overseers. They would decide between themselves which one should be the master. And then if one goes offline, the other one would have to know that it becomes the master. But the problem is if they both went offline, then yeah, there need to be some communication between the two of them. So here's what I'm thinking. There are two overseers, and when you start them both up, they don't have a role at all. So they need to determine who should be the leader. You just do the hot swap and whoever has 10.0.0.1 is master. Yeah, the issue is I don't have that. I don't have AWS right now. But yeah, I think eventually, instead of doing this, I could just give the master role to whoever has 10.0.0.1 if I'm on AWS with VPC. So when you start them both up, they don't have a role at all. They need to determine who should be the leader. But why code it if you won't use it? So that's true. I think the issue is I wanted to. I still don't know if I'm going to use AWS. That's the problem. Oh, see you, Sentinel. Yeah, thanks for joining. Hardline. Hardline spent like 3 days downloading a game. Horforia says, "Oh, I'll get it in a few minutes." Okay. Yeah, maybe this isn't a good idea then. And actually, maybe one of the things I should do, I don't know if I'm going to get time to do this tonight. I'm just so backlogged on all this stuff. Sign up for AWS's free tier. Make sure to set a max budget. Okay, so yeah, I think for now we'll just, there is no election process then. Whoever has port 3000 is considered the master. So this dot is master equals this dot port equals 3000. What am I doing? So eventually I may use AWS, and in that case I can just have whoever has the 10.0.0.1 IP to be the master. Wait a second though, but something needs to invoke the hot swap, right everyone? Or is that something that Amazon handles for you? Oh, also Adam1212, I missed your message. That is what this is. Yeah, so I guess that's my question now. Question, who invokes the hot swap? So, oh, does AWS do it or do I have to do it? I guess either way, it's not that difficult. I can do it if I notice that the other overseer is offline. And if AWS does it because it notices it's offline, then that's also fine. Yeah. So update every 200 milliseconds. Set up server handlers. I think this also, yeah, this listens. Okay. The backup would be watching the master. The master would go down. The backup would ask AWS to swap its IP. Okay, I see. Sid says, where can you test ES6 code? You can use this link. Alright, so eventually I may use AWS. In that case, I can just have whoever has the 10. If the backup, 10.0.0.2, notices that the master goes offline, it can tell AWS to hot swap it to master. Yeah. Okay, we have an update. We establish connections between the two overseers. We make sure that they always get set up. So then maybe, I think what's a little bit more reasonable here is whenever we start up, we know whether we're master, but then we don't know which one to try connecting to except for based on whether we're master. So this dot is master, then connect to 3000, one otherwise 3000. Yeah. All right, that should work. Is this another Horforia picture? Oh, no, it's not. All right. I thought this was going to be an MS Paint thing. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's cancel this task then. So send pings and pongs back and forth. If we don't get a message within a certain amount of time, treat the endpoint as being offline. So I don't think I need to do this. It seems to me like if the endpoint goes offline, it times out pretty quickly. I have this and I have this. So these two things are connected now, and I close one, and immediately it said socket closed over here. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I need that. What's the default keep alive for this stuff? What was that dev docs thing? Here. Does ES6 support constructor and method overload? Yes, it does. So Sid, you can do that by doing this class, person, whatever, constructor, and say name. This is my typical person example. And so you have var Adam equals person Adam dot say name. Great. So now you have class super person extends, actually super is misleading, amazing person extends person, and you can say here constructor dot 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 params super dot 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 params, and then here say name. You could do super dot say name here, but instead we could just say console.log I am amazing and my name is Adam. Oops, it's not Adam, it's not name. Alright, there. So if I put this into the REPL that I gave you, which is who knows where, okay, so cannot call a class as a function. I meant to put new here. So it says Adam, but if I make myself an amazing person, then it says I am amazing and my name is Adam. So I'll put this in pastebin for you. There you go. Keep in mind that you can't use Lumberyard with hosting providers which are not AWS. Huh. So node. What was I going to search for in here? Oh yeah, they keep alive. Is there a keep alive timeout event? Set timeout. What is it set to by default? By default, net.socket do not have a timeout. Oh, wait a second. So I'm not necessarily checking to see if the connection... No, maybe I do want pings and pongs. So you have to extend it to another class? You can't use it inside of an origin class? Wait, what are you trying to do? Sid, wait, you want to override a function from within a class? Like, you have say name and you want to... I don't follow the scenario. You should tell me what it is you're trying to do. Oh, Sid, so that's not typically a scenario. You would just make something like, say, amazing name here, and you'd say something here like, I am amazing and my name is... So you don't need to override say name. And if you wanted to do what say name had, then just call say name and then put something else, like, also I am amazing in here. So this is what I'd call wrapping a function. Say amazing name wraps say name, so it does exactly what say name does, and then adds some additional functionality to it. Oh wait, oh you're talking about, no, JavaScript doesn't have that concept. Yeah, sorry, I only just understood what you were talking about. Never mind. So you want something like this. In C++, you would say int add int x int y, return x plus y, and then you'd also have double add double x double y, right? So that doesn't exist in JavaScript. In JavaScript, the arity of a function does not give you any indication of what function you're calling. So if I have a function called whatever add, and I say number or string, and I say return number or string, there are kind of two concepts here. One is duck typing, which is, whoops. So yeah, these would be 1 and 2. One is duck typing, which is if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, then just treat it like a duck. So If the add operator works here, then just return it. And whatever this thing's going to do, it's going to do. You as the caller will just pass in things that make sense. That's one concept you can do. The other thing you could do is you could actually check here. So if you have a library, this is much easier. So I could do something like if is string number or string 1 and is string number or string 2. So now that I know these are both strings, I could say something like return this dot 2 lowercase plus this dot 2 lowercase. So you can check the types of arguments, but yeah. And Jonas, just type exclamation point points. Yeah, ES6 is not a statically typed language. There are types, but they can be changed at runtime. And it's kind of hard to verify what type is what sometimes because of JavaScript's silly equals rules. So if we don't get a message back, so this is what I'm going to do then. In the update, we're going to say, let's say this dot time of last keep alive, not keep alive, let's just say ping message equals 0. If this dot is connected to overseer, this dot ping overseer. Okay, so ping overseer is going to be, wait a second. We can just, we could kind of do this every time. It doesn't really matter though. Is V8 open source? Yeah, it should be. I think it's entirely open source. I was looking at the source code of V8 at some point, so I'd be surprised if it's not still open source. Anyway, in here, what we want to do is say const curt time equals date dot now. If, and let's set up a ping frequency. This dot ping interval equals 2000 milliseconds. So if const elapsed time equals this dot, well, curt time minus this dot time of last ping message. If elapsed is greater than or equal to this dot ping interval, then this dot time of last ping equals curt time, and then we send out a ping message. And we need to make sure that it works. Yeah, so let's do this dot overseer socket dot write ping. And what would be nice is having the socket.io way of sending something that differentiates this from everything else. So I guess I could kind of make my own protocol here and say that everything needs to be sent as a string that has at least one space in it. So it says you can plug it into some controller and do ES for that particular controller, hypothetically saying. What do you mean by a controller? I'm going to say emit message data is socket.write message plus space plus data. And message can't have a space in it. So assert message.index of space is -1. Message cannot contain a space message. You can just serialize data and send it if you're worried about it, like Jason. Yeah, that's actually a way better way of doing things than what I was going to do. So let's just say emit message data socket.write. So let's say const JSON object equals message data socket.write JSON.stringify JSON object. And there is one thing we do want to assert here, which is that the message is defined. So we want to say assert util.exist message. Message does not exist. Don't know, some hardware, if it can fit that V8 engine structure. Don't know how performance wise what it would look like though. Wait, so you want... Yeah, Sid, I don't think I follow. You want to use V8 in literal hardware? Like, you can use JavaScript to control hardware, although you need some sort of bindings for it at some point. So something would have to be exposed to JavaScript there. It's not impossible if you're doing things with V8 directly, but otherwise, I don't think there's anything that's going to do that, unless you're using Node maybe, because then you can access, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that would look like. Okay, so we have this. We're going to write that object. Good. And then when we get it on the other end, we're going to take the message and route it to where it needs to be. And then let's make event handlers for that stuff. So socket.onData. This is going to be a JSON object, or well, a JSON string. JSON string. So what we really need to do is this dot received data dot bind this. Well, socket this socket. So receive data, JSON string, socket, except for it's the opposite of that. So we know which socket we got it from, and we also know that we got a JSON string. So let's do excuse me. They compile JavaScript to Lua and run a Lua VM on there, on Tessel? Oh, wow. Felix says, is this code for making a virtual machine? The code I'm writing? The code I'm writing is for making... What I'm doing is I'm writing a service that's going to look over all of my other services. So it's going to make sure that they're all healthy, that they're awake and functioning. Do you know that whatever you send is not ought to be received in one piece? Actually, that's true. This is the buffering thing. I'm treating this like I'm using Socket.io and I'm not. I got to figure out how data works. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I have the dev docs here. So, data. It's an event and it's in the socket. How do you find stuff in here? Net socket. There are a bunch of events. Where is this stuff? Here it is. Emitted when data is received. It will be a buffer or string. Encoding of data is set by this. See readable stream for more information. Note that the data will be lost if there's no listener. The readable stream section. But this is if I get a buffer from this, right? TCP sockets. Yeah, man. So, yeah, this won't be a good idea for me to do this then. I wonder if me using Socket.io is such a bad idea. It probably is. It's a lot heavier weight. If it's received in one piece, it'll just bounce right back. Yeah. Bytes red. Hi, Geeky Gamer. What I mean, you may write hello world in the street. Yeah, Ashbert man. Start and end caret per connection and concat each data piece. Yeah, that's not it's not a bad idea, I guess. I'm using just a TCP socket that's shipped with Node. Yeah, so I need markers in my data to keep track of where things start and end, and then combine it all together and only finish this when I've gotten it all. Okay. Well, everyone, it's kind of a proof of concept. It's not entirely, though. Like, I'm going to have to write this eventually, so I might as well just write this now. Although, will this ever actually have a socket open to something? No, it shouldn't need it. So yeah, as far as reading and writing data goes, here's what we're going to do. So when we write the data, we're going to write, where's emit? Here. So let's say const, we'll do this, const message separator. Okay. JSON string equals JSON.stringify JSON object. Const message to send equals JSON string plus message separator. So now we send this. I've heard works kind of fine as the end of a message marker. JSON over TCP. Oh, hey, cool. They already did all this for me. Data messaging at their end emits the JSON object. So wait, then this is probably really simple code. Except for the GitHub is totally down. That's not a good sign. Have you ever used a matrix encoding? Yes. And by the way, matrix is kind of an overloaded term in programming. It can either mean the mathematical matrix of just a set of numbers, two-dimensional set of numbers, or it could mean a multi-dimensional array. But yeah, I've used both. Okay, so I want to take a look at their source code, and I don't know if I can do that. Is it like... I guess if you can install this, then I could look at their source code, but if their GitHub's down, where is it pulling this from? I guess NPM has its own copy of all of this. Okay, well, let's try installing it. JSON, oops, save JSON over TCP. It's so simple it doesn't even exist. It installed its. What is its? Node packages. Where's that site? Where's that cool site? I wrote it down and then I immediately forgot it. It's for searching. Oh, great. There's a site. What is it? Alright, I don't know. NPM search. There it is. Thanks, everyone. Alright, let's look at what its is. Well, this was a bad idea. My God. There's no finding this. It's over. There it is. I found it. Oh, look at that. Okay, well, let's just look at node modules then, because we're not getting any help from this thing. So index.js, what do we have here? Server socket protocol. All right, and then what's in lib? Signature. So when they write out a message, they stringify the message. They get a buffer, message length plus 6, and what do they put in the last 6 bytes of the message? Or in the buffer? A signature. Oh, it's just some byte. That's it. Okay. Wow, okay. I'll try this. Hey, dentist. So this is a very small library. However, what is this? Server. Huh. And what else do they have? Socket.js? Interesting. This dot protocol dot write. So they override write and this probably hasn't been maintained in forever though. Hey Riza. Things are going well, I think. Yeah, I think they're going well. I'm just gonna look through this library a little bit more. There's one more thing I want to do, and let's look at its, which I have no idea what its is even supposed to do. At least with TCP over JSON or JSON over TCP, that makes sense. But what is it? Where's the description? Description: preconditions for safe coding. How do they come up with its? Oh, probably just that, you know, the cute little English thing where you can say it's blank and have it be true. Generic check function which throws an error if a given expression is false. The params list is a bit confusing. Check the examples to see the available ways of calling it. You know what? I wonder if I just search this string right here, Google. I just searched this. Did he put this in a new GitHub repository? Nope. It's dot boolean. Okay. Well, this sounds like what Lodash gives me, which means I don't want this. But whatever, it's 190 lines of code. Most of it's actually comments. How much stuff did I get done? Oh, everyone thinks things aren't all right. Yeah, I haven't gotten a whole lot done. I actually, the main product of this week so far has been this document, which is what's guiding me through everything. And I'm just tackling it one step at a time. So let me try this thing and see if it's at all worth using. Otherwise, I can write my own, or I should just gut this. I should just pull out their protocol and use that, write my own read, and yeah, I really only need those two functions. However, this does have a lot more to it than that. Okay, let's try this. So I'm going to require their library. There's no usage instructions because the GitHub has been taken down, right? Do they even have a package.json here? Where's their GitHub? Does this guy even exist anymore? Moved to Oz2. Oh, so this, whoops, that's Ox2, which also exists. Changed username. Wait, what? Is this another change? Am I being trolled right now? Because there's another thing here, unset bit. Why does this person just keep moving around? Oh, there you are. That's a very fruity shirt you have on. I did not mean that in the way it probably sounded. There are literally fruits on this shirt. Okay, I'm going to just shrink that image down to nothing. And we're going to take a look at the repositories that this person had. Oh, there it is again. Okay. Let's search for its. There, yeah. So here's where everything exists now. So JSON. The JSON repository doesn't exist though. TCP, what? Oh, you found this stuff here. Okay. And thank you. So what version is this up to? Oh, it's the same thing pretty much. All right, let's use it. connection.write. So a real example, jot. So I do jot.create server. Listening connection on data. Client's question data.question. I needed to go one name change deeper. And how did I shrink the image? I have an extension for Chrome where if there's an image, I can do something like this. Look at that. Look at that pixelated image. A face only a mother would love. The eyebrow hair. Okay, I'm gonna stop this. Let's do this. So we're gonna get wherever my code is here, JSON over TCP. Let's include that. So const jot JSON over TCP. And then when I create a server, I just do JSON over TCP.create server. And that should be it. Then on data, I know that this is going to be JSON. And I can only write JSON now as well. That's a little interesting. Jonas says, how do I even play the game? There's a tutorial here that's a little bit out of date now. But yeah, it's mostly just press B and then figure stuff out. I can go over it if you have any questions, and chat's actually usually pretty helpful with this stuff too. Okay, so the rest of this stuff sounds fine. So let's try this out. So now when we write data, instead of writing ping, actually what would happen if we did this? We just say write ping, and then on data we have the handler here. So let's do console.log received data JSON string. This won't be a JSON string though. So let's run the servers, and yeah, it's totally broken. Right? Where emit is never getting called. That was a function I just wrote right now. Write is only getting called in two places. Write hello world and write ping. Oh, that's what was happening right there. So we just want to write the hello world. And yeah, I saw Adam1212. Oh wait, unless you're saying there are two Adam1212s. No, there's only one. Okay. Connection refused. So what's going to happen here? Yeah, that's not good. We need to stop the pinging. Socket error. So yeah, it sounds like I need to treat this only as JSON. So I need to say something like message hello world. And then when we receive data, we stringify the JSON object. JSON string. It's not a JSON string, no, it's a JSON object. Let's try that. I don't know what Rise is talking about. Invalid data. Oh, goody. All right, let's look at the documentation again. Because I thought all I need to do is this. jot.connect. Yeah, socket.write. We pass in a JSON object. When we get the data back, data.answer. I should not be struggling with this. Socket.onData. Let's take a look. Also, I have like way too many of these things open. Data function data. Yeah. Yeah, so what's failing here? I don't know. I don't know. And emit should never be called. We can comment out all of this if I want to. Here, Isa. Hands his feet alight. I can't think of how else this would work. Let's just try this one more time. I'll try to debug it or figure out what's going on exactly. So we have this thing listening. It just says invalid data, and that's coming from line 98 here, socket.write. How is that invalid? I'm doing exactly what they're doing here. Oh, they do jot.connect. Oh, well. If that's not the problem. So anywhere I was using net just should not exist anymore. Yeah, that was the issue. All right, well, there's that. Cool, got data object. I don't know why it did that and not stringify the object. I did try stringifying it. That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. That's very weird. Got data object. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, this is coming from somewhere else. Socket data handler. Oops. Whoops. I was doing everything totally wrong. Oh, this is so bad. What did I even... where did I write this? Socket data handler. What is this? Receive data? Apparently this is never used. Is setup socket listeners called? How do I do any of this? It is called and it's here. And then what is this? Oh, this is for... Okay, this is for our outgoing one. I see. Okay, so setup socket listener should pretty much happen no matter what. So socket data handler. All right, finally, let's run this one more time. There we go. Okay, I think this is working correctly now. Got data in both of these. So then the data we get is not a data string anymore, it's a JSON object. So now we can just do JSON.stringify the JSON object. We should have this stuff working. I run both of these, it should say hello world. Perfect. All right, great. So if I were to send a whole bunch of lorem ipsum text, lorem ipsum, duplicate. Okay, let's try that. Actually, I should find out how many characters this is. 5,353. So this will not fit in one packet. And we'll just casually paste in this lorem ipsum text here. Oh, that's not unreasonable. I mean, look at the horizontal scroll bar down here. Everyone wants to be able to scroll this far into their text documents. So putting this back to how it used to be. Now we're going to be sending tons of data across. And it looks like it probably worked. I mean, it's nearly impossible to tell without highlighting all of this. I don't know if many people have a good gauge of whether that's 5,000 characters or 4,000 characters. It turns out it was right. Yeah, great. It worked. Cool. So points to everyone for that. Oops, that's an exclamation point. You can't give people exclamation points. And then someone else, yeah, a point to Horforia for trying to steal points. I feel like Drew Carey right now. I typically feel like Drew Carey. So we don't need this emit function. We want the ping function to be there. Wait, Jonas, I can help you out. Sorry, I was trying to get done with what I was doing. So here's how you play Botland. First, you look at the terrible UI that's right here. This will eventually be fixed, and we're revamping the entire ideas behind all of this too. So if you press the help button, you can figure out how you're supposed to format this. But in the meantime, for right now, just do this. I'll tag you in a message. Just do missiles 3, cloaking 3, and maybe shield 1. So try something like that. But you need to make sure you have the things that you need. So if I say missiles 3, I need to make sure I have at least 3. If I don't, just go buy them over here. Whoa, no, Xpixel. You give these to somebody else. These are blood points. So you hit join game after that. And you'll, at the very least, you'll have this here, right? So just copy paste what I had pasted in chat here, hit the update button, and then join the game. In fact, let me show you. I'll do this from scratch. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to hit commit. I'm going to join the game. And now I'm in botland. I'm on the server. It's me versus Horforia. I know I've got missiles, so I'm going to pick this buff. This is pretty good. I'm going to hide the chat and then press B for Blockly. And I can see the bot that I just made down here. So I'm going to choose that one. And then I'm going to just start dragging some things over here that are pretty good. So just go into the snippet section. I'm going to pick offense. I'm going to choose fire missiles. Just drag that onto the canvas. I'm going to go into support. I'm going to choose cloak. I'm going to drag that onto the canvas. I'm going to choose movement, pursue enemy. Put that over here. I'm actually going to move cloaking up to here. And then after that, we're just going to move around. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to put shields on ourselves too. So I'm going to just drag all this stuff over. And now I've got a pretty good script. I'm going to deploy this. And there we go. My bots are shielding. As soon as Horforia puts bots down, mine will cloak. Room is in emote only mode. What? I didn't even know that was possible. So check it out. My bots are here. They're not cloaking actually, are they? Oh, they would only cloak if they could see them from 5 tiles away. So if... No, what's going on here? Did I not write this correctly? Use this if can cloak. Huh. My bots are never cloaking. And they should when the... Oh, right. No, because I increased my missile range by 1. So I need to move this outside of here. So we're just going to put this here. There. Now my bots are going to cloak. There they go. So Jonas, I hope that helps a little bit. And feel free to ask questions. I know it wasn't very straightforward. And that's something we're going to work on a lot. How did I open the first menu? Just press B. B for Blockly. And you can try out any code you want. You can try out any hardware you want. There's tons of different stuff. So one of the scripts that I have configured here is actually very complex. It's all of this. And this code is responsible for, check this out. This code will disable the target's missiles. It's going around and it's picking up resources from the arena. So unfortunately here, that's not very good for me. Wait, when does EMP work? Wait, Horforia doesn't even have anything other than artillery. So let's take this off. Let's put artillery here. I'm going to put can EMP right. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to revamp this whole thing. Then we're going to duplicate all of this. Put this again down here. Snap this here. Put pursue and just dump this. All right, good. So now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to EMP Horforia's artillery as soon as I can see them. You ready for this? So there are my bots. As soon as they can see these, yep, there we go. So now Horforia can't use artillery against me for 2 turns. Oh, but Horforia has missiles. I didn't realize that. Well, my strategy is not so perfect after all. Oh well. The menu where you selected missiles and shields, it's not popping up. So, Jonas, you're not online right now. You've got to, so connect to play.bot.land and just press the connect button. You'll see all of this. When you're done making your bot here, make sure to hit join game. And then you'll be in the game, and now you can, if you want, you can either just swipe down and it'll open that menu and then swipe up to close it, or you can just press B. And there you have it. Okay, so we're going to disable... Oh, I lost my script because I refreshed the page. Oh well. Fine, we're not going to disable anything. Horforia wins. Okay, so these things, this worked. The ping command should be working now too. Let's try that out. Received data is never used anywhere, so get rid of that. So the socket handlers on these things, these are socket listeners for, this is called for sockets that connected to us. And this socket, this is our client socket. I saw you control K, assumed you were switching to anti-anti, so I swapped out my equip in code for a counter. You're like 4 steps ahead of me, which is not good because I'm 0 steps ahead of myself. Oh, your password is wrong. I didn't create any account. Wait, what? Has pre-beta Jonas type /w botland. Okay, so the pings and pongs are happening, I'm guessing. Let's find out. Run server, run server. Oh, they're still spamming lorem ipsum text at each other. I thought I got rid of that. Oh, apparently not. Hello world. Okay, and then the ping message needs to be something like this. Message ping. Okay, so now we can run these things. Socket closed. Uh-oh. Cannot write message ping. Ping overseer is only if we're connected to the overseer. We're connected to the overseer if... Wait, what? Socket to other overseer is never used. Yeah, that's the problem. This should have been this. So it's this dot other overseer socket. Okay. I think that's good. Is it? No, of course not. Socket is not defined. Socket data handler. Yeah, okay. Ah, there we go. So there's a ping message, and when we get a ping message, we should respond with pong. And I think only the master needs to do that? I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, that's what I was in the process of writing, though. And this is... Okay, I remember now. Also... have I stood at all today? I don't think I have. Time to stand. See you guys. I'll be down here if you need me. Yeah, 6-0. The accounts are wiped out every Sunday, so that you have to spend those delicious points again. So we need to send messages the right way. Also, hang on one sec. The middle of winter and it's too hot in here somehow. So when I send a message here, I guess what I want to do is I want to send... I guess I could put type and data into the same message. No, that's not a good idea. I'll just put types up here. We'll say const message types equals ping pong greeting. These actually should be pretty simple. Yeah. Before he says, would you consider it cheating if I wrote an AutoHotkey script to search my notepad, find a certain code, copy it, paste it in a botland so I can just hit control 1 or 0 or something to summon the code instead of finding it myself? That's a loaded question, I think, because right now, is it cheating? Kinda. In the future, that's going to be built into the UI. You'll have whatever scripts you need, and it should be pretty quick for you to get them. Maybe not one hotkey quick, although later we might do that. But yeah. I think you can do that right now. I'm fine with you doing that. I don't think pre-beta really matters. Like, the rules are pretty lax. So we have this concept of message types now. When we send a greeting, we're just going to send a greeting. So we're going to say type message types dot greeting. Oh no, you don't have to refrain. You can do that if you want. I don't mind. So here we send the greeting. Here we're going to send ping. And then we can check the type everywhere. So let's say const message type equals JSON object dot type. If message type equals message types dot ping, then socket dot write message types dot pong. We could say console dot log dot ping else. Actually, let's do this. Dot pong. Okay. And then there's a greeting message too that I don't really care about right now. So let's try this out. Oops, I just closed the bot. Oops. Okay, well, Warang is going to need another token, I think. All right, let's, whoops. That's why you don't just randomly hit Control C. There you, whoops. Yeah, that broke too. Socket not opened. Isn't that wonderful? It should connect. Both IRC clients have connected, running the interval function now. Yeah. So there, Warang, you just got another token. Okay, so got data 2. I don't actually want to print that. Got data 2. Okay. Let's try that out. No, Jonas, it's not so bad actually. I mean, I might be a little bit biased in saying that, but like, are you connected to the server? Yeah, you are. Okay, so take a look at this. You can kill your bots if you want by typing /kill into chat, or by just hitting Control K. And you can always deploy new bots after that if you want to. So if you ever want to modify your code or do anything, you can pretty much do everything with just the snippets that you have. So let's say I wanted landmines bots. I'll just go into snippets, offense, lay mine, done. And then in movement, I'll just say move around. And there, that's it. And now I'll just deploy this bot. And there it is. It's laying landmines and it's moving around. And so it should be pretty simple, even if you don't know anything about coding, to learn how to play the game. Sure, there might be quirks about like, oh, how does reflect work, and why doesn't it always reflect, or does shield absorb life? But those are more game things. As far as how to play the game, the interface should be, this Blockly interface at least, should be pretty simple, I think. And so if I want another bot like the artillery bot, I can take the snippets for fire artillery, fire missiles, and then maybe just move randomly. Or pursue an enemy and then move randomly, sorry. And there, that's a pretty good script. I'll shoot artillery if I can, I'll shoot missiles if I can. I'll pursue enemies to try to be able to shoot my missiles at them better. The match is about to end there. So the match is over. I'm the biggest loser. See, Jonas, you even did better than I did. Look, your KDR is 0.73 and mine's 0.37. So yeah, hang in there. I mean, it's not like my code's working over here. Of course, I'm a little burned out from doing all this stuff today. So, got data type 3. That shouldn't be said, though. Why is it said? Message type ping and pong. And then greeting is 3. Got data prints from one place, and it's here. Stringify the JSON object. That should only ever... I don't understand. Message types ping and pong. Oh, is it the message? No, it's not. I don't understand. Type. Message type dot ping, message type dot greeting. There is no pong that I'm sending. Oh, right. That's why. Because, this is weird. That shouldn't have even worked. It was just sending the number 2. Okay, let's try that out. I think this is going to be fine now. Yep, just need to put type in there. Yeah, I think my brain's a bit fried. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's been 8 hours. I started earlier today. What has it been? 7 hours, 57 minutes. This is still working incorrectly. Got ping responding with Pong. Got data 2. That implies that... Oh yeah, that's what that implies. That wasn't even right. Got Pong doing nothing. Otherwise this would have been an infinite loop. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, there's... Whatever. Got ping responding with Pong. Good. This should continually happen. Good. It's happening. So finally, after all that time, these now keep means of communication open between the two of them. Oh, Spurman, I wasn't sure if you were serious. Yeah, why not HTTP is because these things need to be constantly monitoring the health of one another. HTTP, I could do that. I could... Well, there's no... Yeah. I guess I could do that. Wheatley stops you and I beat you sometimes. I can't wait until... This is something I was thinking about yesterday. I told you guys about how, like, DevOps is not typically my thing. When I'm done with this 2 months or 3 months from now, or at least done enough, I am going to feel such an overwhelming sense of satisfaction from having done all of this. It's going to be great. Let's pick Zapper. So Jonas, I'm going to deploy Inferno Zapper bots. You ready for this? I'm going to zap. I'm going to... What else do I have? Cloaking. I'm going to cloak. I'm going to teleport into the closest enemy, but only if I'm zapping. Where's is zapping? If is zapping. There. And then I'm going to pursue enemies. If I'm zapping, let's duplicate that. Put that there. Get rid of this. Okay. And then, actually, I don't need that there twice. I can get rid of that. And then I'm just going to move randomly. Okay, let's deploy these. Oh, wait. It's both of us against Horforia. Horforia, come deploy some bots. Do it, Horforia. Will there ever be a hacking equipment I can use that will pop up the last like 5 lines of code the target bot uses? I don't think so. The problem with a hacking kind of thing is that most of this you can glean yourself by just looking at the bot. Like if I look at your bots, I can generally see, okay, they're using missiles when I get close, they're using artillery when I'm far away, and they're moving around randomly at all of their times. And so let's say there was a hardware piece that cost 1 slot and that gave you all of the enemy's code. Would it be very helpful? Would you actually want to use hardware to do that? Especially because what if their script is really basic and it's just fire missiles at you and you happen to be weak to missiles? Then it wouldn't help too much. Okay, let me kind of just take a look at where I am with all of this. 100% yes? Okay. Well, one of the reasons we've talked about this before, not on stream, but Ian and I, so as far as design meetings go, we've talked about what it would mean to hack. And let's say that, yeah, there was some 2-slot piece of equipment that let you figure out the enemy's code. Your bot would probably have to move closer to that enemy to find it out. It's kind of weird because it's information that sort of persists throughout the whole match, but you only need to deploy a bot once to figure it out. And then they might tweak their code afterward, but you generally know what they're doing. Or you could just deploy that bot one more time and find out. It's kind of weird that it takes hardware to do that. It's kind of weird that you get their script, so you could always use it against them. I don't know. There's a lot of just strange stuff there. And then on top of all that, I lost what I was going to say. I don't remember. Okay, well, there was something that was on top of all that. Okay, so this is good. That's not being done yet. When making connections, the client needs to identify itself to the server. That way we know which endpoint we're talking to. For example, the matchmaking service may connect to this. The hardware would break the fourth wall too much. I don't have so much of a problem with that, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's right. On top of all of that, hacking would need to, you using hacking is you not using something else. And I think most people would rather just have, an extra level of lasers or missiles so they do more damage. But that is a strategic choice you'd be making, so it's up to you, I guess. When an endpoint comes online, make it try to talk to. So that's what I need to work on next time. And a REST API for the, let me just put this for the overseer. Okay, what happened to my to-do list? I'm going to clean up this stuff and then, yeah. So, overseer. This is done, actually. If we don't get a ping /pong message within a certain amount of time, treat the endpoint as being offline. This needs to happen with everything. So when making connections to the overseer, the client needs to identify itself to the server, to the overseer. That way we know which endpoint we're talking to. For example, yeah. Okay, cool. Endpoint comes online. Make it try to access localhost 3000. One of three things will happen. You'll find out you're talking to the master. Things are good. You'll find out you're talking to the slave. Slave redirects to the master. You don't get a response. You try 3001. Yeah. E.g. to check status or to spawn more game servers. Porphyria, I'm not saying you're wrong about any of that stuff. I wonder just how complex is whatever Weedly is doing. Wow. Inferno Zapper is pretty bad. Pretty bad. Yeah, Porphyria, I'm not ruling it out. We had talked about this before, and maybe we'll talk about it again. And this is the kind of thing that I feel like if we ever wanted to add it at any point, we could. And we'll have to reevaluate whether we think it's viable or not. The other thing it would let new players do is just copy paste the code of their opponents, although they'd need the same hardware, which they may not have. Yeah, so my script is pretty dumb. You have been lit on fire to the point where there's no way you'll ever survive. But the issue is that I don't do enough upfront damage. It's all damage over time. So Talrol might die. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Yep, perfect. Okay, cool. Although I think Jonas might have gotten the kill for that. No, Jonas didn't. Yeah, so I expect people will probably play the Botland pre-beta for the next couple of weeks, and I think it's going to totally die down after that because I'm going to be doing so much DevOps stuff that I'm not going to be making changes to the game too much. Making an image so you can't copy paste it? Well, I would argue in that case people could just write an optical character recognition thing, turn it in from an image into a script, and then copy paste it, but yeah, it's possible. Alright, I think I burned Talrol for enough turns where he might die there. No, it didn't happen. Oh well. Yeah, fire weapons are just weird. Inferno Zapper is just a very tough to use weapon. It's very tough. If they can do that, then they wouldn't need hacking equipment. No, what I meant is if you showed them an image and they could pull out, well, maybe you're making a joke, I don't know, but they would still need hacking, I think. Okay, so there's that stuff. There's also a whole bunch of information in here that I think is worth figuring out. So yeah, how do overseers find each other? Is there a load balancer? How do the overseers get connected to each endpoint? Do overseers reach out to endpoints or vice versa? Suggest that the endpoints reach out to the overseers. Snare emissors. Yeah, that's not necessarily needed. How do the overseers form the initial connection to each endpoint? Maybe the endpoint hits overseer.bot.land. If it gets the slave, then the slave will redirect because the master and everything's okay. Yeah. I can't hit you, my bots are dumb. So Jonas, I'm not sure what code you have exactly, but check this out. If you want, you can always see this Ultra Killer bot, it's in pre-made scripts. You can just drag this larger chunk of code and it says all around good bot, knows how to use most hardware. So this actually will fire lasers. It'll pursue enemies if it can. It tries to cloak. It tries to do a lot of stuff. You can use this script as a foundation point, or you don't even have to modify it, but you can take a look at it. So I want to save off as much of this as I can. Endpoint hits overseer.bot.land. If it gets a slave, then a slave will redirect. If it gets neither, then we're in big trouble. Oh, my bots aren't set up to reclaim. That's something I should have done. Huh. Okay, I want to try something really fast. It's going to take too long though, actually. Alright, this won't really work. Let's put... I want to get rid of this bot. And I want to put instead melee through reclaim regen to cloaking to commit. Okay, join the game. So the script I want is something like this. If I can melee, then melee. If I can reclaim, then reclaim. If... Oh wait, no, yeah. Maybe not. Maybe I pursue the closest enemy after that. Then I pursue the closest resource. Then I try cloaking somewhere. And I want a percent chance to cloak even outside of that. If percent chance 20 and I can cloak, then I want to cloak. And where is this bot that I have? This one. So in a melee, I'm going to try to cloak. I'm going to pursue enemies and try to cloak in there too. I'm going to reclaim. I'm going to do that. And then I want to move toward the enemy direction. So we're going to take some of this stuff out of here. This. Yeah, so let me get rid of all of this and put this up here. Cool. So here's my script. I like this script. That took about a minute or a minute and a half to make. That's kind of an issue, because it means if I wanted to react on the fly. Well, the thing is, once the UI saves this stuff off for me, it should be fine. Okay, I want to deploy bots. Wait, what's this? Steals 9% of all damaged health. Oh, it's another minute before I can deploy. Okay. Let's close out of this stuff then. I'll continue to work on these nodes. Alright, what else do I have here? How do I, as say the matchmaking service, know which overseer is the master? Yep, so that's been answered. How do the overseers form the initial connection? That's been answered. So this stuff's all been answered. These questions are set, I think. Yeah, okay. So I think we put this back into this doc for the overseer. This is implementation questions. Implementation questions that I came across. So that's the answer to that one. Well, I'm not going to bold these. Okay, but now I can get rid of this document entirely. I can close out of most of this stuff. This is that post problem. Also, let me put this. Okay, so these bots have reclaim regen on them. That's something that I just rebalanced. So now, oh, they're gonna just die. Okay, well, Jonas just destroyed me. And Jonas has shield, so there's like no chance of me beating him. Well, oh, there we go. There's one kill at least. So when I finally get to reclaim these, my regen will go up by 10 each time I reclaim. And then once it hits 50, I'm at max. Oh, I'm not gonna change my script. I just want to see reclaim regen work. Okay, there's a kill. Come on. Oh, Jonas, you have lasers and missiles and shield. Okay. Yeah, your bots are doing a lot better than they were originally. I just want to get some of those sweet, sweet resources. Then I can get better regen. If I could just kill any of your bots, this would be a lot easier. But it's too hard to get close because I have melee. This is just bad. Yeah. This is really bad. Oh, and you have a buff that lets your shields last longer. Yeah, so you're pretty much going to stomp my bot. Oh well. Eventually, oh, there we go. Maybe that's a kill? Yeah, nice. One kill. Good. I'm just waiting for my bots to finally reclaim. This one should. It didn't. Wait, what's going on then? If will reclaim. Oh, I must have found an enemy. What did you just have about the HTTP verbs not working? Oh, there's some weird problem in IE. So I'll write this in the investigation. I don't know exactly. I don't know why this is happening, but in IE or in Edge, if I try to connect to play.bot.land, patch and delete don't work. From Chrome it works. If I try locally it works. But yeah, it's just not working right. Oh, hey, check it out. I'm finally reclaiming. Look at this. So this bot should have like 20 regen on it now. Maybe even more. Yeah, so this bot's going to be the super cool bot. Now it's going to go get in a fight. It's gonna kill everybody. Just wait for it. It's going to die way too fast. Watch what's going to happen. Oh, yep. 3 missiles right to the face. Okay, so much for regen. Before you got sick of watching me lose. I have only 17 more deaths than I have kills. So Jonas, did you try out the Ultra Killer script? Because yeah, you're doing much better than you did the first match. Yeah, you have to use method override. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Lets you use HTTP verbs such as put or delete in places where the client doesn't support it. What? No, it's very important that this module is used before any module that needs to know about this. Yeah, great. What? How does this? Okay, apparently this is just the solution. Okay, yeah, cool, Jonas. Yeah, I think that's where I should start people. I should just tell them, hey, just deploy the Ultra Killer script because it's got a pretty good AI for doing stuff. So everyone suggests using this. Method override. How does this work? I guess I could just look into it, but if you try using a verb like delete, it doesn't even exist in here. What is this? What's going on here? Methods. Require methods. Oh, is this dependency? Okay, yeah, there are a lot of dependencies here. That's true, everyone. Oh, you're leaving, Jonas? Okay, see ya. I'm glad you had fun. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stand here for a little bit longer. Oh man. Today, what a day. You set what verb you want in the header. No, I guess what I mean is, oh, maybe you're answering this, but what I'm wondering about is if patch and delete aren't working from just plain IE, how does this make them work? I should just read through this. I'm burnt out for today. So tomorrow what I'm going to work on is, actually, you know what? I should really sign up for AWS tonight and then just start messing around with stuff. Does anyone know, does AWS prorate? So if I sign up on, let's say, February 25th, do I get 750 hours until March 1st? Or is it March 25th? Do you guys know how that works? Because I don't know. Well, and it doesn't really matter how it works. I should treat this as though I don't have the time. Because if billing is exactly on the first of the month, then it does behoove me to sign up now so that I can get as much as I don't know, whatever. I should just sign up regardless. I don't know how long it takes to sign up, or if there's an approval process or something. Which, by the way, I should have heard back from Twitch about partnership. Let me check my mail. It's been 7 business days. Although I don't know if they stick to that or not. Oh, Twitch partner application. Yeah, it's in the top of my inbox. All right, let's read this. Why not? 3:59. So this was sent 1 hour ago. It says, unfortunately, we cannot offer you a partnership at this time. Well, I'm glad they took the full 7 business days. All right. It does a post request in the header. It says what the real method is. Okay, I should write that down. So it apparently does a post, and in the header says what the real request is. All right. They usually provide their own generic machine time units. Not sure though. Yeah, but I was wondering when billing would take place. But anyway, I guess it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, I'll have to look into this. Okay, well, everyone, I am going to get going. I'll be online tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. It's been quite a day. So, yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. I'll leave Botland open while I wait for OBS to finish buffering streams to you guys. So take care. See you tomorrow.